Planets lining up, think you're dreaming of greatness. Send you back home, let you wake up. Why would you dare me to do it again? Come and get your sport out the head. We're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, look at you loving my name. You ought to know by now that we're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, maybe you wonder what your future's gonna be, but I got it all locked up.在以后，除了是傻子，还有其他吗？我左右，键盘噼啪在时间滴答着，还不够。你的固执让我来守候，哪怕太迟也不想以后。就在这时放肆的挑逗。I got the heart of a lion, I know the harder you climb, the harder you fall. I'm at the top of the mountain, too many bodies to count. I've been through it all. I had to weather the storm to get to the level I'm on. That's how the legend was born. All of my enemies already dead and born. I'm ready for war. They know I'm ready for war. I told them we're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, look at you calling my name. You ought to know by now that we're taking over. Hey, maybe you wonder what your future's gonna be, but I got it all locked up.
As a child, you would wait and watch from far away. But you always knew that you'd be the one that would while they all play. And you'd lay awake at night and scheme of all the things that you would change
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back into the chat. It's lovely to see you already getting hype in the chat, showing your support for some of the teams, or one of the teams that we have here this evening. And speaking of who we have here this evening, I'm joined tonight for the semifinals by Salt, a regular member here, but now Camcom, an actual player for one of the teams playing for the Ducks. You're on the desk. Is this not like insider trading, insider knowledge? Like you're on the desk, you're on the team.
What?
Is this not biased in any way?
Well, I mean, I could be as biased as I possibly want to be. I don't know about you guys. My bias is perfectly fine. I think even when
Mhm.
I cast, I mean to be a biased caster as well. I don't know. I'm biased for both teams at the same time, unless I'm playing. If I'm playing, and I'm holding a duck in my lap. I think we all know who's truly gonna win.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. Salt, that's fighting confidence that from Camcom. But yourself going into this, we were talking a little bit before the show. We're talking about the fact that this is the semifinals. We've got Ducks versus Unicorns. What are you hoping for to see tonight, Salt?
I okay. Let's just put it this way. I want something longer than 3 games, yeah? Uh,
Okay.
I wanna see a little bit of, fighting back this time because if we got, the upper bracket series would have been a 3-0. We got this one, it was a 3-0. So this time, it's gonna be a little different, right? Both teams are super strong. The Unicorns are coming back for blood, but the Ducks are on that big, 6-0 win streak right now. So I think they have a really solid chance coming into it.
What do you think, Cam? You feeling that? You looked hesitant for a moment where Salt was bigging you up a little bit, and you kind of went, I don't know about this one.
I don't know. I get very nervous when I say we're gonna not drop a game. I mean, I can meme all day, every day that we're not gonna drop a game, but it's like if I say that, and then even if we go 3-1, it's like, dang, now I'm disappointed because I said that we weren't gonna drop a game, then we did. So it's like I'm here to win. I'm here to make it to finals. If we go 3-1, 3-2, I don't care. 3-2 is obviously the most fun, but if I don't know, 3-0 is a possibility. I don't think it's a realistic possibility, but it's fun to say it.
Yeah, it's always nice in the best of five when you all go into that fifth game, when you all like go in the distance. We want to see that. We want to see the content. We want to see how your builds, your champion picks switch depending on what game we're going to be in and whether we come out with some cheesy strats. But so, why don't you talk us through a little bit then about the kind of format? So now we're in the semifinal, so it is going to be this best of five. The winner is going to be playing against the Guardians here. So why don't you talk us through that a little bit?
Alrighty, so last week we had first place taking on second place in conjunction with third place taking on fourth. So, thank you for the graphic there. First place and for second place, they fought, and the winner of that went over to grand finals, which is the Guardians. So they have a little break to watch these games, see who's going to win, who's going to be their opponent. And the Unicorns did drop, so now they are in this game, semi-finals. Last week, though, Ducks taking on the Tigers. It was a 3-0 quick stomp coming in from the Ducks, and they move forward to take on the Unicorns. And this is do or die for either team. If either team loses, they are out. It is done and dusted. The season is over, but they at least get to walk away with a little bit of cash. But I mean, Ducks are 6-0 as of now, from the past 2 weeks, but the Unicorns do have a very nice record against the Ducks, 3-0 in the regular season. So it's gonna be a fight, to say the very least. Momentum versus regular season tactics. So we'll see, which one matters just a little bit more here. And the winner of this matchup will face the Guardians next week for grand finals, where you get to see us in all stylish suits.
Ooh.
Yeah, and I want to come over. Thank you for that, by the way. So that was lovely, very well done. And chat, you can see obviously that this is a very important game now to see who goes through to the finals. But Cam, I want to come back to you. There was a little bit of confusion tonight with some of the players on the Ducks. I know some of them were loading into normal games when we are, going to be in game competing in like 10 minutes time. Do you have all of your ducks in a row? Is your team ready?
I mean, somehow there's just always something that has to go wrong. That's just the definition of best of fives, I think. Like last week it was obviously I got COVID, and then it was like nobody knew what time we were supposed to start on, and we started an hour earlier from what we were supposed to for, and then it was like that was the real time, and then this week we thought it was changing back to 8 p.m., but no, it was still 7 p.m. Next week maybe we'll get it right if we make it no, when do we make it to next week? Maybe we'll get the time right.
Yep, you know what?
Potentially.
Time is an illusion. It's
I got
time
the
is
time right
man-made.
this week
Okay,
for the
don't worry
record.
about it.
I was right. I was 7 p.m.
Yeah. Well, what can we then expect from tonight? Like we say, it's the best of 5 now. Previously, and I'll come straight back to you actually, Cam, because previously when we've actually seen Ducks vs Unicorns on the big screen, whenever we have seen them, I don't actually know the full complete record between your two teams,
We're
but
03.
you're 03. Okay, I was gonna say I know you're at least 02, but now I'm really rubbing it in. You're on 03. So in a best of 5, do you feel like your chances are increased a little bit? You get to kind of get comfortable, you get to suss out your opponent. You seem to be okay handling the Tigers last week. The Unicorn's going to be too much of a challenge?
I think we are much better at a series as a team. I think the best of ones for the entire season just kind of threw us off a whole lot. That's why when it was like when we finally realized like for week 5 when we actually had to win all 3 games to make it in playoffs, that's when we like actually turned our brains on and realized, "Hey, maybe we should actually win." And then last week obviously we figured out how to have our brains on again in the series. Unicorns, our very first game of the whole split was against the Unicorns. It was a 35-minute base race. Our Nexus lived with 1 HP, and then theirs lived with 1 HP, and then they backdoored us and took us off a Baron, and it was like, that if we get to that kind of game style tonight, that was the very first game of the whole split for both of our teams. I wish it was streamed, but unfortunately, I don't think it was. So, hopefully, if that we can mimic that. Our game 2 and game 3 were not nearly as exciting as that, I think. We got very close both times. It was never a true stomp.
I have a feeling we're going to have 5 of those games. We're going to have 5
Oh
backdoors
yes.
tonight. Yeah, coming to you then, Salt.
Welcome to
So,
durability.
yeah,
True.
let's see how deep down this rabbit hole we can go. Yeah, Salt, I mean, you've obviously been able to sit and watch from the analyst point and being able to cast these games. I know we have Cam on right now, but what are you thinking with the Unicorns and the Ducks? Like, is it just because obviously the Unicorns, they were second out of the playoffs. They were the second highest rated team. Do you think that this is a nice, roughly evenly matched face off here?
I think with, how everything has ended up, it is pretty even, right? I think momentum plays a huge factor. Having that backup going in is really, really nice. You're going in, on that upswing, right? And the Unicorns are coming off of a pretty rough series as well. So realistically, the mental coming in from the Ducks should be in a higher position. So if they're able to, pull out a nice game 1, I think that will really set the tone for the series. And even if they do drop a couple games after that, I think the game 1 is going to be really important to show the mental states of both teams and then how they're going to rally forward throughout the rest of the series, right? If the Unicorns lose game 1 but they look strong, I think it's going to be a closer series. But if they lose game 1 and it looks just doomed, I think it is going to be a 3-0. But same way for both teams, right? I think game 1 is going to dictate the pace of this series.
Okay.
Oh boy.
Cam looks very, very confident. Like just steady hands. What do you think,
Mhm.
Cam?
Yes, I am very confident. I think every single Norm and ARAM that I played today, I managed to lose. So, if that we're going in with this style, my top laner decided to play Teemo in our practice matches today. So, that's he also didn't know what time it started at. So we're really working our way.
Yeah, I'm gonna go Unicorns quick 3-0 and then we can wrap this up.
Oh boy.
Did
No,
I win?
I'm
I actually gotta check this. I'm genuinely convinced. I know we didn't run an ARAM, but I don't know
I'm
about
gonna be
Norm.
honest. I'm gonna be honest,
Oh
Cam.
god.
Nobody wins in an ARAM, okay? There are 2 losers in ARAMs. It is both teams.
Whoa, wait a second. No, 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 no. ARAM is the best mode in the game. You're not gonna be flaming my ARAMs now. Hold
No, it is
on.
still the best. That's the thing. It's still the best game mode in the
Oh my
game.
god. We played 5 games and we won 1.
Okay. Well,
And
this
it
is
Sounds
a
was
about
the
best
one
right,
of
that it was
5,
history.
the one that he
so
played Teemo into. Oh my god.
Hey, Teemo's the pick, I
We're
guess.
gonna be one Teemo. Oh yeah, by the way, Unicorns did pick red side game 1, so we got blue side, which means you already know we're be winning Teemo now, for
Mm-hmm.
Paul.
B1 Teemo. Better be prepared for it, Unicorns. I don't know. Teemo's a little strong.
You should probably ban him,
Be
actually,
wary. Yeah,
honestly.
true, true. Ban it. It's going
I
to just take over.
I think this is a good time actually to comment on that. So Unicorns actually sorry, not ban. They didn't ban red side. Yeah, we're gonna have both teams on blue. No, they opted. They had first pick and they chose to start on red side. And you were both a little bit confused, like why are they not going blue? Blue's the stronger side. Salt, why don't you talk us through a little bit of that? What's the thought process from the U? Is this just like BM? Is them just being like, hey, we can start on red and we don't care, we're gonna win anyway, or is there some kind of strategy that they could be pulling out here?
So if they're choosing red side, that means they value counter pick a lot more than grabbing some of the OPs, right? And they think they are a strong enough team that they can get themselves some better matchups while being on the back foot of the draft. Because I'm still a firm believer that blue side is stronger than red currently, and there's just so many things that are available B1 and going into the second phase of draft as well that are just so hard to deal with. But I mean, if they think that the Ducks aren't that strong, aren't able to grab those picks early. But I mean, we've seen that they are, right? So I'm kind of, throws me for a little bit of a loop here. I do think that blue would have been an easier option, but maybe they just want to have more comfortable matchups for certain players, right? Get a counter pick, mid laner or top laner, right? Try and grab a strong pick into the solo laners and try and deal with them that way, right?
Yeah. Cam, does that then throw in, like, have you prepared a strategy? Have you prepared a game one draft? I feel like I should just stop this question already with that chuckle. Have you got like a game two draft? Have you got anything ticking? And you can throw off unicorns. You can be like, yeah, we've got it all sorted out, and you've got nothing, or vice versa. You can throw in the mind games, however you want this to play out.
Yes, yes. We have done extensive research into the minds of the unicorns. Some would say we have become one with the mind of a unicorn. This is also known as nobody does any research at all at any point other than Sloth. We put our entire faith, our entire draft, our entire soul into Sloth for every strategy. He either ints us, he R5's GP mid lane for himself without asking any of us what we feel about it, or sometimes he picks good drafts and we go 3-0 in quarterfinals. So depends on the night, depends on how Sloth is feeling
We
sometimes.
roll the dice.
I personally have done quite literally nothing except for memeing and bantering, so we're gonna hope that Sloth did something.
Well, you're here. Sloth is in the basement slaving away, and you're here having a giddy old time. Salt, what do you think? I mean, Sloth has been absolutely incredible throughout this whole tournament. Is it going to be Sloth diff tonight?
I mean, usually that's how it goes, right? I think a lot of how the
Whoa,
Ducks.
whoa,
Hey,
whoa.
let me finish. The bot lane plays well and doesn't give up that much. Their top lane and jungle plays support towards that middle lane. And Sloth, always has like first roam, always looks for big plays early on in the game. And that's what gives them those leads and allows them to move around the map and, fix what happened earlier in the series or earlier in the game, right? You have to give in order to take. And that's exactly what Sloth does. He lets things happen on the bot side, but moves around, punishes top when they overextend, punishes the jungler when he knows where they are. And that's exactly what Sloth has been doing. It has been, that's where Directed Cam focuses a lot there on Sloth, and it's there for a reason, right?
It's there for a reason. Yeah, well, hey, we are ready for
Holy.
predictions. We are ready for predictions now, so we can jump to those. Cam, I'm going to come to you first. Predictions on this
Mhm.
best of 5. Who's taking it? What's the score? How many threes? How many zeros? How many twos and ones are we going to be racking up?
Okay, so I have never as a caster predicted a 3-0, but I've also never been on a desk as a player before. So, we got to go with the first time for everything here. I'm going to predict 3-0 for the Ducks. I know I said I wasn't going to earlier and then I changed my mind, but no. We're sticking confidently on the 3-0. We don't
All
drop a
right.
game until finals.
Not dropping a game. Let's see. Let's see. Keep that duck in your hand steady, safe,
Mhm.
protected. Nothing's getting dropped tonight. Salt, what about yourself? Another quick 3-0 so that we can all get a nice early bed sleep tonight,
You
or
know
is it going to
me.
be a long one?
You know me going 3-2. 3-2 to the Ducks, I predicted
Oh,
3-2 last week. It was a 3-0, but I'm going to stick with the 3-2. I think it's going to be a long night ahead of us here, right? So, I
50-minute
mean, 50-minute bangers, baby. That's what we're here for. That's what we live for.
50-minute bangers. Let's take today. Let's carry it in tomorrow with all this League of Legends action. Chat, we're going to jump to it. We're going to go to a quick break. We're going to get a little caster swap around because Cam is not quite skilled enough to play and cast their
Unfortunately.
game. Not yet, though. Cam is evolving
Yes.
rapidly.
Next split.
So, yes, next split, we'll see about that. But we are going to jump to a quick break, and then we'll jump into the draft. Don't go anywhere. Make sure you follow in the channel, jump in the Discord, come hang out with everybody in between games, hang out and chat, have a good time. We'll see you soon.
We fight to hold our heads up high and beat the drum to what we love. Risk the fall, oh, we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding. Only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies. The champions of a world that we defy. A soul ray of the few who rise up high. And we all fight at the last line. Hearing voices from afar, join the madness when the curtain falls. Risk it all, hold nothing back. Seize the day, we must attack. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding. Only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies. The champions of a world that we defy. A soul ray of the
Alrighty, folks, welcome to the first draft of the night. Ducks on blue side taking on the Unicorns in red, and we'll see where things do land. And we should be rolling quite shortly here, but Becky, thank you for stepping in. Shibby is a little bit late, so we'll see. How do you think things are going to go here for game one, though?
Well, yesterday Cam graciously filled in for the Lions as our jungler into 2 of our games. So, I gotta say, I gotta support the Unicorns because Cam betrayed my trust, and
Was Cam an imposter? Is that what I'm hearing?
Cam was the imposter. This is true. No, I think this is gonna actually be a fairly close series. I think it's gonna depend a lot on momentum. It's gonna depend on who can get the advantage in the first game. There are a lot of power picks on the table and a lot of great things you can get off of that B1 advantage. We'll just have to see if the Ducks can utilize it here. For the time being, they're going through the, some interesting bans. The Udyr is a pretty substandard, although I believe Hydra plays that quite a bit. The Vladimir as well. I assume that's just a target ban for one of Sloth or KL. Paul, I'm not too familiar with their champ pools, but some interesting bans here. Nothing. We're leaving Volibear up, particularly. Volibear, Seraphine.
Wow.
Seraphine.
Who would have guessed? That's crazy. That's crazy.
Wow. Champ's busted.
Yeah, that's why it's getting nerfed, baby. Let's go. And leave Seraphine up. They left Zeri up. They also left Volibear up. I think those are the 3 strongest B1s you can grab right now. And it is going to be answered with a Senna, who is a good response. Very strong, still goes that fasting build, gets her 2 item spike very fast because Umbral Glaive is 2,300 gold for some reason.
Yeah, it still is.
That's balanced. That's balanced.
It's fine. No, they ran into this issue before with Umbral Glaive or whatever. I think it was always Umbral Glaive. That was just like a really cheap lethality item that supports could get, and it was just busted. They're like, okay, we're gonna nerf. It was old Duskblade actually, I think, but Masked Hydra we're gonna be seeing the Swain getting picked up by the Unicorns. This is one of the big power picks on the patch, I think, along with the Seraphine. And the Senna even, I think, is quite good. There is so much healing already on the side of the Unicorns that it is going to be hard. Just looking at these two players, it's going to be hard to kill this team unless they botch the draft going into the second round here. The Jarvan
That's a little
is...
interesting here.
Okay, the Lucian will get the Lucian will get picked up. Absolutely, that's for Sloth. He tore it up last week. I didn't get to catch every game, but I did catch a couple of them, and Sloth was looking real good. And Sloth has looked good on the Lucian all season, so not too surprising. I guess it's technically still a flex. Spectral could pick it up, but almost certainly it'll be for Sloth in the mid lane going into the Swain, and we'll see Zach get picked up for Hydra. So Zach on this patch, the Zach Jarvan matchup, one that we have, at least I haven't seen in a while. How does it fare for the two junglers here?
I think Jarvan definitely has access to earlier ganks because Zach E at level 3, when he first gets it, really isn't that long range. But gank pathing from Zach can definitely get stronger and stronger as he does get those levels. But at the same time, I think Zach is a great flex pick up towards that top lane now, where he does go even in a lot of matchups and usually just outscales and outdamages the enemy laner. So I wouldn't be surprised to see this one moved up to the top side of the map and, you know, grab themselves up a better jungle matchup here as we do see some more bans, right?
Yep, the Urgot will go down. The Zeri has been quite effective on this patch. Plank as well, just a really good scaling pick. Trying to hit a lot of those scaling options that work really well with the Seraphine, I think is smart from the Unicorns here. I'm curious to see what the Ducks will do. I imagine if they're going to be trying to pinch top side, they'll go with another top ban, but I guess Volibear's still on the table. Volibear's still on the table. Champ's not as good as he once was, and not necessarily as good in top lane. The Gwen is a... Oh, and that's a Shen, actually.
Shen is in a weird spot right now, right? He's pretty solid. He does decent damage, but now his side lane prowess, because everyone got tankier, he didn't get many compensation buffs in response, so he's not as good as he used to be. But his shield is still quite obnoxious. It's based off his max health as well, so he will be able to provide that big value later and later. But I think the Gwen is just such a strong pick, but it's going to be the Tom catch. They're going to grab that one up, getting Senna Tom, and that's something that I think the Ducks are either expect or they have something prepared for it. So we'll see what they're going to grab up here in response to this. But Senna Tom is just such a safe and strong lane. They win trades level 1. They are super strong and very hard to kill. The healing and innate sustain from both these champs is almost impossible to deal with. So we'll see what the Ducks grab up here. But so far, it's a great tanky draft coming in from the Unicorns.
Okay, we see Gnar get picked up for KL Paul, a champion that they do enjoy quite a bit. But I think that the Senna Tom here is just so strong, because if they intend on sending the Lucian bot, it sort of shuts down that flex, just because of the fact that even though Lucian is strong in the early game, Senna Tom don't really care that much about him, and they actually are going to look to flex the Lucian down there. So what, Lucian Seraphine in the bot lane into Senna Tom? That's, I guess, not the worst. I still think that Senna Tom are going to be relatively safe through all stages of the game, and Senna scales so much better than Lucian going into the 30-minute, 40-minute marks. But I do think that at least gives him a fighting chance to not lose. That better be bait. No, dude, that champ's bad. He got nerfed. No.
Hey, burger flipper, baby. Let's go. Burger flip the game level 1. Come on.
Oh, boy. Yeah, if you've not seen... Did Sin show up last week at all for VRD? Okay.
I don't know if he showed up VRD, but he definitely... Oh, he did show up VRD.
Yeah, he showed up last week in VAD as well, because my team abused it. The Singed mid, he goes Predator, he starts Boots, and he cheeses a kill level 1. There's no counterplay. It got nerfed, though. Predator got hit really hard in its movement speed, and the slow from the Mega Adhesive got a pretty sizable hit as well. So Singed is not nearly as reliable as a super easy cheese kill in the early stages of the game, but I do think he is a he can very solidly lane into Somebody, presumably Gnar. Although actually, I don't know if I really want the Gnar Singed matchup as Singed, but we'll have to see what they plan on doing.
Definitely, and I think once the Singe gets a little bit of gold in his back pocket, I feel like Mininar is going to be the scariest little guy to deal with this, because he can jump away, but Singe doesn't care. He's a predator. He's going to run at you and burger
Run
flip
at you again.
Yeah, he'll run at you again, even faster. And then Rylai's is going to be annoying. Oh my god. Singe is just such a interesting and awkward champion to deal with, right? Rule number 1, don't chase Singe. Or what if he's in front of you and you can't run away, What can you do?
You die. No, Singed is definitely one of those champions that just warps the game around him. He alters the way you have to play League of Legends. And if the Ducks haven't prepared to play around and into the Singed mindset, they are going to get caught off guard, and they could end up in serious trouble. And chat actually proposed that this could be a Singed support with Thomas top, but it is going to be the Singed top Zac jungle. So, yeah, no, very, very interesting stuff. I'm excited to see the Singed here, and I'm excited to see what the Unicorns have planned for us today. So, now that we've seen the draft, I have to ask you, which draft do you favor going into this first game?
As much as I really like the Corki and Seraphine, I value Swain and Senatom a little higher as well, and I think having the frontliner of the Zac will also help that out, while having an annoyance such as Singe to help grab yourself some picks. So I think the the Unicorns have drafted themselves such a really interesting composition, and I will give them the slight edge here. But don't get me wrong, the Ducks comp is also very strong, it's very traditional, and we'll see if they are able to make that work here. Standard gameplay versus that not off meta. Singe just become more prominent recently, but it's still a little different than how you would play traditionally.
Yeah, I mean, he changes the game. He's like inting Scion or playing against Blitzcrank at all. He changes how you have to approach certain objectives in a way that you need to be prepared for. And because you never see this champion, nobody's prepared for it. So if the Unicorns can navigate the Singed expertly, it is going to be so hard for the Ducks to actually secure objectives and get good fights rolling. But I do think that the Ducks have secured, like you said, a very stable and a very standard comp. They're not looking to do anything spicy here. They're just looking to have characters that are good at every stage of the game. You got the Lucian early game. You got the Corki late game. You got the Jarvan in the mid game. You have a lot of reliability across the map. But I think I gotta agree. I gotta give the Unicorns the edge here.
And I think more so is that curveball Singe that gives them that big edge, or that slight edge that I did say earlier, just because it's so interesting. It's very hard to play around, and you have to be prepared for the pick, and I think the Ducks are used to playing with it. I don't know if they're used to playing against it, right?
Yeah. So we will see if the Ducks can properly adjust and adapt their game plan, which they have been navigating really well across the past couple weeks to deal with the curveball that is Singed from Arcane in the top lane. So we will see what will result from this draft when we get into the game, which we will get into after a quick break. That's right, Ducks versus Unicorns, Game 1, coming at you in about 3 minutes.
Hello, everyone. How are we doing tonight? We have the Ducks on the blue side facing up against the Unicorns on the red in this semifinals best of 5 series brought to you by Victoris. And, so far, standard 5 points from everyone. It's a little, first game jitters, right? And both me and Becky believe that this game will determine the pace of the series, right? That's how we think it's going to go.
Yeah, momentum's really huge in best of 5 series, and the Ducks, they are on a 6-game winning streak right now. They have been undefeated for quite a long time, and Cam themselves sort of admitted that they were trolling in week 4, and they could have done better if they had not necessarily griefed as hard as they did. So, I think that if the Ducks lose this first game, it's going to shake them up. It might shake them up a little bit because they have not lost in a while. Meanwhile, for the Unicorns, they're coming off of an 0-3 against the Guardians, which I'm not sure anyone expected, right? It was based on at least records and how the Unicorns performed across the season. The Guardians getting a clean sweep like they did it's gotta hurt a little bit if you are the Unicorn. So they're either gonna come into this game a little shaken or they're gonna come in angry. And looking at their draft, they're coming in a little angry. I'm not gonna lie.
Very much so, and I think the Singe pick says it all. It just got nerfed, but they're still ready to try and make it work here. And we see the Singe just, running, getting these minions, trying to get as much gold as they can to get those first items here. But we see that, it's pretty standard for how the lane matchup should be going here. Ranged matchup is going pretty solidly here for the bot lane of the Ducks. And the Singe already moving down towards that blue buff, trying to get a ward down.
Yep.
Getting things rolling early.
Very good. Singed, what he specializes in a lot is roaming. With the Predator, he doesn't have the boots yet. He started with the Corrupting Potion, which you kind of need into the Gnar matchup, so it's understandable. But once he has boots, and he has some levels just in his pocket to get the Predator move speed actually to a reasonable amount, he can easily start to look to roam. And Corki, although he has Valkyrie, is not the hardest target to gank, because Valkyrie is on a very long cooldown, and Corkis tend to get a little trigger happy with pulling it when they don't necessarily need to. So we'll see if he can make use of it, or even potentially go to counter. Singe can potentially go to counter jungle. So he's going to get jumped on here.
Fight there on the top side. Paul doing a lot of damage there, but Mass Hydra does not find the gank there onto Sloth as well.
Yeah. A couple, a gank coming in from Hydra. Zach has a lot. Zach and Jarvan are very good at ganking early. So not surprised that Hydra was looking to get something done there. He has a lot of big
decent damage there
fight.
from Soul, but not able to confirm the kill. But there's a fight. Fast Hydra does grab with the Scuttle Crab, but Neurosynaptic is the stronger dueler. Having a great time, but the Gnar has the first roam, looking for the quick movement already. Sloth, very low on mana, does force the flash, though. They are able to walk over to the red, but over the wall, like a drag combo. Gnar is there first, and the passive is going to be burned. Sloth over the wall. They're going to try and give this kill either to Sloth or Paul here, and they're also going to get that red buff over to the Zac. So just a great rotation coming in from the solo laners of the Ducks already, again, in game 1.
Yeah, a great movement and great rotation from the Ducks there, doing what they do best, which is working as a team and sticking together for those kinds of calls. Neural potentially might have been a little too deep, but Bleeding Wolves was in a terrible spot. Couldn't move, couldn't respond.
Going off the Jade as well. The slow is there. Swain trying to find that pullback, can't find it, but he's taking a good chunk of damage and maybe forced out of lane. Neurosynaptic moving right towards that bottom scuttle, and his bot lane has priority as well.
Yeah, Hydra is moving there currently, but he's spotted right now, and he's gonna get bullied out here.
He's getting bullied
Hydra's
out, but he's a
do
little
what
bit low.
Ooh.
Taking a little bit of damage there, Neurosynaptic. The Aftershock buying some time, but JDK is going to be there first, but they're looking for the Scuttle Crab. Smite is available on both junglers.
Yeah, Smite is available on both, but it looks like Neurosynaptic will get control of the river with the bot lane prio and secure that scuttle very easily. In the top side, we see that the Gnar is doing a really good job of bullying out Singed. KL Paul is keeping control of the wave and has decent enough vision that Zac is not going to be a problem. Plus, they already know where Zac is, so he's just able to abuse the Singed here, who currently has no real tools to get onto this annoying little goblin in the top side. He has no hope until he has Predator, so Singed is kind of stuck here. He will be able to get some minions back on trying to shove it here, but it is looking at least pretty decent for KL Paul. KL Paul going for the double null magic mantle. Incredible tech choice right there. Bravo, gamer. Just,
I mean, it makes sense, right? Look at it. Where's all the magic damage? Top side. Who's top side for the first part of the game? Every single member. So, I mean, good adaptation. And I do think he's probably going to spec into the Frostfire Gauntlet that we did see last week. You know, not going to opt for, the Divine Sunderer / Trinity Force build that we do see most Gnars go. And, I mean, Paul performed pretty well, all things considered, playing those, bruisers that can spec into tank items.
Yeah. And I think the tank and bruiser builds are definitely good. I don't prefer them on Gnar. In this matchup, it's probably going to be fine, because if he gets just picked off by Bleeding Wolves, it's going to be incredibly troublesome. So getting those tank items, but Bleeding Wolves is going to get caught here.
Burger Flip going to take him out to safety, and Bleeding Wolves is going to be able to run away.
Yeah, he's just going to mosey on out of there. Masked Hydra is gonna just recall on the top side. Finishing Krugs looking to reset, get that buy. Neurosynaptic moving towards the dragon. River control is in favor of the Ducks right now. Although I believe, okay, there is a ward right in front of the dragon. If that does not get scouted out, they might have some trouble. But it looks like they're positioning around to go for an invade here.
They are looking for it. They find the Flag Drake onto Masked Hydra. He should have that Elastic Slingshot available in just a second. He's trying to run away. That's a lot of damage, though. Seraphine going to find that slow. Who's going to grab the kill? Neurosynaptic going to take that one. That's going to be a blue buff and a dragon. And Medusa Soul is just forced to watch.
Yeah, and we're starting to see one of the bigger weaknesses of Zac as a pick right here. He gets really tanky later into the game, and he has really good gank. Ooh, Burger Flip.
Bleeding Wolf's taking a lot of damage. The poison ticking him down just a little bit as well, but Paul almost has a Gnar bar filled up. But it should not be too much to be seen for the most part. It's going to be a little bit of a trade.
Yeah, as the dragon is picked up, that'll be the Infernal Drake going down. The next Drake will be an Ocean, so we will not get either of those rifts on the map today. Little disappointing, but we could still get a Hextech Rift, and that's always exciting. I love the Hex Gates. But back on sort of what I was saying about Zac, he's really weak early game.
Very much so.
He has good gank angles, and he's able to make stuff happen, and his clears are fine, but he is so easily exploitable. If you can keep track of him, you can just send your Jarvan and either your mid laner or your top laner in to bully him
Ooh.
out. That's the second time we've seen that happen. Sloth getting traded on out of mana, will be forced to recall here, but has a very sizable CS lead. So you take what you can get.
You take that CS lead. He also has a kill and an assist to his name as well. Sloth is performing out of his mind. Taking a look at the gold graph here, Sloth sitting at a 3.2k, gold in his wallet. You're also Synaptic just behind that as well, with the gold leads growing steadily and steadily. JDK, though, a little bit behind, 500 gold down in that, or in there a little bit. And Paul, has been chilling up in this top lane, performing quite well indeed. But Last Dinosaur is actually CSing quite well, even with the Lucian.
Oh, yes. Yeah, I mean, Thomas is a very good... He's actually pretty good at CSing. The Tongue Lash has a long range, and it does so much damage. It's just such a good CSing tool, and it's part of the reason... and as I'm talking about how good Thomas is at CSing, we see him miss a minion, and I don't think he got the canyon either. Tragic, but that's
a tragedy.
Okay. But that's okay. Thomas is still just a good champion for CSing. He's very, very reliable. It's part of the reason he's so good in this combo. But that was going to Corky.
Going to Corky. Yep.
I don't worry about it. Nothing bad happened. So, Neural is walking towards mid lane, is not on vision, so it looks like... is he gonna get... Yeah, no, there's no wards here. This could be a gank opportunity.
Okay.
We'll see if Hydra responds. Hydra... Okay, no, we're waiting. Neural?
We're just chilling. JDK.
Here we go.
Not gonna get caught up on a flag and drag, though. A lot of damage there, but the ultimate has been popped, but it does not even matter. As Sloth just Valkyries forward and takes the kill.
Yeah, and no flash burned. Oh, we have a flip.
Oh, the crunch gets him out to safety, away from the tower, and he's trying to gnar him back, trying to find an angle, but he knows that Zac should be on the top side, and he has to respect it, so he's just gonna walk away.
Yeah, knowing Zac's on the top side, he doesn't go any further than he needs to. But now Zac's gonna get found.
He's gonna get found. There he is.
Zac's gonna get found.
He's gonna go over to Zac. He's trying to grab the Herald. He will get the eye. Over the wall he goes. Flag and drag. Not gonna be there in time. Bleedable's trying to fight this out. The Senna ultimate is gonna be there. The Dawning Shadow buys the shield, buys the time. They're able to walk out, but they're going down to Camp Hall. The Encore only gonna hit the Tom Kench. He's taking negative damage, and we're going to use that stealth to get his Tom Kench out to safety.
I got a little hyphy there about Neural nearly walking past Hydra doing absolutely nothing. But no, Herald was secured by Hydra. That is pretty good. In the bot lane, we see the Seraphine flash and ulti are burned, so Cam is going to be really fragile in this lane for a little while without those safety tools, and that is going to be great for Hydra. Hydra can look to potentially exploit that, and he is hovering around the bot side right now, but so far we're seeing way better pathing from Neural, taking advantage of the power of the Jarvan pick to get leads rolling on the players that matter. We're seeing Kale Paul get some help. We're seeing Sloth get the lead that the Corky needs. 20 CS up, has completed the Monamune and already has the Lost Chapter, looking to get presumably the Ludens. And it's gonna get even worse for the Corky. Swain does scale reasonably well, but Corky's late game power is not to be trifled with.
Definitely not. It's very scary, and he's just a super long range, untargeted damage. So he can aim that from super far away. The Senna does have to have a ward or something to get even closer to the range that the Corky can't have, especially with a big one, or get, an hour into the game. But we don't really want that here, do we? We want some bangers, but we don't want to be spending all night watching a Senna just stack up her souls. But Dragon spawning up here in 20 seconds. We see the Zac making that rotation out of the bot side, and we see some bases coming in from the Ducks. Sloth has the teleportation device active. The package should be there as well. Seraphine gonna look for that base too.
Yeah, you mentioned Senna stacks, so I thought I would give an update. We are at 41 actually on the Senna right now, making pretty good pace overall. So good, very good for the Unicorns, although they are currently down 2k gold. They're definitely not out of this game, and Thomas has completed the Thornmail. An interesting first buy, but an understandable one going into the Seraphine and the Gore Drinker Jarvan here.
And they should just be able to grab this one up, but Kale Paul going to get grounded there. They're going for the top play
Hydra's
instead.
there.
Kale Paul has the Gnar bar filled up. Going to look for the Gnar. He finds
Teleport.
two. Trying to run away. The teleportation device activated by Sloth. He has the package. He can turn this one out. Look at the damage coming forward. Paul trying to run for the hills. Mass Hydra has the passive, but the pullback from the Swain guarantees the kill. They do use the package, but they exchange it for the Dragon and the kill.
And
but they're
Herald's
going to
dropping.
summon up the Herald here. And Sloth probably just going to have to run for the hills here. He's trying to clear this wave out, but
Can't
there's
hit
not really
it.
much he can do. He can't hit it.
Yeah, he can't get close. Okay, we finally
now
got
we
the big
can.
one. We can finally do a little bit of damage. Gets rooted up.
The pullback burger flip is there. He's taking so much damage. Who's going to die first? It's going to be Sloth. The JDK on the bot side. The Juanito taking so much damage. Last Dinosaur is going to get rooted up. There is that a lot of damage coming through, but they can't really find anything. He's trying to go forward, but the Dawning Shadow not going to find the damage, not going to find anything except the shield. Last Dinosaur's sustaining up enough, but they can't find anything more.
Yeah, a lot of action on the top side of the Rift and the bot side as well. We see a great gank get executed by Hydra there. Nearly getting turned back around, though. Good presence of mind from Sloth, using the TP to
They're
get
going for
there.
the play onto Juanito's Soul. Eat is there as well.
Flash.
They're not going to eat him. They're not going to eat the Senna. And Last Dinosaurs does find the kill, but the cancel with the Flag Drag and the Cataclysm takes down the Thomas. The Kench has been benched.
And they stayed too long. Spectral arguably going a little too far forward there, but because it took so long, I mean, Tom stayed as long as possible. Tom was able to trade back there just because he was super tanky, but Neural was just picked the right time to arrive, got there when needed, and was just able to exploit the fact that Senna and Tom were just stayed too long. And like you pointed out, Tom didn't use the ultimate there. I don't know if he didn't have enough mana or what, but it didn't go off. Maybe he just didn't think it was going to help save the Senna there, but you got to do something, I think. But I don't know. You can only talk about ifs and ands for so
2020.
long. Yeah. We all know what the right play was after we've made the wrong play. So I guess that's not always true, but it is what it is. And I think that very good stuff for the side of the Ducks. Once again, Earl playing like an absolute monster here. A little bit of a botch on the top side. A lot of gold getting put into the pocket of the Singe. We have another
They're going
gang.
in on Tornadoes again. So much damage. Half HP already down, but they can't really look for anything more.
Yeah. No Cataclysm. Flash is up for the Jarvan, but they were so far away that even with the Flash Flag and Drag, you weren't going to get any meaningful damage down, any meaningful combos. But they are going to stick around here. Seraphine does still have the Crescendo, and I will... Okay, looking at the objective timers, we still have a couple minutes until the Mountain Drake here. So if Seraphine wants to look for an ultimate before the Dragon, gonna have to do that pretty soon. Otherwise, it will just be a wasted cooldown. Gnar's tower is actually getting busted here.
Yeah, it is going to fall. So that's first tower going into the back pocket of the Singed here. 450 to his back pocket. And just a good look. They punish that Rift Herald usage. And Hydra? Hydra looking for Paul. He does not have the hub, but anti-synergy coming forward. The burger flip led the wrong way. The flip is not there. Losing out on that spatula privilege next time.
Oh, no. Oh, that's a... You know, it happens. Sometimes you and your teammate are both trying to make the play of the century, and you just do it at the wrong time. Now Hydra may be finding a potential pick on the Neural.
Definitely. Neural might be overstepping his bounds. He has a Cataclysm, though. Could look for something on the Bleeding Wolves, but he's going to get pulled back, rooted up. He's not really taking all that much damage. Cataclysm, keep them stuck, but a beautiful Dawning Shadow buys the shield, buys the time, and the Corky's not there yet. JDK is going to join the fight first. It is going to be Neural Synaptic, though, who finds the first kill. The pullback with the Zac. They find two, but a Gore Drinker comes in beautifully, doing so much work. Sloth finally joins the fight, has the Valkyrie, has these rockets. Mass Hydra again going to grab the Rift Herald, but it is going to be at the cost of 3 members, and not a single one traded back.
Yeah, not a single one traded back. They will once again get the Herald, second Herald on the map, but second Herald is no way worth losing 3 kills for that. The Unicorns, they're trying to find some interesting angles and trying to get some kind of advantages back, but now they're just gonna lose a tower, which is like the one thing you're gonna get off the second Herald, and they aren't even gonna get a positive trade there. That was just all around a travesty for the Unicorns. They gotta make something out of the second Herald, otherwise it's just gonna keep getting better and better for the side of the Ducks. And I gotta say, I've been watching the Jarvan here, and Jarvan actually did get buffed on the last patch. We saw Jarvan get a reduction on the cooldown for his passive. It now can hit the same target. Before it hit it 6 seconds across the entire game. Now it actually scales. So currently he's able to hit the same target with his passive every 4 seconds. And that's
pretty
8%
huge.
current health. So these huge beefy targets are just going to get smacked by Jarvan.
They could look for a big play. Wait, the cleanse from Spectral! Oh my goodness, but they're finding a decent amount of damage here. Sloth trying to run forward, but the Rylai's buying so much space. This Singe is popping off on a beautiful flip. So much damage onto Sloth into the back lane. It goes using that onto Winnie's Soul. He's just going to be taken down, but at the same time, Spectral taking so much damage. JDK is popping off. That demonic ascension is doing so much work here. Swain is popping up on a beautiful Nard to the wall. Cataclysm finds the space, and the rockets are just raining down hell from above. And it's going to be the Ducks who take that fight.
And we saw another reason the Jarvan pick actually ends up working really well here. It's because Jarvan and Gnar is a fantastic combo. We see the Cataclysm go down, the Gnar into the walls, and no way out for the side of the Unicorns. The start of that fight was actually really good for them. They had the Swain on the backlines. They had JDK in a perfect position, and with the Leandries was doing a ton of damage to those backline members. But unfortunately, there was just nothing they could do to convert their lead. There was just nothing they could do to actually finish that team fight because their backline members, the Senna,
They got one-tapped.
They got one-tapped. They just got absolutely murdered. And because of that, there was no damage left to support the Swain. Swain deals quite a bit of damage, but he's a lot better because of his utility that he brings and the damage over time that he can threaten during fights. He only has that Leandries. He's got the Demonic Embrace close to completion, but until he gets that, he's not nearly the menace we expect to see, and Neural's going for another gank here.
He could look for this here. The beat is there, though. We need to force the flash away.
Yeah, Cataclysm not up at the very least, so nothing else to really convert there. Spectral also fairly low, and Cam across the map here, just trying to get out some vision. I guess we should point out that was Soul Point, by the way, for the Ducks here. So in the next 3.5 minutes, we're going to have to see the Unicorns try and find a fight, but with how far behind they are, it's going to be so hard to get a good fight here. The Singe needs to get items, and the Singe is just going to get bullied, is what's happening here.
Yeah.
Not actually finding anything.
Not looking too hot here. It's trying, but unfortunately, 0-3-3, down a little bit of CS as well. And we do see the rotation coming in on the bot side here. They are going to get spotted out here, but Wino walking forward here may get caught out if Cam can land the root there. Encore going to get used as well. They're just fighting. Winnie's Soul is just going to get eaten up by last dinosaurs. At the very least, they finally burned that cooldown in a good time.
We did it! We found Tom Kench ultimate. It only took 21 minutes.
R button activated.
R button acquired. But no, they're going to keep pressuring down here. They have the Cataclysm. They have the
Corki.
Yeah, they have total control here, and they will just bully out the Senna and Tom. But we do have a potential
trying to
gank
find
on top.
a big play here. Has the Gnar bar almost filled up. Going to get rooted by the Singe, though. A lot of damage, though, on both of them. He's popping off here. He's trying to find something, but JDK has arrived on the top side as well. Looking for some big damage onto this Gnar. They find the knock, and the Elastic shot is there, but Paul just cannot face anyone. He's going to be taken up, but they're taking down the bot side. Sloth looking for the play onto the last dinosaurs. The shield is not there in time. The thick skin is not thick enough, and Sloth PhD 8-1-4 in the game.
Okay, so this is going to be a little bit of a mathematic equation here, all right? So get your pens and papers out, folks. So the Unicorns sent 3 people to kill 1 person, and the Ducks sent 3 people to kill 2 people. I guess 4 people. 4 people to kill 2 people. So there were 2 kills gotten for 1. And nothing else was really gained across the map for either team. That is just a big win for the Ducks. Just
Yeah,
picking off KL Paul is a complete waste of everyone's time, including mine. I don't know what they're planning on doing here. Getting the Singed ahead at this point in the game isn't going to help anyone. They need to try and get Thomas more gold. They need to try and get Senna out of the rut she's currently in. She needs to hit these power spikes if they want to have a chance at staying in the game. And instead, they're focusing so much attention onto the tank Gnar in the top lane. I don't get it.
It's the Frostfire and Titanic tech, man. It's just a global taunt. It's a global taunt. They have to gank the Gnar over and over and over again. Just what it is.
Yeah, it's just what it is, and like I guess you take what you can get, and getting 1 kill is better than getting none. But right now, they're so.
Wait, that might just have been a little bit of a troll going on here. Going to be forced to flash, but they can't find the pick. And he's still full HP right before this dragon, but they're only going to hit one. They're going to find the burger flip onto Neural. They're trying to find something off the back line. He goes looking for Renito. He's just killing the Senna. The Senna will live. Finally, the Dawning Shadow providing so much value. And Senna finally going to be taken down. Though Spectral is going to be next on the menu. He's going to fall as well. Neural Snaptic trying to buy some time on the backside as well. Sloppy HD doing so much damage, though. Look at the health bars melt. The rockets are just turning away everyone, and godlike Ghost Sloth, he is the king, he is the PhD, he's the doctor of this game, but JDK finding the damage, the Swain ultimate, the demonic ascension doing so much work, but beautiful Gnar to the wall finds the play, and he's trying to find the damage. Sloth cannot find that last rocket to find the Swain, but the ultimate has finally gone off, the big snipe from the backside, and now they find the passive of the Zac. He's going to become that goo, the booger that we know him to be. The rocket does go wide on those passive blobs, but it does not mean anything as Bleeding Wolves is forced to back, and the soul is claimed by the Ducks.
Yeah, Corki has loaded his barrel with Goo Be Gone because Zac is out of this game here. That fight was so back and forth for a while there, but the Unicorns just don't have the damage to actually finish anything off. Neural Synaptic, just on their own, removed Senna from the equation. Like, Juanito stayed alive for as long as possible there, probably longer than maybe anyone expected, but doing practically nothing. They weren't able to get any damage down, and because of that, the backline of Sloth and Spectral and even Cam were just able to get rolling, and it didn't matter. None of it mattered. It doesn't matter how much JDK does if all of the frontliners have MR.
Too. They didn't use package that fight.
No, they did not, so it is up for this one, but Senna and Thomas are on bot side. This is going to be a steal, but it's not going to be a pretty one.
Trying to find Sloth here. They could find a burger flip. Bleeding Wolves taking a lot of damage over the wall, uses that package to buy some space. Look at the damage they're shredding. They're burning alive. Bleeding Wolves is going to be taken down. Blue team grabs the Baron, the Mass Hydra, kills himself, and so does Bleeding Wolves, just standing on the package. Is that King? I don't know.
Yeah.
Looking like that player right there from C9.
Yeah, C9 professional right there, standing on the package, but I have to give credit to Sloth there. That was such a smart package. He blocked Masked Hydra off from getting a flank completely. There was no way he was going to be able to go for the steal without losing his entire HP bar and dying anyways. And despite that, Hydra still goes in when the Baron's already dead! So, I just don't understand. They're definitely desperate right now, trying to make anything happen here, but Corki is 13-1. He is 3.5 items. He is literally like half-shotting people with the big one.
Yeah.
There is so little the Unicorns can do here, but they gotta keep trying.
Oh, they're looking for him. They're trying to find, they find the route there onto Sloth. They find the knockup. They missed the elastic slingshot though. He's going to try and get over the wall. He does not have the Valkyrie just yet. He's taking so much damage. Flash over, but on the backside, JDK trying to deal as much damage as possible. Going to be taken down by Spectral, and Sloth finally gets over the wall. Mass Hydra forced into the wrong position. Going to find some decent damage there, but it's not enough, as Sloth is just able to rain fire again, untouched. Even though they tried to burn so many cooldowns, he just could not take down this Corki.
Yeah, they just tried so hard and got so far, but in the end it doesn't even matter because Corki doesn't get caught by the CC. He dodges out of the elastic slingshot. He manages to keep himself safe, and now it's gonna be the death rattle of the Unicorns here. Looking to do what they can.
Sloth doing so much damage. They used once more. Juanito gonna be next on the menu. Look at that damage already down. The Cataclysm's not available, but a nice burger flip will maybe get the kill. They finally take down the
We did it.
But it's not enough. Their Nexus is falling. It's going to be the Corki for the Nexus. Is that really a worthwhile trade? The Ducks will think so because they take game one.
Yeah. Game 1 getting picked up by the Ducks. The undefeated streak continues, and we have to see if maybe the Unicorns have truly been exposed as frauds. Whew, just really something else there from these teams. I mean, in theory, we sort of figured that the draft from the Unicorns would be better than it actually was. But in reality, the Ducks just navigated their comp so much better across every stage of the game. Neural was getting the team so many good leads in the early game, just finding all the ganks that they needed that Hydra was just failing to find. And once they got a lead onto Corki, they didn't really need to do anything else. They had already won the game. Plus, I mean, Seraphine, we saw so many great encores there. So many good shields and heals coming down from Cam. A lot of great disruption in every single fight. The whole team just performed exceptionally well and as a unit. I don't think the Unicorns are performing as a team right now. They aren't performing as a unit. And we have to see them actually play as a team if they want to turn this series around.
Definitely. And we're going to turn around and hit a quick break as we get things rolling here for game number 2 of the night. Sorry, we're not that far yet. We'll be right back as we get things set up.
Welcome back on in, ladies and gentlemen. Chat, you're looking great. You're looking fantastic. And you know what? Speaking of looking fantastic, we are now joined by Shibby. We're kind of rotating tonight, chat. We got Cam coming here. We got Becky Rita coming in. Shibby's now here. We might even have some more surprises. Who knows at this point? Shibby, how you feeling? I don't know if you managed to check out too much of that game one, but do you want to kind of talk us through some of the stuff that you did get to see?
So I definitely got to see like a snapshot of the draft. I got to see essentially from minute, I believe 7 onwards. I think the Ducks were up 3-0. I think there's a lot wrong, right? I think giving over Seraphine Lucian over to the Ducks is kind of just like a classic misplay. I mean, these guys are known to flex both of those champions into multiple different roles. I think if you're gonna give one of them away, you take the other one, right? So if they first pick Lucian, then you take the Seraphine plus Senna, or if they take Seraphine, you take Lucian Nami, right? There's so many other combos you can do. I think defaulting Senna Swain. I know you guys are kind of sold on Swain. I'm not entirely sold on the Swain train just yet. I still think he still needs to be figured out. I think build paths are still kind of weird for him. You see people building Riftmaker, Everfrost. I've seen full tank on him. Like I think he's the champion that he is right now, he's not there yet with the technology. And I think rotate something a little easier, right?
Science isn't ready for Swain yet.
No, yeah, I don't think so. I
Society.
don't think the numbers.
Yeah, okay. Maybe like alien civilizations will figure out Swain in the distant future. They'll look at like, our history. They'll go through the archaeology and they'll find a way for Swain to get through. Yeah, I mean, so what about your take on that game? What really kind of stood out for you with that one? Ducks seem to be really collectively just strong as a team. There was a few things with unicorns. We even saw that one engage up at the top side with the Gnar and the or with the Zac.
Oh, yeah, that was
It was
just
just the whiff. Yeah.
that is called pro level synergy. We saw that happen against a Scuttle Crab with a Gragas and an Alistar, back in 2018, where the Alistar headbutted the Scuttle Crab out of the way of the Gragas body slam, So, pro players do it. Hey, it's fine. It's fine. It happens. It's just a miscommunication. But I think, they'll have it ready for next time, right? But all things considered, small little mistakes here. The Unicorns are still looking all right. Their laning was pretty decent. The Tom Kench looked pretty solid in lane, but the ultimates just were not there. And that was quite unfortunate, all things considered, though. At the same time, though, I think the Ducks just played the draft the way it's supposed to. Jarvan, super strong early game. Gnar also will have prio, and they just kept moving and moving and moving around that map. Making sure Sloth was able to pop off, escorting the president around the map, getting him some kills, escorting him to fights. And that's exactly what the Ducks want to be doing, and that's what they've been doing for the past 2 weeks, and it's been working.
Yeah, it definitely feels like the Sloth show a lot of the time around the Ducks, and there's nothing wrong with that, right? There's nothing wrong with saying, hey, we have a player on our team, we know if we put them in an elevated position, they are going to get it done, and that's exactly what Sloth is able to do. But I want to kind of hone in on chat a little bit here, because there's been some discourse. We've taken the banter chat to the Twitch chat, and it's nice to see the Hydra coming in talking about what they did wrong, what they could do better, and stuff like that. What do you think about unicorns now that they've had a fire lit under beneath them? There's fire on the hooves. They're walking on hot coals. Shibby, what do you think about unicorns' reaction to game one?
So I'm just gonna say it outright. I don't know if my predictions were put up on the stream or not, but I originally predicted Unicorns to 3-0 this. Clearly that's not gonna happen anymore. But I think Ducks still need to be tested a bit. I think they kind of got handed everything that they wanted this draft or the last one.
Yeah.
I think if Unicorns can kind of pinch champion pools, take things away, right? Because like I said, I look at the intangibles, Cyber. Like when I look at predictions and I look at this stuff. And obviously, Ducks last week, they faced a broken and battered Tigers team, right? With subs and stuff like that. Unicorns, I know some of the members, like one of the members is playing really sick, but this is the first team that they're playing in a best of 5 that has all their members. Now, I'm afraid what's going to happen if Unicorn switches up the draft, they start taking stuff away. Can the Ducks rally with other composition, with other picks? What can they do after they don't get their comfort picks? And I think that's where in these best of 5 series, if you're a squad that is untested versus a squad that's going in that's like been playing together for a while, that's been playing best of 1s, best of 5s, and stuff like that, that's where these kind of longevity really dictates. And I think we're actually getting into the draft.
Yep.
Yes, yeah, I was gonna come to you, Sauce, and keep going, but no, we're gonna jump into the draft. I'll let you guys continue talking about what's gonna be happening. Without further ado, take it away for us.
Alrighty, and here we go. Ducks, wow, they get blue side again? That's crazy. Whoa. And who would have expected that after they get side selection game 2? But taking a look at things here, respect bans coming through a lot here, right? The Jin, the Udyr, the Taliyah. I think Taliyah is still super strong. Great pick. You can pick that B1 if you're not comfortable and just ban it. At the same time, though, I think Udyr and Jin are respect bans, but Ducks just, again, gonna first pick the Lucian, maintain that flex like they did last game. And it is going to be the Ashe locked in here for the Unicorns. Is that going to be the Ashe support, the cringe tech that we've seen from ARAM make its way over to, Summoner's Rift? Or is it going to be Ashe 80 carry? And she has a decent pick there into the Lucian in lane. He's not able to get in range because she can space him quite well. And even if he is going to dash forward, she can slow him down and make sure he can't follow all that well.
Yeah, it also frees Unicorns up to play a little bit more damage-centric champions into the mid and the top lane, right? You don't really have to worry about that engage, that go button, because you do have an Ashe. And assuming Unicorns, Ashe is up to snuff, then they don't have to really worry about, hitting that go button. I don't think I'm not sure if that's a Janna, if that's supposed to be a Janna. I don't know if it's a spectator bug. We're gonna go with the idea that it is Janna. So it is Janna Ashe in the bot lane. But Ducks now can just rotate Nami Lucian if they want and really put the hammer down onto this lane. Nami Lucian's a lane that we've seen across multiple different regions, right? LCS, LPL, LCK. It is not like just a solo queue lane. It is really disgusting. But they're gonna end up rotating the Karma. This still allows Lucian to go mid lane, with Sloth is no stranger to. He has played at mid lane and he's been having really good success on it. Karma is probably the only one where even then they could flex it mid, they could flex it support. A lot of hidden flexibility coming out from the Ducks here. And I think Unicorns, they need to answer with something ferocious.
The Xin Zhao is just a great pickup. He did get buffed recently as well, and his clear is not the greatest, but his ganks are so insane, and that's exactly what we've seen the Ducks do. Neural Synaptic has just been moving around the map, making plays, fighting the enemy jungler at every given opportunity, and calling for his solo laners to follow, or, if the solo laners are the ones that call that play. It doesn't really matter because that's a perfect pick for it. Jarvan and Xin Zhao, very similar playstyle. Their level 2s are very strong. Level 3s are really great at finding big plays, and the Unicorns, they're going to grab the Zac, they're going to run it back. And we'll see if that. I think could be a top lane Zac. I'm gonna keep saying this. I think top lane Zac is a good pick, but Zac in the jungle is very susceptible to getting punished here, especially by a champ like the Xin Zhao. I'll see what these bans are gonna entail here.
Yeah, Xin Zhao can just kind of walk in level 2, level 3, and really just mess with this Zac. Zac either has to go for a full clear on one of his sides to hit level 3, but he doesn't really unlock his ganking potential until he gets a couple points into the E, right? Level 1, level 2 E
it does nothing.
Good.
It's turbo useless.
Yeah, it doesn't get you those interesting gank angles, the ones where you can get them behind the tri-bush or behind tower where you're flying in from half a screen away. You got to get some points in, so you got to farm a little bit on this Zac. Really, it's going to be tough for him to kind of navigate as the bans come in. Ducks taking the Swain away, taking the Ahri away, more mid lane bans. 4 mid lane bans have come out in this last rotation of bans for both Unicorns and Ducks. So the champ pool has been limited. I like Gangplank as a blindable top lane. Really, really strong. He's a strong scaling option. You just get to that late game, and if your top laner can execute on those barrel combos,
no,
you're not gonna be. No, they're not picking T-Row. No way. They're probably picking a tank, or maybe Camille or Fiora. A lot of good picks are up here. I think Fiora is really good in the Gangplank. I think Irelia can kind of do the trick as well, but I wouldn't mind if they just picked like an Ornn. Or Gnar. Yeah, Gnar works too.
That's fine.
Can abuse the range, can play the range game with Gangplank, right? Not just get parlayed to death consistently.
Yep. And it's going to be, wow, the Ziggs pickup here for Sloth. And I don't know if we've seen this pick yet. That is not allowed. We'll see what
I like how that is not allowed.
Nope. Definitely not allowed here, but we'll see what they grab up here. They could hover it because it wasn't disabled in the bans, but is not allowed to be played. We'll see what they are going to grab up here. Instead of that, it's going to be the Casio. A very interesting answer.
If they lock it in?
Yeah.
I like this. I like this a lot. Limits a lot of the movement that the Ducks want to do, right? The Lucian, the Gnar, the Zinzao as well. Once you put that W down from the Cassiopeia, it kind of forces them into a sticky situation. Especially if Unicorns can layer this right, they can go Ash Arrow into the Cassiopeia W, into the Zac engage, and you literally can't do anything about it. You cannot flash, you cannot dash, you cannot do anything. No movement abilities are allowed during the Cassiopeia W. And with the Ducks, right, they want to be moving and grooving, right? They have the Karma Mantra E, they have the Lucian E, they have the Gnar engages, right? They want to get in your face. And this is a very good composition crafted from the Unicorns. They have good secondary and primary engage. They have good follow-up with the Gangplank. They have chase potential. They have kiting. They have scaling, right? They 100% win the scaling war with Gangplank Cassiopeia. On all fronts, other than the early game, Unicorns pretty much win.
Definitely. I think this is a lot stronger of a composition drafted here by the Unicorns. And I think it has to do with the fact that their go button is not, or they have multiple go buttons, right? Last time, their go button got Omega bullied, was perma shoved into his own jungle, getting fought at his red buff, getting fought at his blue buff. He was not allowed to play the game properly. So this time, they have ways to start a fight. They have the Ash Arrow, they have that GP ultimate, and both of those are basically global, so you can just say, hey, we want to start a fight right on this little point on the map. And you guys can't really have any answer to it, because there's just no way to deal with a GP ultimate followed up by an Ash ultimate. There's so many ways they can look to have the Zac be secondary engage, right? Just not start off the fight, not be the one getting one-tapped here. So, I mean, just having options is exactly what the Unicorns need here, because their options were very limited there in game one, and when their only option got taken out of the game, it was just so much harder for those fights to play out. The Ducks, on the other hand, they have an extremely strong early game with the Lucian, Karma, Zinzao, and Gnar Ziggs are solid early to mid-game champs, but those three, the bot side jungle, just show us how strong of an early game the Ducks are really looking for, and we're going to see if they're able to pull it off here.
So, quick update, right? Because we can obviously, me and you, Saul, can see the picks going out in order. That is a Ziggs Karma bot lane.
Oh, Ziggs Karma bot, that's just true.
So they flex the Lucian into the Cassiopeia, get the Lucian a pretty solid matchup, right? A lane building matchup. Cassiopeia has to land the Q, which can be dodged by the Lucian E. Like, he is a very good time laning into Cass. Cass is going to have a hard time. And also, Ziggs Karma is going to have the consistent shove onto Ash Janna, right? Janna, I see some people in the chat, not a big fan of that champion. It's not amazing,
okay,
but it does a good job in countering Zinzao Gnar, right? Like, when they jump in, all Janna has to do is press one button, and that resets the fight completely. They're allowed to reassess and figure out what they want to do. So, I mean, I don't hate the pick, but I don't know how strong Ash Janna is going to be against Ziggs Karma. Like, Mass Hydra's probably going to have to consistently camp bot for any, hope that Ash and Janna will be able to get out of lane with any sort of strength. So, really nice flex from the Ducks. I said it before, and I'll say it again. Giving them Lucian Seraphine is just not worth it. You either take one away or you ban both, right? In this case, they actually ended up banning the Wukong, the Vladimir, and the Seraphine. I think you could sub out that Vladimir or Wukong ban. I think the Wukong ban you can remove and definitely, put the Lucian in there. But we'll see if the Unicorns have crafted the composition to go against this Ducks squadron right now.
Definitely. And I think this is the way to do it, right? Change up your options, give yourself more ways into the game, and we're going to give ourselves, a way into the game by going over to a quick break as we get things rolling for game number 2 of the night. We'll be right back. Hello, everyone. How are you doing? Once again, teams are on the same side, and we are rolling for the second game of the VRD semifinals here in summer. And Ducks on the blue side once again, Unicorns in red, and it's just going to be another 5-point from either side. No aggressive wards being placed just yet. It's a little bit scary to deal with at the moment, so everyone's just going to be chill. Everyone's going to calm themselves for a little bit here before we start rolling here in what's going to be a bloody match.
Yeah, I don't even think necessarily any team has the right to engage, right? I mean, you look on both sides. There's not really any hard CC unless like Zig starts like Satchel, right, or goes E. Karma's not gonna start Root most likely. Cassiopeia, Zach, like none of them want to invade each other, right? They're more than happy to just stay on their 5-point, get the defensive ward downs. Both of these teams, want a lane, but they want a lane for different aspects. They want blue team side of the Ducks. They want to have a undisturbed laning phase so they can exert a lot of early pressure. On the flip side, you have the Unicorns who don't want to be invaded, don't want to waste resources because they want to gather as much farm as possible. They want to scale into that late game where they're going to be super strong with the GP, with the Cassiopeia, and just be able to win these mid to late game fights. So, yeah, no initiative to invade. Gonna see what Master Hydra does because last time he didn't get invaded. And I want to see what he's going to do in regards to his pathing. Is he going to full clear bot? Is he going to 3 camp? Is he going to let himself get invaded once again? Because there's not a lot of initiative, not a lot of priority going to come out from Cassiopeia or Gangplank.
Definitely. And both these lanes are going to have a rough time here. Neurosynaptic already going for a level 2 gank onto Jay, but not going to find too much success from that one. Going to just walk away and smile and wave.
They see him on the ward here. Are they going to be able to do anything?
They're trying to pressure for level 2.
There. Yeah, they're trying to pressure for it. They're trying to go for the same thing twice. I think Zach, immediately what he does, he just has to beeline it to the Raptors and take the Krugs. That's his best bet right there, right? He's going to have to concede some of these camps, and that's exactly what he's doing. He's going to check for wards as he walks his way over there. So he won't be too far behind. He's realistically only going to be 1 camp behind.
He's going for Sloth. Look at the wave, though. It's pretty massive. I don't know if they can fight in this one. Oh, he's just going to go for the Raptors, though. Beeline for that one. But Bleeding Wolves may be the sacrificial lamb here. Neurosynaptic is going to look for the rotation here. Going to step over that ward, though. And they aren't going to find the knock-up. Does force the flash away from the GP.
That is just a brain gap from Bleeding Wolves there, right? You saw Xin Zhao walk into your jungle. You knew he was taking the red. You have to play that lane a bit more defensively. You cannot be playing that far up. Give up some CS if you have to, but burning your flash that early, especially against Neurosynaptic, who's known to just consistently chain gank, right? He's gonna come back there. He's gonna visit that top lane. Funnily enough, Neurosynaptic ended up only taking the red buff, left the Raptors, I believe, and the Krug camps. So if Hydra can get out of here, he can actually come out with a lead.
He's coming up with a huge lead, up 2 camps in a great position here so far. But the Xin Zhao is going to be able to at least grab 1 crab for himself and maybe look for a later bit of an invade here. But JDK's wave not in a great position here, especially considering where the Xin Zhao is. We see both junglers coming towards this mid lane, converging on this position. Campom going to get knocked up, though, by
the 2v2?
Oh, it's going to be a 2v2 in the mid lane for sure, or in this bottom side jungle, but the Janna going to have that first rotation, going to be able to make it on over there first. And we just see, some general trading on the top side, nothing too crazy, nothing to write home about here.
No, nothing to write home about. Ooh, we saw some fainting, some fading right now.
All going in onto Bleeding Wolves.
Flashless.
No mana as well. Does he have enough for the Scurvy? This flash wallop is found as well. Kale Paul going in, doing so much damage here, but Neurosynaptic might be caught out as well. Gets caught out on the Raptors, and first blood goes over to JDK. Yeah, but it is going to be a trade 1-for-1 as Paul just finds the solo bolo up in the top side. No help needed, baby.
Neurosynaptic biting off a lot more than he can chew there. He knew that he was down in camps, right? You tab over, you see Zach. Oh my god, he's like 4 camps above me. Wait a minute, he took my Krugs, he took my Raptors. I should have gone and taken his Raptors. He saw the solo kill happening in the top lane, thought he had priority, didn't realize that JDK had first move. And that W coming out from Cassiopeia stuffed any sort of escape that Neurosynaptic had. Then you layer the CC on, you start layering the Twin Fangs, and eventually Neurosynaptic is dead there. Pays for his life, all for a bucket of chicken, unfortunately.
Yeah, the KFC not really looking too worthwhile so far, and First Dragon has just made its way onto the Rift here. Xin Zhao just trying to clear up, still down 2 camps, struggling in a little bit, and taking a look at the Goldie, JDK having that first blood puts them in a substantial lead.
Yeah, but bot lane is actually going, pretty neutral right now. I
Mhm.
think Spectral should have the push. He's probably waiting,
No
getting ready
mana.
to sit on that. Yeah, he almost has enough gold for the lost chapter right now, so he's probably just waiting on that before he TPs back, right? It's a flash TP lane versus flash heal. Ooh, Juanito.
I'm not going to get rooted up, but going to take some damage in return. And mana bars on everyone apart from Cam, looking very, very low, right? So Shove should definitely be... Oh, they're going in again. Flashless on this GP once more, and Neurosynaptic going to be looking for the play. He's going to get knocked up once more, and there it is. The first play is going to be made, and Neurosynaptic takes that one, evening it up in the jungle just a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's obvious, right? Like I said, Neurosynaptic is going to pay that visit into the top lane again. A flashless GP, got solo killed recently, burned the TP. I mean, it's setting up all the parameters for the perfect gank. Now, good job from Hydra and the boys to really pick up this early dragon. As we've seen, early dragon stacking has been king across all major regions. So I think just getting that and really extending the game is what's important, right? Because now you extend Soul Point, you extend potentially one of the win conditions for the Ducks here, right? Even if they end up getting the next 3 dragons, that at least extends the game another 20 minutes, which brings us into that mid to late game where, in theory, Unicorn should be very, very strong with the Cassiopeia, with the GP, even though the GP has been kind of bullied out so far.
And late game is going to be very scary here for the Ducks. They don't really have that much range apart from maybe that Ziggs. So they really have to be looking for picks as this game does go later and later, because 5v5 is just going to be so difficult. But all things considered, it's a 200 gold lead in favor of the Unicorns. They have a kill deficit, however, but I mean, just looking at overall laning so far, this Ashe has gotten a lot of CS, and the Zac having some great plays by moving around and getting these camps while the Zinzao was trying to find plays that unfortunately weren't working, but there has been one successful gank done by the Zinzao so far.
I think right now, if you look at the Unicorns, if they're even in gold, they're ahead. If they're slightly behind, they're still fine, right? The fact that they're, 500 gold ahead right now is boding really well for them. Now, granted, some of that gold is onto Zac, but another chunk of that gold is onto the Cassiopeia and Ashe, and that's really good to see, right? That early kill for Cass got her the lost chapter, got her the Amp Tome, and now she's just scaling fine. She's doing good. And Zinzao is a little bit behind. You can see, right? Level 6, and then I believe Mass Hydra should tick level 7 once he takes the Raptor, then the red
They don't
buff.
find the knockup. Munito's going in, though. They get dashed on, forced to flash away. There it is, the flash forward. They find the knockup onto Munito. There's the Super Mega Death Bomb doing a lot of work here, and they find it. Cam takes that kill. Lost Dinosaur's trying to get out to safety, uses that flash, and will they be able to make that out? But no, the flash forward takes that one, and it's 2 for 0, and they can't even find a return.
Disaster in the bot lane, not understanding or not respecting the timers right now. Neurosynaptic on a ganking spree. Mass Hydra trying to make something work right now. Lucian should be able to dash out.
You should have the Relentless Pursuit available here, and he is going to be able to flash out to safety. He's going to get pulled back, a beautiful pull, but no! The Petrified Gaze goes wide, but Sloth taking so much damage, and calls the wrong way, and Mass Hydra takes the kill.
Hits him with the double gat back attack, Shiatsu Massage, and doesn't really do anything for them as JDK and Masked Hydra pick up the kill with a couple summoners and ultimates burned here. Pings are now going on to the Rift Herald. They should be able to take this, but Camcom is here. Sloth has respawned.
They're looking for Jay. No flash available. Gonna find a beautiful knockup. That's a lot of damage. The Barry's gonna be burned as well. But who's gonna be taking out first? The shutdown goes over. JDK takes that one. But Pale Paul has found their way over. But a beautiful arrow. But a stun as well. Masked Hydra has the pass available. Bleeding Wolf trying to find some damage. But Cam has the shields available. Look at the damage on the Bleeding Wolf's flash forward. Trying to find Cam. Can they do it? The root is there as well. Masked Hydra finds a knockup. But Sloth is gonna reach there first. Bleeding Wolf trying to get out to safety. But Pale Paul takes the kill. And Zac is stuck as in the passive, and the blobs are going to be given over to the Sloth. The Master Degree Master, the PhD, the Doctor, takes that kill.
House Call is in. He finally comes back, ends up picking up 1 kill for himself, but that is the full tank KL Paul special. I asked him, I asked the interview from Camcom last week. I said, is KL Paul just willing to slam any pick with full tank? And it looks like so with the 3-0 lead. Well, he did have some criticisms when he played that Darius game, when he played some other games. Opting in for full tank Gnar can be dangerous, especially when you have this big of a lead. I would expect Hullbreaker, maybe Triforce, Divine Sunderer, something with a little bit more oomph, but he is just full on sticking it with the full tank, doesn't need anything else, and that may actually end up hurting them the later this game goes.
Definitely, and all things considered, looking for a play. Wallop gonna go wide, looking for a little bit of something onto Bleeding Wolves, but it's just gonna be an even trade. Narbar had to be burned while he still had it available, and he's just trying to trade as well as he can.
Honestly, the Gnar ultimate, it's like a 90-second cooldown. It's pretty short that you can use it
Look
in
at
lane.
look at the cooldown.
Yeah,
90 seconds, that's so insane.
Yeah, it's you can use it in lane more than once and it'll be fine, especially when he's looking to use it just as a
Cam gonna get knocked up here. They're trying to find something, but that Mantra Q does buy some space. Oh, the Mythic Gap, though, hurting a lot here. The Lucian kind of struggling. Does have the gold for it, but just hasn't been able to find the base timer just yet. So Casio going to be sitting pretty, but Gale Force has been grabbed up here by Sloth.
Yeah, finally picks up the Gale Force here. Cass is going to push this lane in, but Synaptic is here to pick up some leftover XP that he got, and Hydra going for that full tank Mythic as well, opting in for the Sunfire Cape. I've seen some Zacs go the Frostfire Gauntlet just for the extra HP passive and the slow, but I don't hate it, right? They're gonna go for this dragon here.
They're going for it.
Mass
It's
Hydra.
Hextech. It's going to be hurting a little bit. And look, the Ziggs poke over the wall is going to go unanswered. They don't really have a way to follow up here. Look, his Hellfire is shredding.
Gotta get out of there.
Going to hit that dragon. He's taking so much damage as well. Paul has made their way down to the bot side as well. They can look for something here. He's trying to take the dragon. 900, but it's going to be a scale coming through. And Narbar almost filled up as well. He's going to look for the Gnar into the wall. But Mass Hydra trying to buy as much space as he can. Finds one, but the Petrifying Gaze finds him as well. A beautiful Monsoon from the Janna buys some space. Sloth cannot join the fight, but Mass Hydra's going to be taken down first. Paul trying to find the damage with those bullet tosses over the wall. Goes Neurosynaptic, and they might be able to find the kill. Jay is taken down as well, and they are winning this fight. The Hellfires are not there, and they have to back off and give the dragon as well.
And that's a 4v5, and Bleeding Wolves, even with the TP, like, what could he realistically do? His barrels are not max level. He does not have any real solid components for himself. He goes into that fight, he probably doesn't do anything. Gets the tower. He's going to get tower gold for himself. He's going to get some plates, but other than that, I mean, that's a one fight from the Ducks here. 2 plates to Bleeding Wolves is really nice. Gangplank's going to be able to push the lane out, deny some minions. 9-3 right now, a 2k gold lead, roughly, for the Ducks here.
Sloth be dead. Blue Spike going to be used. They find that pullback here onto Sloth. Can they take him down, though? The Elastic Slingshot going to go wide, and Sloth looking for some return damage, but has the red buff to sustain as well. He could potentially stay, but should just look for a base and get himself some more HP and items in the back pocket. Plate going to go down as well.
Yeah, Juanito's going to get a plate in the bot lane. So, yeah, it's about it's about roughly 2k, right? 1.8, 1.9, fluctuating between there. But I don't know. Like, it felt like such a rock and a hard place for Masked Hydra, right? He's just burning the dragon down by himself, gets it stolen from Synaptic, and then you don't have a tank as well for that engage. No front line, so essentially KL Paul got to walk in for free, get the stun onto JDK, and unfortunately Juanito is not at that point where he can start doing damage. This is also going to be a shield bow Ash instead of the Kraken Slayer version, so he's going to be outputting even less damage than, what you would expect an AD carry to be putting out. So a lot of the damage is going to come from Bleeding Wolves and JDK, and they're just not there yet.
They still have to wait for the item breakpoints. Bleeding Wolves 0-3 only has the Essence Reaver to their name. And this Gnar already finished that Mythic, moving towards the Titanic Hydra. The standard build we've seen coming through from Paul. This tech has been working out. It worked out against the Tigers, and it seems to be working here against, the Unicorns too. Oh, they're looking for the play here onto Sloth. Going to be able to dodge away using that Relentless Pursuit, but they could find the pullback. They don't able to walk out in time. And Sloth walks away, dodge out of that NATO as well, but Neurosynaptic going to get spotted out by that pink ward.
Yeah, those miasmas have just not been really helpful in setting up these ganks. Sloth has been playing the range pretty well, essentially not allowing himself to get miasma E'd. Basically, the only chance they have is JDK kind of flash the miasmas, flashes, and then W's on the Cassiopeia. Then he can potentially catch out Sloth PhD, but really good play from him overall in the mid lane. Only has died one time so far, and I mean, overall, the Ducks have been playing really well, right? Top lane has been playing really nice. I mean, Synaptic has been on a ganking spree. Now the farm difference that was accumulated during the early game has been essentially eclipsed now, and another gank off the mid lane.
What do they say insanity is, right? You keep trying the same thing over and over and over again, expecting a different result, but nothing changes. And so far, that's what's been happening in the mid lane. But maybe eventually they'll catch Sloth sleeping, but, Sloths are already lazy enough, so they always have their eyes looking for something since their bodies don't do much.
Oh, Neosynaptic looking for something crazy.
For the
insane
play here
here,
onto
right?
Hydra, doing some decent damage there, finding the knockup as well, but the Elastic Link shot should be available. Slot trying to find the play. It's not going to be able to find a dash as the ball finds. The Relentless Pursuit doing so much damage. Gale Force 4 forces the flash out of Masked Hydra. Arrow going to go
JDK's
wide.
out of
JDK
position.
might be next on the menu. They could look for a play here. Has the Patrol Gaze forces the flash, but Neosynaptic not going to go meant for more because he
Hydra's gonna
knows
die.
Hydra could die.
Oh,
Is not
okay.
going to be. It has the passive
Oh.
though. Really hard to commit for.
Yeah, I
Dragon
thought
up in a
Paul was
minute
gonna
though.
Go for it.
No
Dragon
flash.
Dragon is up in a minute, and if I'm Unicorns, I concede this. Give it up. Don't even try to fight it.
Oh my goodness.
already
Bleeding
gotten
Wolves
your
trying to
one
run
drag.
away, struggling.
my
Look at Paul.
lord.
So much damage the orange going to be used. This could just be a solo bullet flash for. It doesn't even matter. The hop is going to do it and flash out to safety. Paul finds the single dingle.
The solo bolo, the single dingle, the kill in the top lane for KL Paul, all without the
Oh,
Mega Nut.
Neosynaptic, beautiful
Ooh.
Petrifying Gaze finds, but the mana is just not there, and Neosynaptic is going to be able to push that way. Burns that again. The cooldown right before the dragon. Just great work coming in from Neural.
Yeah, and unfortunate for Bleeding Wolves, 0-4 now. Does have the Essence Reaver, but still, I don't think they can join this dragon fight. They're not there. They don't have the
No ulti
initiative. They don't have
either.
the barrel set up. Yeah, no Petrifying Gaze, no GP ult. And they're actually gonna... Okay, they're gonna
ceding
concede
it.
it looks like. Yeah, they're conceding it. That's fine. That's fine. Farm as much as you can. You got your one free dragon. You've extended the game by an extra 5 minutes. You're fine to just farm. Don't force
They're
any
gonna go
plays.
wide. Oh, they try and find Sloth, but they cannot do it. He's trying to find the knockup, but the Let's Bounce doing a decent amount of work, but Crescent Guard on the backside, buying Neosynaptic some space. They can't find Masked Hydra, though.
Bounce
The Ignite
into
is gonna be
his
there.
death.
Over the wall he goes. Is gonna make it out to safety, but they can't really do much off of that except grab the dragon. They burn a couple of cooldowns. They burn one Psalm. They burn two, but they are going to lose the dragon.
Yeah, Let's Bounce turned into Let's Dip from Masked Hydra as he just immediately, as soon as he took that E, and he's like, yeah, I gotta get out of here.
I'm outta here.
Yeah.
I gotta go.
The Dragon is gonna be taking Spectral, eats 2 tower shots, but he's gonna pick up this tower most likely for free as Ziggs is, is a champion that can just do a massive amount of damage with this W, with the satchel,
Trying to
and
catch
last
Sloth, they
dinosaurs.
just can't do it though. And Bonito taking
No.
a big chunk of damage, but they might have found Gnar. He has the hop because going to get out to safety. He has the Gnar bar available, TP into the back line as well. It's going to be the Ziggs though. Are they going to collapse? They aren't going to look for the turn. The Glacial Augment buying a lot of space, but they are going to force them off the Rift Herald. And the health bars are kind of low, though.
Let it
It is a
reset.
little scary.
Let it
Half
reset.
HP. They should let it reset here. It is going to reset, but at least they get the scuttle. But something's going on here. No Gnar bar available for the next, I think, 45 seconds. I don't know how long that cooldown is, but they're looking for some decent damage here. Rift Herald finally going to fully
Ash has
reset
arrow.
here. Ash does have arrow. They could look for the shot across the map, but they are giving up bot tower for this play.
Yeah, essentially, Ash is picking up free gold, free XP, denying a bunch.
Oh, the Calling Blade finds some decent
out.
damage here. KL Paul building up the rage as well. They're doing some damage. JDK going to get chunked out as well. Rift Herald is going to buy some time, buy some space here. Barrels down as well.
Man right now.
The fifth man arrow going to find one. It finds Cam, but is that the player you want to go on? They find a beautiful Elastic Leech to the back line.
Oh,
GP Ultimate buying so much
Hydra.
space, but beautiful Mega Inferno Bomb doing a lot of work as well. Masked Hydra trying to find something on the backside. Last Dinosaurs is going to be taken out. Paul just popping off here, doing so much damage to the back line. This Gnar is unstoppable. This Gnar is going crazy, and they are going to grab the Rift Herald as well. It's going to be a 5-0 in favor of the Ducks.
5-0. If you count the Rift Herald as the fifth right there. Disaster for the Unicorns, and that's what you see when you only have one sole damage source, right? Bleeding Wolves could not get any barrels off. He could not really get any combos off. He wasn't able to do damage. So if Ash is not there, and your GP is not online, and JDK is the only damage source you have, and he dies early, you're gonna get wiped every single time. You lose your lives, you lose your Herald, you may just lose the game off of that, Unicorns. So we guys gotta really rethink when you take these team fights, because yes, Juanito did get gold, he did get the tower, but that's an Ash with a shield bow on. I mean, just very confusing from the Unicorns here.
And the Dragon's up here in 2 minutes, 43 seconds. Their cooldown should all be available for this next fight. So the Ducks just finding their moments and just popping off here. The arrow hits Cam, but that doesn't really matter when the rest of the damage dealers are left untouched. The Zac tried to find the backlight, was not able to do so. And things are just getting scarier and scarier. We said that they have the scaling factor, but they're going to lose Dragons. They're losing so much gold as well. This GP is so far from coming online. Hasn't even finished that second item when everyone is getting so much closer. Things are just getting scary.
It literally makes no sense as to why we're picking scaling compositions as the Unicorns and opting into dragon fights in the early game, 4v5.
Oh, Slow has been found here into the wall. He goes, gonna use that orange to buy himself some space, but Paul already has that movement speed in that mini form. Bleeding Wolf just does negative damage, and it's another kill. Paul is legendary. Paul is godlike, and they could convert that into a Baron or some dragon setup.
Yeah, this could easily be a Baron here. Second Rift Herald goes down, has to be answered into the top lane. Masked Hydra is very, very far away from this. Now, the damage isn't quite there yet. It is going to go down pretty slow because KL Paul did end up building full, pretty much tank here. But if they don't get to this soon enough, it will get down. Ooh, last Dinosaur's just going to die.
It's not going to be taken down. The Ignite, the flash forward. Sloth finds the kill, finds the pick, and Masked Hydra trying to find the play here onto Sloth. He's dealing so much damage. The Zac base is there, and the arrow going to go wide. It does find Paul, but over the wall he goes into nothing. There's this low 4K on the Dragon. Masked Hydra going to be taking these back spikes damage. Has no way out of the fight. Just TP onto the backline. Paul trying to find JDK, trying to find Money to Soul, trying to do something. They find one shot down. They take down Lucian. At the same time, Paul's going to fall as well. Cassio gets 2, and they have to run for the hills. The Ducks are flying. They're waddling their way out, and they aren't going to be able to find anything off of that play. An overstay leads to their demise.
Unicorns could flip this right now. They could take this Baron. They have so much damage. Ziggs has... TP is almost up. It has ticked up just now, but I don't know if that's enough. Can
46 seconds.
members...
Hydra's low.
Yeah, this is a lot of damage. JDK is on the Cassiopeia with the Leandros, with the Archangels. You also have GP onto it.
They have the
my
bomb.
god, this Baron's going down so quickly.
The TP as well going to be used. This 1K, they are going to find that Baron. The objective bounty's claimed, and Spectral goes to try to find some decent damage. Bleeding Wolf taking so much, has the bomb. Can he use it? JDK, though, looking to find those Twin Fangs, doing some decent work here. Synaptic finds, does not find, the wind becomes lightning. At the same time, though, Zac is going to find that base, but they're trying to stop the bases. The TP up to the top side. Sloth is going to try and find the play. Has the Gale Force, has the play, has the damage in his back pocket. No shield bow, and it's going to be KL Paul who finds the snipe. The boomerang is there, and JDK taking so much damage. But JDK finds it, but a beautiful crushing guard onto the backside. He's doing so much work, but the exhaust is going to find the space as well. It's a double kill for the Cassio. His snake is online. Medusa is here, and they're trying to find a little bit more. They find this route on the Spectral. They find the pullback as well, and he has no way out. Force the flash away, and Camcom is running for the hills as well. Sloth goes down to the bot side, though. They have no way in. They just can't get this dragon. They're going to give up third.
They're going to give up third dragon. Lucian is going to be soloing it here onto the bot side, but JDK and Bleeding Wolves are making way. The double Grat attack. The Shiatsu comes out for the dragon here, and Sloth PhD going to take it with the twin pistolas, the Akimbo slicers over here from Sloth PhD, and he's going to get a pink ward for his trouble. So the third dragon, Soul Point, finally online for the Ducks. 27 minutes in, that's where we're going to get our next fight. That's probably where we're going to get the game-deciding fight. So
they need to win this one.
Soul.
We see how scary this Cassiopeia is, right? 3 items to their name, popping off here. It's 6, 3, and 1. This is a scary snake, and things are just going south here. But one thing to note, Sloth was not there for that second re-engage. It was Spectral who TP'd in. It was Paul who was there as well. And at least they get the dragon for their troubles, but they gave up so much gold. The gold is basically even now.
It's even. Kill count is up for the Ducks, but they have just not been farming. They have been fighting. They give away 2, or I would say 1 massive objective. The gold injection coming out from the Unicorns as well. You just look at the CS numbers across the board, right? GP's ahead. I mean, Cassiopeia has 6 kills to 4, right, for the Lucian. Also has an assist online. It's just, it becomes more apparent that the gold has been funneled into the right members of the Unicorns. You have a 9 and 2 Gnar.
Okay, they're going bot side. Oh, they want Sloth. Has the Gale Force, has the way out, has the Relentless Pursuit, is not going to be able to find his way outside of that pullback. The beautiful Blue Smite finds that space. They're going to find the arrow. The shields are there. JDK finds the big snipe, finds the play, and they are able to find 1, but there is no objective on the board. They could just try and grab up this second tier 2, though.
A lot of ultimates were used here, though. Mass, Bleeding Wolves, and Ash's arrow was used here. Arrow not online. It looks like KL Paul is just going to push to his wildest dreams, and somebody has to answer him. And can these 2 members hold it?
It's a Ziggs, and it's a Karma. They can just wave clear these for days, so there's nothing they can even do to answer. And they also traded a tier 2 for the life of Sloth, and you take that every day of the week.
I mean, right now, essentially what Unicorns have done is they've got the Baron that says, we took this Baron because you guys shouldn't have it. It would end the game, right? It's a takeaway Baron. It's not the Baron where you realistically push for a lot of objectives. They got the tier 1 in the mid. They got a couple kills here and there, but the gold has finally pretty much evened out at the 25-minute mark for the Unicorns. And this is when they start coming online. This is when they can start winning these team fights, right? 3.5 item, almost 4 item cast. You almost have a 3 item GP. Don't agree with the collector, but I mean, at that point, maybe you're just going for some instant power into these next team fights, right? Looking to get as much damage as possible. He's 0-6-4 right now. You also have Ash, who's cresping on to the wit's end here. So gonna have a really nice matchup into the Ziggs. I mean, if there is any chance, any dragon fight that they win, it has to be this one for the Unicorns, right? Coming up in 2 minutes, set the vision down, don't die early, don't blow any of your summoners, and really just play this team fight front to back and just use your comp,
No, they
right?
could look for Cam here. They're finding the elastic clean shot. Are they going to commit? They are not. But Snap might be walking, biting off more than he can chew. Over the wall goes Sloth PhD, looking for a little bit of something that they cannot find. Arrow's going to find Sloth, but that's it. It's not going to be a long stun either. And when it becomes Lightning, finds when he does Soul. Monsoon buys the space, but the damage is there. And the colleague finds the kill. Takes one. Execution has been found, and Bonito helps take down his own ball lane, and they aren't able to walk away in time, and the turret's down as well. They gave up 2 kills, 1 minute 30 seconds, and they're trying to commit for more, trying to buy some cooldowns, trying to buy something. Crescent Guard buys the space.
Fighting
That's
back,
Hydra doing a lot of work in the backline. A beautiful flash finds Nar into the wall. The stun is there from the wall up as well. They're trying to find a bit of nice Petrifying Gaze finds something. Neurosynaptic is going to be taken down, but they do take down the Casio. Shutdown goes over to Sloth, and over the wall they could potentially look to go, and Sloth PC is going to go over. Has the flash, could look to commit for more, but they are just going to grab these towers. Oh my goodness, that's so much damage. And Bleedable's trying to find the damage, trying to find something here onto Sloth, but the ultimate is not enough. And Paul just easily takes down this GP. It's not even remotely close. And the Moose Number Newer keeps them alive. The Gnar bar is there, though. They could look for a turnaround here. They don't have the Gnar available just yet, though, and they are just going to walk away, dragging up in 50.
The back timers are very wonky for the Ducks right now. They weren't able to properly reset, so they have to get back out onto the map very, very quickly. TP is up for Spectral, but the wards need to be reset. Camcom does not have, only has 1 ward in her pocket and 1 pink ward. They need to reset. They need to start getting these wards onto the map so they can start establishing control. Everybody on the sides of Unicorn is back out on the map right now.
Spectral's trying to run away, but the blue spite is there. Top side, they find a beautiful arrow. They find something here with Masked Hydra. Is spending so much time. They do get the kill, though. He is not where he needs to be, and they're down a member for the soul fight. But it might be Lost Dinosaurs is going to be caught out here. Sloth trying to find something, cannot find anything, though. And that is not the time to die.
Off the plant, Zach does it, man. Off the plant with the Q. 4v5, I believe Neurosynaptic.
Oh my!
So that guy's dead, pretty much. He's
basically dead. Neurosynaptic has to go over the steel.
Drag the dragon out.
Drag it out. Oh my goodness, it's going to be really close. Paul trying to find the engage here. They're trying to buy some time for Spectral to spawn in. He's up in 7, up in 5. 3K on the dragon. They have that blue ward to spot out Neurosynaptic here, but they are keeping it leashed. It's 3K. Can they do anything here? They find the teleportation device as well, and into the back line. They find something onto Bleeding Wolves here as well. 1800 on the dragon. They're going to get soul. They give it up. Onto the back line goes back Hydra. Finds a beautiful let's bounce, but they're trying to buy some space with that Crescent Guard, and it's going to be that passive burn. Sloth PhD trying to buy some space, trying to buy some time, and they're trying to land the poke. And they find one. The Zac is down, but the damage coming in from that Ziggs is huge, and they're going to try and convert that. But no, the shutdown comes through. He is collected. He's taken down and flashed away. Neurosynaptic going to get caught out by Lost Dinosaurs. Might be taken out and flash away. The heal is there as well to buy some space. And there it is. That Miasma stopping Neurosynaptic from looking for. The knockup is there, and Medusa Soul finds 1, but they do give up the soul for 2.
We're just not taking out wards? We're not just taking out pink wards? It's KO Paul TP'd in the top lane. Looking to end the game by himself right now. Has the Infernal Soul. Yep, the Infernal Soul is up for the Ducks right now. They've got it in their pockets. These team fights just got a lot harder, right? The one way that you beat these scaling composition is to get an Infernal Soul. Get a dragon that does damage. They rolled it, they flipped it, and they got it. Ducks really, really just making this game, making the Unicorns sweat for it.
Yeah, and they are sweating indeed. Camcom and Last Dinosaurs, being those supportal combats here, but JDK is there for support. Over the wall goes KL. Paul does not have the Rage Bar available. Petrifying Guys is up as well. Could look for something there, but Paul just going to walk away. Getting shredded, though, but is going to be able to make it out to safety.
He's doing fine right now. The game has kind of reset just a little bit. Baron is up on the menu right now. Both of these teams looking to take it. Both of these teams looking to end the game with it, most likely, as this Baron is the second one of the match right now. And we've hit the late game. We've hit the 30-minute mark. We've hit the one-shot GP barrels, or nearly one shot right now. But there is just so much burst, so much damage coming out from the Ducks because of that Infernal Soul. And that might have just cost the Unicorns the game. They're giving that up, letting it flip, not taking the vision out, letting it be constantly leashed. I mean, they had the HP lead. They literally killed Spectral. They could have forced the 5v4, not let Spectral TP in, at least clear the vision. There's no way in hell Ducks take that fight without thinking like they're going to either flip the dragon or just lose it entirely. They let the TP come in. Disaster strikes. They get wiped. They almost get wiped. They get the Dragon Soul taken away. I mean, it is just from bad to worse for the Unicorns.
For sure.
Oh boy, there's a little bit of a host found in our game, but all things considered, it's scary for both sides here. Infernal Soul is just a lot to stand by and watch here, and can they really do anything to find this? You know, Elder's up in 3 minutes, and everyone's just sort of meandering about, but they're going to try and two-man this Baron right here, right now. Find some base, but that ward's going to reveal their location. They know they're on it, and they're trying to deal the damage. It's 12k HP, though. It's quite tanky at this given point in time, and they're trying to find that rotation. Paul has no TV, has to walk from bot lane, though.
That's
they're just baiting.
Right? Ziggs with Infernal, right? He can just poke you out. 1Q is like half your health if you're anyone but
Oh,
Master
no
Hydra.
Synaptic might be caught here. They could find the pullback, not going to be able to find it. Sloth, PhD trying to do the damage. What a beautiful arrow from Juanito finds the play, but they cannot find the elastic change shot. They cannot find that anything, and they are going to use that cannon barrage as well to try and buy some space, try and find some time for themselves here. Bleeding Wolves taking a decent amount of damage, but the tower's going to go down. Redemption going to try and buy some HP for them, but this Gnar is just split pushing in the bot lane. They find the Miasma onto Sloth. He is going to dash away the flash for the Petrifying Gaze, only going to find Neural Synaptic, not going to find the stun. Crescent Guard stops that engage from the Zac as well, finds the pullback, but Juanito Soul taking so much damage. Spectral trying to find something here, but who is he going to find? No, the Juanito Soul just takes that kill so easily. Juanito Soul walking away as well. Janna finds that kill on the backside. JDK finds the kill. This fight is going disastrous here. Capcom trying to run away, but they can't do anything except watch as their team falls away. But Paul looking for Bleeding Wolves, trying to find the kill. Is going to be able to take him down in the backside, but it's a base race.
We do not base race this, Unicorns. You have 4 members up. You have an ADC. Don't you
Just
dare
end.
base race this right now.
They are. What are they doing? Wait, they're going to go up 2 inhibs. They can't really match Paul right now. It is going to be Cassia who's made their way down over, but they are going to at least grab 1 inhibitor potentially. The Infernal Soul doing a decent amount of work. JDK is very tanky, so is Paul, but has the re-engage tools available. No Petrifying Gaze, but a beautiful Gnar to the wall. The wall up is there as well. The stuns are there. The Conqueror has been proc. The damage is finding something, but a beautiful Miasma finds so much space. The Conqueror's trying. Who's going to find the kill? It's
barrier.
Oh my goodness, barrier's enough to buy the space. JDK finds the solo kill and takes down KL Paul in the top side.
An inhib for an inhib, a life for a life. All things balanced in this game right now, but the Unicorns are still down 1 inhibitor turret. 2 inhibitor turrets. They have open inhibitors exposed for all the lanes. Baron is up on the menu, but they're not going to even try to start it, as KL Paul has become a split-pushing menace, and no one can handle this guy. No one can 1v1 him. They have to send 2 for him, or he will just end your base. So one more fight like that, if it extends out any longer, I wholeheartedly believe KL Paul will just split-push this game to the death.
KL Paul is having a monster game here on this Gnar. 4 items looking for that 5th. But, I mean, the rest of his team, not there just yet, but they are looking for the play here onto Camcom in the back line. They are going to find that knock-up. They are going to find something here, and the arrow is going to find Sloth, a beautiful pullback. And they are going to find a beautiful comeback here, a beautiful play. Into the back line goes KL Paul. He's trying to find something. Last Dinosaurs, what happened to your HP? You're taking so much damage, but they're trying to find the elastic, anything onto this Gnar. But they take down Last
That's a huge Gnar.
Oh, that is a huge Gnar. He's going to be able to get out to safety here. The burn is doing a lot of work here, though, and they're trying to push in this mid wave as fast as possible here. But the Infernal Soul is buying so much time. The poke from the Ziggs is doing a lot of work as well. Flash 4, Crescent Guard, trying to find JDK, trying to find him, but Petrifying Gaze stops him in his tracks. The Zonius is there to buy some space. Mass Hydra stuck against the wall, but they find Juanito is huge, but they do take out the Cassio. Spectral trying to buy some space, trying to buy some time, but it's not enough. It's a double kill for Bleeding Wolves, and they can end the game right here, right now.
That timer's low. Camcom and Slot PhD are up in less than 10 seconds. It's Camcom has to stall it, and then Slot PhD has to get the game ending. They're going to go for the Twin Towers right now. Can Cam do it?
They're going for it, trying to stop the bases, trying to stop the towers from falling, but they are not enough, and they're going to hit the Nexus. Slot going for it. Finds the calling onto 1. Looking to try and take down Stu. Juanito Soul is going to be next on the menu.
One more hit!
He's too tanky, and he's going to be able to take the game. And Stu moves over to the Unicorns.
And we are in for a series, folks. Unicorns take the game, too. At the end, the very last sliver, Masked Hydra redeeming himself for Game 1's performance.
Oh my goodness, the rest of the game performance did not look very hot here coming in from from Bleeding Wolves, but was able to pop off, find some decent kills in the late game. Oh my goodness, that was a crazy set of events.
I think you got the Discord bug.
I did. I think I got the Discord bug. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. But all I can say is, oh my goodness, the the emotional roller coaster I just went on that game was so insane.
I'm gonna lose my voice after this.
I'm gonna lose my voice. Whew. And before we lose anything else, we're gonna head on over to a quick break as we get things rolling for game number 3. We'll be right back.
Do we fight to hold our heads up high and beat the drums to what we love? Risk the fall, or we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions of a world that we defy. A solar ray of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the last Hearing voices from afar, join the madness when the curtain falls. Risk it all, hold nothing back. Seize the day, we must attack. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding. Only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions of a world that we defy. A solar ray of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the Can we bring to fall the giants? 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 We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions of a world that we defy. A solar ray of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the
And let that be a lesson to you, chat. No one loses 2 Zach games in a row. Right, Shivy. Shivy, I want to jump straight to you, my guy. We got the Zach game 2 on the Unicorns. They managed to turn it around. Let's go. There's a lot to break down in that game. That was fantastic. We had this back and forth. We had a few minor miscalculations along the way. Almost held on there at the last second. Almost with Camcom holding on onto that Nexus there, but not quite enough, and Unicorns took that game. I think we're in for a series. Break some of that down for us, Shibby.
I mean, both teams are going to look at this and not be proud of what happened, right? If I won, I'd be like, yeah, we gave up so much in the early game. We took on so many early game fights. But I think that the defining factor here and the key thing is that once it hit past that 25-minute mark, I mean, you look at the team, right? Bleeding Wolves was starting to just one tap the whole Ducks team, right? With these barrels. It didn't matter that he went like 0-6 in lane, right? It didn't matter that he built Collector second. Like he got his 60% crit. He got those barrels off max range. Like he was hurting a lot on top of his GP cannon as well as ultimate. You have JDK with the Cassiopeia just hammering in with the miasmas, with the twin fangs, right? And then all while that's happening, Juanito Soul is firing for free. So once all those pieces kind of come online, once you get your late game pieces going, the engage button, right? Juanito, unsung hero, had some fantastic Ash arrows to set up picks for Masked Hydra. You saw the night and day difference. When Hydra has somebody else setting himself up for that engage, he can pop off. He can land the Qs, land the Rs, get his zoning done, do his job as a tank. But when you don't have that engage, you don't have that follow-up, or sorry, the primary engage, the go button, then he looks a bit different. So really good comp, like I said, drafted from the Unicorns there. And then the Ducks were on a timer. They got the Infernal Dragon, which pushed that timer a little bit forward, but it was almost inevitable that eventually, the Unicorns would outscale. And I gotta hammer on a little bit of KL Paul. That build that he went, it was good, but it wasn't great, right? He didn't use that 9-0 lead that he had to its full effectiveness. I think a Hull Breaker, a Divine Sunderer, a bit of a different, more brawly build, one that allows him to split push a bit better, he might have just ended that game himself.
Yeah, it was
Scary.
right on the line. Soul, go ahead, my friend. Did you have something you wanted to jump in on there?
Not really. I think overall, it wasn't the cleanest game from either team, right? There were big mistakes made from either side. Early game did not go the way that the Unicorns wanted it to. They kept opting into bad fights, like Shippy said, and the Ducks weren't able to find their moment to close out. They overstayed a Baron, and I think that was the big turning point, right? That was where the gold lead swung into a net neutral, and that was where everything fell apart.
If you actually saw the graph, I know that we got to see it during the game, but Ducks had this massive gold lead for the longest time, and then just bam, Unicorns just overtook them out of nowhere. Unicorns were down like 10 or so kills, but because of their CSing, and their objectives, they just managed to recoup that gold, especially getting that Baron, as you mentioned, Salt. So, yeah, Unicorns managed to turn that one around. Ducks, as you said, were definitely capable of taking that game, but I love to see it. We're in for a series. That's what we wanted. We're in the semifinals now between Ducks and the Unicorns. We want to see this go to a game 5, and if we have more like this, fantastic. And we don't have to wait long, chat, because the players are in. They're ready for the draft, so we're going to jump straight to it. Soul, Shibby, I hope that you guys have had some water. I hope your throats are recouped and recovered, because you got to take it away again.
Yes, we do. And it is going to be the early Unicorns manning away that Wukong. They've done it every single game so far. And I guess I just don't really want to have Neurosynaptic on that pick. The Jin, another respect man coming in as well. We'll see if they keep everything the same here coming in from the Ducks.
Yeah, Unicorns just on the blue side here now. First time in this series. So they can open themselves up to the power picks. And the Ducks actually banned the GP away simply because it is too hot to handle in the late game. And now Seraphine and Lucian are up on the table. Unicorns taking the Seraphine away. Ducks, I assume, will respond with Lucian plus their jungler. Or Lucian. Yeah, I would say Lucian plus jungler. Oh, they're actually going to respond with the Zeri. Do they go for a Zeri Yumi, a Zeri Lulu?
That's Zeri Lulu.
Nice
Great combo.
combination. Very, very strong. Zeri did get reworked. Or not reworked. She got buffed, nerfed, then got her numbers changed. Yeah, buffed with some AP damage, so she's in a very wonky spot. Don't know what build Ducks are going to opt in for, if they're going to go for that massive kind of Q one-shot or like do a bunch of damage AP build, or if they're going to go with the standard AD carry build that you kind of go on Zeri, especially when you're boosted up by a Lulu. Unicorns going to take the Ashe once again. I really like that, right? Having that primary go button consistently, and Juanito's been playing fantastic on it, right? When he has been into these fights, when he has been able to allow himself to start these fights off for the Unicorns, he's played really well. His positioning's been pretty well. He's pretty much gone unnoticed during the damage DPS fights, right? DPS into these fights, right? As the focus has been shifted more onto JDK and Bleeding Wolves. So really nice here. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Don't fix it.
Right? Oh!
They fixed it.
fixed it with the Lilia.
That's the deer, baby. You ban one deer, you can't ban them both. And we'll see what the Ducks are going to grab in response to this one. And I think the Lilia is also a flex, right? Very playable in the top lane and in the jungle. So Unicorns actually grab a flex pick here instead. Or, I mean, it's similar to the Zac, right? Can be flex both jungle and top, so very similar. But the Jarvan going to be grabbed up once again. It worked very well game 1, and they're going to do so for game 2.
We still don't even
Or
know
game
where the
3.
Yeah, we still don't even know where the Seraphine is going, right? It could easily go mid lane and then throw Lilia in the jungle. They could still rotate an engage support or another enchanter. Like, they have a lot of options here. Unicorns are banning out more mid laners, it seems like, along with the Ducks, right? The Swain, the Vigar. So Ducks definitely wholeheartedly believe that this is a Seraphine Ashe bot lane. Just super safe, super easy to get the push on, right? You're not gonna be able to really aggress onto them unless they pretty much overextend. It's going to be interesting, though. The Jarvan originally was picked into the Zac for that really early game kind of proactiveness and fighting in the jungle. Lilia's not the same kind of champion, right? She can skirmish. She can fight a little bit, right? She's not a Zac. She's not, you know, those, like, really bad early game junglers. She's pretty good if she lands the E, you know, the true damage Qs. Like, she could definitely start out DPSing this Jarvan if it goes later into the fights, right? Later into the skirmish. So, Ducks opting in for the Gnar once again. Wholeheartedly believe KL Paul will just slam in another full tank build on him. I'm not saying it was the game deciding build or like that lost him the game for game 2, but definitely I think that gold could have been used a lot more efficiently. And the
Rammus.
King Rammus.
Wow. I've not seen, you know, the little armadillo in a while, so they're going to grab that one up here first. I mean, is this the first time it's being played in VRD? I think it is.
I think this is the first time it's being played ever in my whole life. I'm just kidding. I'm joking. It's a solid pick, right? I mean, you look at the enemy team come from the Ducks. They pretty much have 3 auto attackers, right? The Jarvan, the Gnar, the Zeri. They also allow themselves to flex that Yone into either the top lane or the mid lane, right? Lilia's most likely to go obviously top. This is a Seraphine Ashe bottom. They have a lot of good comp diversity, and they still have that go button with the follow-up engage. And actually, Solak is gonna say it's my turn on the snake. Gonna take the Cassiopeia for himself into this mid lane, and the scaling wars have been won by the Ducks now.
They grab the Cassiopeia, they have the Zeri, their scaling is insane, and they have a strong mid game there too with the Gnar, with this Jarvan. We'll see how this game is gonna play out here, and it's gonna be very interesting. But we do know where everything is gonna roll here, where everything is gonna land, generally speaking, unless a curveball is thrown, but we'll see.
And it's really, like I said, I think Unicorns now are on a timer, right? They have the Lilia, they have the proactive with the Rammus, right? It works relatively the same. Powerball R is essentially Zac E, right? With a little extra steps. You get that extended range, you get the taunt down onto somebody, whether it is the Zeri, the Jarvan, and I like that hard CC onto the Zeri, right? Forcing her to square up with you, right? Not letting her just dash around, rollerblade around like it's the 1980s and disco boogie everywhere. It's really, really nice, right? You set it up for the Yone ultimate, for the Lilia sleep. There are so many ways that Unicorns, again, can start these fights, but it's going to be up to the Ducks to kind of weather the storm, let the Zeri, let the Cassiopeia scale up. Gnar has had no trouble, right? Paul has had no trouble in this top lane in both of his series. I think he's completely fine. He's even been solo killing Bleeding Wolves here so far. So I think you just let Jarvan do what he needs to do. Have that counter gank potential, right? You don't want to be the one initiating the ganks, I think, because of the turnaround potential with Rammus plus Yone or Rammus plus Lilia. If you're there for the counter gank, you can interrupt the power ball, you can interrupt the taunt, you can really start putting the mid 2v2 to work with Cassiopeia and Jarvan, or even Jarvan and Gnar here. So Unicorns have to secure these early objectives, push the game past the point where the Ducks are not comfortable with, and start stacking early dragons, and hopefully they roll a good one.
And I mean, trying to get themselves a nice dragon is always important, but I don't know. It's really hard to get some bot lane priority here and help out Neurosynaptic. I think he's going to be looking for some counter ganks here because Bonita Soul and Last Dancer should have the constant shove here. They have a better wave management system. They have themselves better range overall throughout early game. And I mean, I think Ashe is sort of decent there into Zeri, slowing her down as she's trying to walk up and deal her damage. But eventually her move speed gets high enough if she is able to, use that spark, use her, zoomies and get moving.
and then she's gonna be really hard to deal with, right? I mean, you do have all these tools from the unicorns, but it's gonna be hard to land it, right? Arrow, she can dash out of. It's really, realistically, only the Rammus, like a flash Powerball or Powerball Q, that can really lock this Zeri down. So I get why they picked this, and it's just gonna, can they execute it in practice, right? They wanted to run the Zac. They thought about it for a second, and then you said, "Oh, we'll slam the Rammus in." I don't even think Ducks have played against Rammus. I don't think anybody's really played against Rammus in a while. Does have a weak early game, but can unlock his ganks at level 3 pretty quickly, and could spell trouble for the Ducks bot lane. Oh, it's a Rammus top. Psych. Never mind.
Oh.
Still the same concept applies though, right? I mean, you still get that lockdown ability. You still get the ability to, in these team fights, really lock down these hard carries. So, gonna have a little bit more gold. Ideally, right, we'll get bullied out early from the Gnar, but we'll have more gold unlocked to him. We'll have his items come online faster, and he's still gonna be a menace. It's gonna be, can Bleeding Wolves weather the Gnar poke until Gnar gets into Mega Form, and then you really start fighting. The gank setup is immaculate. Lilia's gonna love that, right? Having a Rammus taunt, he's gonna be able to easily get her true damage off with the Q. Post 6, I'm pretty sure KL Paul dies every single time those two show up. So he might have a nightmare in the top.
Definitely, and I think Lily is just such an obnoxious champion to play against in the top side, no matter what champ you're playing. Just runs at you, move speed 10 million, Mach 10, just smacking you over and over and over again with that little staff there, and you can't really do anything about it, right? Very, very unfun, but she scales very well, but she is squishy. That is always something to remember, but her sustain is always something to be worried about. And hopefully we're sustaining your entertainment, everyone, because we'll be heading over to a quick break as we get things rolling for game number 3 of the night. We'll be right back. How are we doing, gamers? Unicorns on the blue side, 1 win to their name. Ducks on the red side, 1 game to their name. And we're half things rolling here. Masked Hydra on the Rammus there. I think that's the Guardians of Zan skin, right? The new one, or newer one, to say the least.
I mean, that's probably the latest skin that I think has been released for Rammus. I wouldn't be sure because of the amount of Seraphine skins that are coming out at a
True.
breakneck speed. Uh, but again, both of these teams, they don't have any really initiative engaged, right? Dinosaurs could do it, right? If he wants with the Seraphine double Q.
Wait
Wait a
Might have
minute.
bitten off a little bit more than they could chew, but Sloth PhD getting some early damage done with the Twin Fangs and getting 6 mana with the tier. Stack up.
Right. That's 6 mana. That's 6 mana closer to a fully stacked tier. I mean, I'm not gonna complain, but
It goes
yeah,
every day
again,
of the week.
both of these teams, not really drafting too much level 1 kind of shenanigan engage style champions, right?
Oh,
It's really only the Seraphine.
Paul, stop! Not leashing his juggler at all. Oh, the misery.
Wait, is that actually real? Is he not gonna leash? He's gonna pretend
Nope.
leash here? Wait, they're faking the leash, but they will they know? Okay. So if the dinosaurs and Juanito is smart here, Juanito is smart here. Oh, my client has paused.
Yep, that's the league. And yeah, it's going to be that weird buffer. There was a slight pause, I believe, taking a look at chat in-game. So we'll see when this thing gets rolling in just a second here. But things are as they should be, right? Everything's pretty normal, nothing too crazy. No shenanigans just yet.
Oh, and the game has started back up for me. I think
Yep.
we're synced up, right?
I hope
hopefully.
it stays that way.
Yeah. I was gonna say if Dinosaurs and Juanito, they're perceptive here, they'll see that Spectral and Camcom did not burn any mana when they came into lane. So unless they primarily leash with autos, which is what I don't see a lot of people do, they'll be like, oh, it was a fake leash, right? They'll know.
Yeah.
They'll understand. So we'll see. J4 trying his best to hide his pathing so far, but both of these teams, standard laning phase, Yon's gonna have a bit of a tough time early on just because of the range advantage that Sloth PhD can have, and once that Q or E lands, it's gonna be tough trouble for him.
If Faker can get solo killed by Yone, anyone can get solo killed by Yone. That champ is not balanced.
Oh yeah, it is really, really good right now, I think, especially with the durability buffs. It's odd. You would think it kind of hurt him, but it made his laning phase a bit better, and it kind of made him more annoying, right?
Exactly what he
The
needs.
Wind Brothers. Yeah, the Wind Brothers actually gaining more durability, armor per level, HP per level, all that stuff actually helps their laning phase out a
Oh,
lot.
Neuro's looking for the
Dinosaurs-
play last. Dinosaurs might have been not more than they can chew. Might be the last of his kind, but we need a Soul Force to bring the Flash Flag Dragon to go wide. Looking for a little bit more, looking for something here. Spectral going to dash for it, has no slow, but they do find something. Juanito going to flash forward. First blood goes over to the jar, but they flash out of the tower. Lost Dinosaurs forced to flash as well, and is going to remain the last of their kind, at least for a little bit longer. And Rammus shows up there as well. The Armadillo. And some decent damage there. Paul going to tank a tower shot, though. Boulder Toss should be available in just a second. And going to shove that wave.
Really interesting choice from Juanito there. I don't know if he was holding it for last second for a bait, but he just simply did not pop his heal. I think he pops that heal, he lives for sure, because the exhaust was down, and also the double Q was down from Seraphine as well. So really, really interesting choice there. The kill ends up going over to Neurosynaptic, which is fine, right? It's better than going over to Spectral or Camcom here. So gonna at least not feel that one too much in lane, but Zeri is gonna come back with just a long sword and some boots and the dagger. So overall, it's not too bad for Juanito and them, but they have to play it super, super safe now.
Definitely, and the wave is in such a great position for Sloth as well. JDK forced to walk up here for these minutes. He's going to be taking some damage if he's going to look for any single one of these melees here. Going to be struggling, but has the second Q available. Could look for an engage, not going to find that one though.
Yeah, not going to find anything here. Now JDK able to kind of stuff it out, stick it out in the laning phase here. Camcom, nice early roam. Is it going to surmount to anything? Just a little bit of pressure relieved. They are
Gonna deny the
level 2.
cannon. They deny the cannon. Worth
every time. As Zeri pretty safe in this lane, pushed it up on their own. Matt's Hydra though, half HP, going for a gank. No, he's just gonna go to his. Never mind, he's just go to his Krugs. I lied. His clear is pretty abysmal until he starts getting that Bammy Cinder going and really starts stacking that passive damage with the burn and everything like that. So expect after his first back to go for a gank here. Bleeding Wolves having a much better time in this top lane against KL Paul than he did with GP.
And the damage is coming through, doing a good chunk of work there onto Paul, who has the Narbar almost filled up here. Not going to be able to find any return damage, though, because this Lily is just so difficult to trade against with her move speed. And presence of mind just
And the
makes sure she
heal.
never runs And the heal, that's true. JDK has the flash. Flag Drag going to go wide once more, but forces the flash, though. Doesn't even matter. And they are looking for something, though. But Paul has the Narbar available. Wallop goes wide. Very surprising. And beating Wolves is going to be able to prance their way to safety.
Look at Synaptic. Look at Synaptic, though. He's
running
around.
straight bot. No flashes
Orton.
at all.
Slithering around from the back.
Bonita's Soul is going to be the target. Flash finds the slow, finds the damage. The exhaust is down as well. They find the knockup, but do they have enough in the tank? Spectral is there, but it's a little too late. And they are going to find the root. They could look for some return damage. Your last dinosaur's taking so much damage, but it is just going to be a trade of nothing, realistically. It's going to be the flash exhaust from Cam down, though. But Paul has the ultimate available, but no Narbar to speak of. But Neurosynaptic kind of low here. They could collapse here onto the Jarvan. They are going to do so. The damage is there. The taunt is there as well. The slow coming in from this area to try and buy some space. The shield is not there, but the polymorph is going to do some decent work here. And the flying attack gets the safety, but they find one kill. Capcom is going to be next on the menu. Sloth trying to make the rotation as well. The shields are there. Fast Hydra taking a lot as well. The slow is going to be found, but it's going to be a double kill for Bonito's Soul, and it is going disastrous here for the bot lane. They're trying to make something here. They're running. Flash forward. Petrifying Gaze finds the slow. Do they have the damage to follow up, though? They do not. Spectral trying to find their way to safety, but they are going to take so much damage from the Ash, and they find absolutely nothing. They burn so many cooldowns, but they just lose 2 and get nothing in return. Last Dinosaurs is going to fall, but it is going to be a trade. Seraphine gets the kill, and it's going to be a Drowsy up at the top side. Lilty Lullaby going to be used onto Paul, but they can't find anything off of that.
Bleeding Wolves can get the solo kill here. KL Paul
Could look
is
for
pretty low. JDK shoves the lane and almost picks up the turret plate for himself. Soft PhD dies for that kill. He's like, you know what? I gotta commit. I gotta get this gold right now. Picks up the lost chapter, but now Juanito is 2-1 in this lane, and a failed counter gank coming out from Soft PhD. Camcom
Trying to do something here, not gonna find anything.
just looking to be annoying, pretty much. That's about it. Holding the wave here at a pretty precarious spot for Spectral here, and yeah. Juanito's going to come back with a lot of gold, probably going to have the Noon Quiver in hand with boots, or if he's going to opt in for just Noon Quiver plus another recipe item.
Just a Noon Quiver.
Pretty on this gold. Yeah, okay, Noon Quiver boots. Oh, and picks up the...
a dagger.
Oh, yeah, there we go. Dagger. And what a nice AD carry. Picks up the pink ward as well. That's what you do, guys. Always pick up the pink ward when you go back. It helps out so much in the Vision Wars. And both of these teams have been setting up pretty good Vision this whole series, I have to say.
Vision's been pretty good. It's just the war timers that aren't there. Last Dragon fight, things that did not go very well because they did not have the reset for those wards. But Paul trying to do something here, trying to annoy them just a little bit. Mass Hydra are going to be able to grab that one up here. And the damage is there. Paul has the Narbar almost filled up here. Could pop that one very soon, but this Lily is just being so obnoxious. And they're going to try and find something here, but no. The Powerball not going to find anything, but Sloth making that rotation there. Flash Forward finds a beautiful Nard to the wall. The Petrifying Gaze is not available just yet. Will be up very, very soon. The ground. Miasa finds the slow. Hydra should be the one to fall, and they're going to give it over to Sloth, who grabs that one. 2-1-0. 3 kills to 3. The game is going quite well.
Yeah, it's relatively even here, and if the Ducks are even in gold, they should be fine, as they do have the Cassiopeia and the Zeri scaling on their side, and really nobody else on the Unicorns can match that. Bleeding Wolves will get to a point where he does a lot of damage, but it's really relying on him landing the the sleep onto certain members of the Ducks before he can get his enhanced damage off, but a lot of training going down into the bot lane. First Dragon has not been picked up yet. We are 9 minutes in, so this is really good for the Ducks. The game is extending just simply based off the fact that no dragons have been taken, and the one thing Unicorns need to do is take these early dragons.
They're looking for Sloth here. Petrifying Gaze was not used last fight here. The damage is coming through. They're trying to find a little something, but they are going to be able to walk away. They find the root there on to Camcom. The arrow is there as well. The polymorph going to be used. The Camcom should be dead to rights. There is no ultimates available. When his soul takes them down, it's going to be 3 kills to this Ash who's popping off here. Neurosynaptic trying to find something, but this dragon should go over to the Unicorns, and you said they wanted to start stacking dragons. They're going to do so right now.
Yeah, they take it at the 9-minute mark, so they'll probably take it at 10, so that'll extend the game to, at a bare minimum, 25 minutes, if Unicorns end up stacking these correctly.
Who's there
Uh-oh, this
first?
could
They aren't
be a
finding the
disaster
damage there. They're going to
fight.
try and turn this one onto... They're trying to find the fight right onto Last Dinosaur. There's the Cataclysm. Finds some beautiful space. When Soul has no arrow. Into the Cataclysm they go. The damage there. Shutdown comes forward. It's going to be 2 for 2. A double kill goes over. They can't even find a return
Not
just yet.
again,
And Mass Hydra's down
Unicorn!
again. It's a disaster. They're trying to fight the dragon. They're going to fall once more. JDK tries to find the play. Tries to go in. Tries to do the damage. But no. It's a double kill for the Zeri. And it's going to be 4 to 7. Great look coming in from the Ducks. And they're going to grab the dragon too. No consolation prize left for the Unicorns on the map.
4 for 0, clean team fight once again from the Ducks here as they pick up the dragon, they pick up some bodies from the Unicorn, and I mean that's it wouldn't be a Unicorns game without throwing a team fight at an objective, right? I mean that's just literally what happened. Masked Hydra and JDK went on to Sloth PhD. Sloth had the flash available. I believe he had the ghost. Used the Petrify Engage to stuff them out. And then Jarvan and Zeri just cleaned up Juanito and Dinosaurs on the backside. Cataclysm plus Zeri free firing into you. It is devastating. And now the right members for the Ducks are in the lead. You have Cassiopeia 2-1 and 2. You have Zeri 2-0-3. The one lane where Unicorns had some sort of advantage has been thrown away now, as the gold is pretty much evened up. And actually, I'm sorry, the gold has gone in the favor of Spectral now.
Yeah, Spectral has picked up a lot of gold here. And we do see this Rammus just, clear and try to do something here, but things are not going all this well. This Rammus is trying to find these early game ganks, but they're just not really turning out in their favor. And we see the pigs coming out onto Paul here. They find the route onto Camcom, not much going to be found there.
Not gonna.
Paul trying to find some
much
decent damage. Hop gonna
here.
find something. There's the slow coming in from the boomerang, and Bleeding Will's gonna be able to walk away. But we see the power of this Gnar just trading so effectively here against this Lilia.
Yeah, that's just KL Paul's Gnar. I mean, you're gonna think, are they just gonna ban it out eventually? Is it worth a ban, right? At least throw it in those last 2, or maybe in the first 3 if they keep rotating it in the first 3 picks. At some point or another, you have to evaluate. Is losing topside, quote unquote losing, is giving Gnar such a free lane worth it?
Wait, Neurosynaptic is there in the in the mid side. Petrify is going to go wide, but a Flag and Drag going to be found. Cataclysm forces the flash as well. Flash 4, Neurosynaptic takes the kill. And it's going to be a killing spree. Arrow going to go slightly wide when Unisoul cannot find that one. Last Dinosaurs has the Encore available. Could look for a play in return, but they have no arrow to follow up with. And over the wall, Neurosynaptic Flag and Drag finds Masked Hydra, but he's taking negative damage. That's the power of the Rammus here. And going to be able to walk away from that one.
Yeah, he'll walk out pretty much scot-free here as Juanito and Last Dinosaurs laning the best they can, but Ducks have a solid almost 3K lead.
Forces the flash. Great looks coming in from the Rammus there, easily blowing these summoners quite effectively.
Yeah, he's cowabungaing into the fights right now. Not really able to get too much here. Bleeding Wolves trading on to KL Paul once again, but 3K gold lead for the Ducks, or almost nearly a 3K gold lead for the Ducks here, and they are firmly in control of this game. With the late game pieces that they have on the Cassiopeia and Zeri, there's no way they could throw this, right, Saul?
Surely not. Surely not, right? But so far, they are playing a really great game. They have themselves something here, but it might be KL Paul who's going to get caught here first to use the crunch to try and get himself out of the safety. He has the Gnar to try and push them away. Does find the Lilting Lullaby onto himself, though. And JDK, maybe the Sacrificial Lamb, going to be taken down. It's going to be a 1-for-1 overall. Paul still running for the hills. Is he going to be able to get out of the safety? Under the tower they go. They're trying to find some damage. Does he survive? He does not survive, but it is going to be 1-for-1. He buys so much time for his team. They can get some mid-tower damage.
And JDK is the apple of the Ducks' eye this game, right? Last game it was Bleeding Wolves on the GP. This game it's JDK on the Yone. And he is just taking a beating pretty much, right? Nothing he can do. He flashes out, he ults out, he gets the shield. He is just getting targeted right now, unfortunately, from Neurosynaptic and Slots PhD. And it's going to be a rough time for JDK before he becomes relatively active, before he relatively comes online. And they don't really have time.
Oh, they're going for the play here. They have the Cataclysm. Juanito's Soul is stuck under the tower, and they're going to cut off the route. They're going to go onto Lost Dinosaurs. They have that Cataclysm available. There it is. The damage is going to go forward and forces the flash away. Lost Dinosaurs is going to die to the Red Smite. It's not enough, and going to find a beautiful Encore. But over there goes Last Dinosaur, or Sloth PhD, using the Ghost. Ghost into safety, but he's stuck in the middle of 2. Going to be taking out Petrified Guys, finds 1. Look at the damage. It might be enough, but they may be able to find the Rammus. No, but the arrow finds Spectral. Beautiful plant, but onto the backside. There it is. The Lillian comes up. Here is prancing and rooting all their dreams. Nightmare fuel is this nightmare from the Lilia coming in. She may be about dream dust, but this skin is a Nightbringer, the bringer of doom, the bringer of nightmares.
Ooh, Bleeding Wolves with a nice little two-piece for himself here. Picks up the double kill. Okay, that's really nice proactiveness from the Unicorns here. Dragon is coming up in 30 seconds as well. Health bar is low for Mass Hydra, though. Is he going to pick up the fruit, eat it, and then just be able to pick up the Dragon here? Everybody's back on reset. The gold has fluctuated a little bit. Duck's still in the lead, but they got to spend their money. Unicorns have not got to spend all their cash just yet. Lily is prancing back to the top lane. Do the Unicorns take another 4v5 fight here?
That's the question. That's the question of the hour. And Monito just going to shove this wave here. Neurosnap are going to make their way down to the bot side as well. KL Paul using that rotation. Has no TP just yet. And they are going to be a 5-stack there. Bleeding Wolves heading up on that top side. They are going to see that, though. And Neurosynaptic moseying on their way in to this jungle. And they do find the spot. They're looking for Spectral. Over the wall he goes. They force the Remus ultimate. And that is very unfortunate looks coming in from Masked Hydra. And they could be looking for a big play here. The flashes are available. Cataclysm is not available. They force the flash from Anita's Soul. Neurosynaptic trying to buy some space, trying to buy some time. And they are going to find these cooldowns. They are going to burn these summoners. And they are going to find this dragon as well.
I really like this play from JDK here, not willing to just stand by and watch the dragon being taken. Ends up going for the Herald here, which is going to allow some pressure, going to allow him to crack open potentially the mid lane turret or the top lane turret. You see Lily also taking Krugs. Like, they're really trying to get the most out of forcing the Duck to take this dragon here, the Cloud Dragon specifically. Herald does go in the favor of the Unicorns, and JDK is going to pick that one up. Top tower also goes in the favor of the Unicorns. So now we're at a dead
they're
even
going for
standstill
Hydra.
on the gold.
No ultimate available on the Ram. It's going to be knocked up there. The exhaust is going to buy some space. Who's going to grab it? It is going to be Masked Hydra who grabs up with the smite. The arrow is going to find one. Camcom takes that kill, but JDK trying to find some damage, but the Hugify is there. TP coming in on the backside. New Soul trying to buy some space. Sloth PhD has the veteran guys, but a beautiful Encore finds one. They're trying to find last dinosaurs, and the last dinosaur has been slain, and JDK is forced to watch as his team suffers and falls and goes extinct.
Yeah, just kind of a head scratcher fight there, right? I mean, Masked Hydra is pretty much dead. Neurosynaptic is way too tanky. Got the overgrowth from Camcom onto Neurosynaptic here, so he's not going to die to anything JDK is throwing at him. JDK is sitting on a Bork, and that's it. He doesn't do too much damage right now. He still needs another item before he can really start shredding through you. And you just saw Sloth trailing up behind Juanito's Soul, sorry. And then KL Paul as well with the TP play, just to tilt the numbers in their favor, just to ensure that they're going to win the fight. They get the bot lane turret, they get a couple kills into their pockets, and they also get the red buff, swinging the gold back in their favor about 2,000.
They're in the lead, not commandingly, but they are there. And so far, most of the gold is on this Ashe, and they're trying to make things happen. And they have to play around these two carries to try and have these fights go in their favor. But Monito's Soul is just getting knocked out very, very easily by Sloth PhD. And that's just because Sloth is so ahead. He's the most rich man in the game. 8.5 gold in the name, and they're looking pretty solid. They're having a great time here, and this is the power of getting a power pick like that onto Sloth. And they're looking to try and get KL Paul here. Bleeding Wolves is going to be caught out there by that Wallop, and a nice Gnar buys some time. The Lilting Lullaby is there, but they aren't there to respond in time.
They're not going to commit the Lilting Lullaby, right? Members are missing from the Ducks team. They don't know where they are. They could easily get counter-engaged on, which is what the Ducks were preparing for, right? You saw Jarvan, Camcom, and Sloth PhD running up to the top lane just in case it was committed. Herald does go down. He's going to pick up this bot lane pretty much free of charge here. Well, not free of charge. He's going to charge, but you know what I mean. Pick it up without any consequence, pretty much. Bottom lane turret gets cracked open. Gonna allow them to put some more vision down, potentially. But other than that, the game is kind of slowed down a bit after that second objective. And that's completely fine for the Ducks. If the game goes slower, if the game extends past the 25, 30-minute mark, I have full confidence that their composition will just win them the game outright.
More than happy to take that every day of the week. And Spectral's just going to be farming up here on this Zeri, getting more gold in the back pocket here. And with these double hyper carries coming in from the Ducks, they're more than happy to let this game go later and later, because they are the ones who will prevail in the end if this comes to a scaling war. In 1 minute 53 seconds for this next dragon, and it's ocean sea to sea, and things are looking quite rough in the waters coming in for the side of the Unicorns.
Yeah, will the Unicorns bait to the siren's call, right? Will they listen to it and be baited into another 4v5 fight? It looks like they
And
are.
they're looking for Sloth PhD. They find the taunt. The Powerball was there as well, and they find the knockup there onto Mass Hydra. They're doing so much damage here, and they are going to find something. They're forcing the flash, and that's right before Dragon again. And Sloth PhD, or actually Zero Synaptic, who grabs that kill with the red smite. But KL Paul maybe next on the menu. It might be a 1-for-1 Gnar into the wall. The wallop is there as well. The Lilting Lullaby going to be used, trying to fight this as well as he can. But the arrow going to go wide once more, and Paul is fighting this one as best he can. But Bleeding Wolf should be able to kite this one out. A nice blue ward buys some space, but Paul actually winning out on the trade. Not going to be able to hit by that bowling ball.
Yeah, and just that full tank Gnar showing its value right now. You can't really get the solo kill on it. It's kind of like an immovable object, right? An unstoppable force even in the top lane. You can't really do much about it. You can trade with it, you can match it, you can clear waves, but you're not going to move it out of that top lane. And unless KL Paul wants to move, he's not going to leave it, right? He's willing to split push. He's willing to go down, take your base, take your inhibitors, take whatever he can. And just this Rammus pick not working out in the best way.
No, not having the greatest game, but if he can get a key target out of the fight with that taunt and actually find the pick, maybe he'll be able to pop off here. But so far, not being able to be tanky enough, just getting shredded instantly because he's built full armor, and the Cassio's the one who's been answering the damage there so far.
Yeah, it's hard to really engage into the Cassiopeia, right? With the Petrifying Gaze. I mean, the moment Yon tries to ult in, you throw that Miasma down, you throw the Petrifying Gaze down, and you're just stuck there for a couple seconds eating Twin Fangs for free. It is super difficult to get into these fights.
Well, they find a root onto Neural
Unicorns here.
Synaptic. They could look to turn it. They are not going to do so, but Dragon has spawned up here, and it is
Everybody's
a 5v5 this time. The biggest team fight we've had this game so far, and Powerball is going to be used. They might be looking for play here. Miasma is down. They're buying so much space into the back line. Goes Neural Synaptic. Not going to find the Catalysm just yet. Going to be forced to walk away. That's very low. The arrow going to go wide. Good flash away, and it is getting scary. Health bars are low. JDK trying to find something in the back line. Not going to use that Fade Seal just yet. And they are trying to do some damage. Spectral finding some good work, but a Petrifying Gaze does not find anything. But so does the Fade Seal. It goes absolutely wide into the backline. Goes the Rammus, and they're trying to find something into the wall. The Gnar finds two, finds the backline. The Cataclysm right over top of that, and it's just going to be. Oh, they're trying to find Sloth. Can they find the kill? It is going to be found. Triple kill for Spectral, but it is going to be a 4-for-1 in favor of the Ducks, and they are flying high, soaring above the clouds, looking to take down the Unicorns up above.
We're soaring, flying, just like a star in heaven that we can.
Hey, careful, careful. You're only going to get copyright struck, man. Come on.
Oh, yeah, sorry about that. Troy Bolton right now. As the Ducks pick up the Dragon, pick up 4 kills as well, and a beautiful team fight coming out from them. The objective bounties have started for the Unicorns, and that spells doom for them. They are just so far behind against the scaling composition as well. It's going to be rough these next couple minutes.
Definitely. And last dinosaur is going to try and grab this ward here. And no, you're not. Baron's going to hit you back. We see the rotation up to this top side coming in from the Ducks here. And last dinosaur, stop that, man. Stop.
Dude, he's going to die to the Baron. He's just going to die to the Baron.
Look at his HP.
Yep. Lord Baroni is going to get a sacrifice from him.
Yeah, the purple worm.
Yeah. 10 to 19. I mean, you just look at the Ducks composition, right? Neural Synaptic has been a beast this series. Even in the game that they lost, he was a ganking machine. It's going to be really rough just trying to stifle this early game pressure that's been coming out from him, right? I mean, I'm not saying look towards the next game if you're the Unicorns, but definitely try to stall it out, figure out what you guys went wrong. The Rammus pick definitely wasn't it, but you just look across the board.
Oh, Kale Paul looking for the play. What was that interaction? Thank you, Riot Games, for that one. And it's a nice buffer coming in, though, from JDK to get away from that Gnar. And Spectre going to grab up the red buff.
Yeah, and Juanito and Bleeding Wolves did a pretty good job, right? Juanito had a lead at one point. Bleeding Wolves was laning fine into KL Paul before all the shenanigans that happened around these objective fights. So, I mean, you definitely have your pieces. You definitely have your win conditions. You just feel like Unicorns didn't really try to play around it. They kept trying to force these Rammus and Yone ganks onto either Sloth PhD or these team fights. It just was not working out.
Nope. And we see a decent fight here coming in from JDK and Paul. Beautiful damage coming through. A nice Mortal Steel coming in. And Paul actually losing out on the trade, but they are going to look to try and grab this Baron up right here, right now. Rotation is coming through. Gnar has a TP, though, and will be able to join this fight first.
So quick.
It's
right
going down
into the
fast. They have a
soft
Zeri, they have a Casio. It's not even close. Baron going to go down, and they have to try and escape. Bowling Ball going to hit no one, and they are going to be able to walk out towards this mid lane, maybe push this wave. Neurosynaptic going to walk forward, unafraid of anything. And Root going to go wide. They're looking for this Cataclysm. They find it, force the flash out of Last Dinosaur, and they are going to walk away. They don't need to turn this fight. They are just going to raid the forest.
Yep, they're going to take all the jungle camps. They're going to go into the mid lane, beef up those minions with the Baron empowered minions here, and they're going to take tier 2 most likely pretty easily. Neurosynaptics more than willing to train Cataclysm for the flash of Last Dinosaurs. I mean, there's such a low cooldown for Synaptic here, and this turret is going to be taken down super, super quick. Are they going to force the fight here, though? Bleeding Wolves is on the flank.
Oh, the Encore finds the Zeri, but she's able to buffer over the wall. Bleeding Wolves finds the flank, finds a lot of damage here, and they're looking for Sloth. They are going to be able to take him down, but Last Dinosaur is going to be taken out for Sloth. Survive for so long until the wall goes. The Bonito Soul and JDK run for the hills. The Zeri is carrying. The Zeri is there, and she's zooming around the map. Everywhere. It's shocking. It's dastardly, and it's a quad kill. Looking for the Penta. It's such shocking display. The Zeri trying to run. The Cleanse trying to buy the move speed over the wall. Can you do it? Go, Zeri, run, Zeri, run. But no, she's not even able to get there in time because Lily is too fast, too furious. Not going to be able to give over that Penta.
Hits him with the Tokyo Drift. Bleeding Wolves gonna bank the corner right now, and Zeri's still chasing. Wants this Penta kill. Is he gonna be able to get it? No,
is he gonna get it?
Already spawned.
No.
Last already spawned.
Oh, but he does get the kill unofficially, baby. Are dragging up in a minute here. They burn a lot of cooldowns, and it's a scary thought here. 1 minute left, but it is a huge fight coming in from the Ducks.
Yeah, they could have ended the game right there, outright completely, if Zeri is there with that Baron push. Instead, they chase for the Penta. I mean, Ducks are feeling themselves. They feel like they've got this game pretty much in the bag. Nearly a 10k gold lead. Ocean Soul is going to be on the menu for them. Going to make it that much harder to kill the Ducks. And the Unicorns, you know, they don't... Ooh, yeah, so that's fine.
Oh, wait, they're looking to turn this one. Oh, beautiful. Let's try to gaze Cataclysm onto 2, and that's right onto the jungler and the support. Your engage is gone. What are you going to do now except watch this soul fall?
JDK can potentially go for a steal, right? And who knows, right? I mean, they don't have a lot of options left, especially when your jungler goes down and your support. You can't walk up to any objectives. You can't get any vision for any objectives. Arguably, the two most important people for objectives have gone down. And this is a free Ocean Dragon, a free Ocean Soul for the Ducks here. And they come back very strong after that Game 2 ending.
Yeah, they're going to get themselves the soul here, Ocean. There's just not enough damage. There's not enough DPS coming through from the Unicorns to punch through this Ocean Soul. Ocean Soul loves extended fights, and because these fights go so long, it's just so difficult for them.
Looking to match right now. Does have a
into the wall he goes. Wallop is there. Not going to be found anything, though. Paul trying to trade this one quite well. And Camcom rotating up towards this top side as well. They're looking for something, but it's a little scary. I don't know if they can find anything.
Yeah, diving a Lilia this late into the game is not worth it. Mass Hydra is going to die if he doesn't get out. No, don't re-engage. Don't even think about it. There are so many strong... Oh,
Neurosynaptic is on a ward. Sloth PhD is there looking for the engage. Has the Cataclysm available. Teleport going to be used. Neurosynaptic trying to find something, but over the wall goes Mass Hydra. Trying to find something. The Miasma buying a lot of space. Arrow going to find the Casio. Beautiful Encore onto 2. The Drowsy is there. They find the engage. They find the fight. But a beautiful Petrifying Gaze finds 2. JDK trying to find something here, but Sloth is out. Sloth is gone, and so is Spectral. Wait, Sloth makes it out to safety, and the Ocean Soul finds so much space, finds so much time. Neurosynaptic finds the kill. The Death Dance buying the space, buying the HP. Cataclysm onto Juanito keeps him stuck in place, and the Wild Growth going to be used on Sloth to try and buy something, anything, and he has to find the damage, has to get this Ocean Soul proc, has to try and do something here to stay alive. The healing is there. The Renewer is there. Bleeded Wolves trying to find something. He's going to pop off, but he gets one. JDK finds the kill, though. Camcom's going to be taken down, but on the top side, Paul just pushing. It was a 4v5, and they still only barely traded evenly.
Yeah, they barely traded evenly. Paul, all in the meantime, just split pushing till his heart's content here, picking up 2 turrets, right? A bunch of gold. Easy gonna pick up this turret. Die for it.
Oh, he's going to die for it, but he is going to be able to get that turret. Has the Gnar available. Going to use the Gnar to push him into the wall, looking for a little bit more, but the damage coming in from New Soul. He's autoing so fast, so furious, and he finally takes the kill with the help of Jay and Last Dinosaurs.
Yeah, they're going to get the kill onto the Gnar here. Get them some gold into their pockets, but they are so far down the hole right now. still 8K down, and it's a tough road ahead for the Unicorns. You saw they've nearly lost a 4v5, right? And everything had to go right for them. The Encore had to land onto the Zeri. The Lullaby had to land onto Sloth's PhD, right? So many things, so many engaged pieces had to line up perfectly for the Ducks to even do anything, or sorry, for the Unicorns to even do anything, and they barely trade evenly. And that healing from the Ocean Soul, plus the Moonstone Renewer, plus the Redemption, it is going to be hard to get a beat onto anybody.
You know what would have won the Ducks the fight? The cleanse that was used to try and get the Penta. That cleansed absolutely nothing.
Nope. Yeah.
Imagine if
was-
Zeri had cleanse that fight.
Chad cleanse. You cleanse in
Yep.
front of them so you don't have it next fight. Oh,
Oh, they're
real
looking for the
snap
turn
there.
here, and they find some decent damage. Their Cataclysm finds two. Bleeding Wolves over the wall is forced to flash away. Lilty Lullaby gonna find three. Arrow finds only Neurosynaptic, but is that the target you really want to go on? Rammus tries to go onto the back line, tries to do something. Bleeding Wolves gonna use that Zonius to
Now
buy some space.
Tiger is
Now
left
Tiger
by
taking so
himself
much
right
damage, getting
now.
shredded. Paul looking for the flank as well. The TP is there, but into the back line goes JDK. Fate sealed, gonna try and seal their fates, but it's not enough.
Paul
The
in
Ocean
the
Soul just
back
spikes
line.
so much time, so much space, but
Nice
Paul in the
Paul!
back line. Zeri finds more damage, and Paul, looking for Winnie the Soul, goes for the hop, finds the boomerang, finds the damage, and Winnie the Soul trying to do as much as he can. The lethal tempo is there, but flash forward, finds the Gnar into the wall. The wall up keeps him stunned up, and the bullet toss takes off his skull, and this game is over. Game 2 goes to the Ducks.
Game 3 goes to the Ducks.
Oh, game 3. Game 3, right.
Game 3 goes to the Ducks in convincing
Match point.
fashion. Match point. Yep, put on for the Ducks here. Backs against the wall. Unicorns even got blue side this game, and now they have to go potentially back to the red side. Can they do the sweep? Will the Ducks 3-1? My God, we've got a series.
Crazy one at that, my friend. Well, I got the Discord bug again, but a crazy, crazy game
Yes.
coming in from the Ducks. After that kind of wonky game number 2, this game 3 was won in convincing fashion. The Ducks look good. The Ducks are looking to carry this momentum forward and close out the series, but the Unicorns aren't done yet. They're still looking for blood. They are still trying to be that mythical being up above all the other creatures. Will they be able to fly high, or will the Ducks finally overcome them and take that space? We'll bear it back and find out.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are back on the desk after an astounding Game 3. This best of 5 series is really shaping up. We got some great games. Guff in chat saying, hey, what did I miss? You missed everything, buddy. Get in here, get your friends, because this is a phenomenal series. So I'm going to come straight at you. That was a very interesting Game 3. It looked like, I don't know, for me, early on in that game, it looked like Jarvan was just able to get onto the map a lot quicker than Rammus was able to get mid and bot ahead. Got a couple kills between Neural there, between the bot lane, between the mid. And they were then just able to, on the side of the Ducks, just secure that like early game advantage. Was that how you were seeing it as well, or anything? Any curveballs? Any disagreements? How did you see that one playing out?
I mean, I expected to go later. I expected things to go a little bit slower, but I mean, every time Neural Synaptic looks for a play, his solo laners are already rotating early. They know what they're looking for, and that's exactly what they did again. Where they won games 1 and game 2, 3, yes, 3. They did the exact same thing. They look for a play, and they commit for it. They commit 3 members, and they make it happen. Give it over to Sloth every single time.
There you go.
For speaking draft, just don't pick the Rammus again. Like that, it does not do. It just did not do it justice. I think there are other junglers you pick. I would have been happy with the Zac, right? We said it, right? Me and Salt said it. If it ain't broke, you don't need to fix it. But they ended up switching the draft up. They wanted to flex the Lily at top. They wanted to go for something a bit wacky with the Yone mid, 80 mid, AP top laner, but it just didn't work out. Actually, the Cassiopeia was a really good pick into that composition because they really only have one way in with the Yone ultimate, the Rammus ball. You throw Miasma plus Petrifying Gaze down, you saw the amount of work that Cassiopeia did in Sloth PhD's hand. 3-man Petrifying Gazes, 2-man Miasmas consistently. There was just nothing realistically that the Unicorns could do to get into that fight. Everything had to go well for them to even get an even fight, really, right? The Encore had to land into the Ash Arrow, into the Lullaby, and then finally JDK could follow up. Really rough for them. I want them to go back to a simpler composition with just proper engage tools, but multiple angles of engage is what I'm looking for. I don't want just one fast and furious sprinted down the lane kind of engage, right? Go with the Zac, go with the Ash, follow those two up with another Cassiopeia, and I think you have a winning combo there.
Yeah, we did see Bleeding Wolves talking about multiple angles of attack. We did see Bleeding Wolves try at one point to get this surround just outside of the Unicorns kind of inhib area, but it just got turned. It just got turned at that point because the Ducks were so far ahead and they did have that advantage. And yeah, the Unicorns engage did work a couple times, like you say, with that Ash arrow. They're able to kind of dogpile onto the Ducks, but it didn't work consistently enough, and the Ducks were able to take that win. But I do want to discuss, Shib, because you mentioned it about the draft, about what champions we had in that game. And I want to break this down. We're into our game 4 now. That's what we're going into. We've had some time to see how these teams have drafted against one another. What do you think, Salt, about this so far? We've seen this very consistent Jarvan combo from the Ducks. They seem to be big fans of that throughout the whole of the VRD, right? Over the various weeks that we've had. But as well, we've been seeing, even tonight, a lot of that We saw the Zac. The Unicorns have then swapped that up, as Shippy was saying. Talk us through some of the draft. Do you want to see the Zac come back? Are the Ducks the draft to beat?
I think the Zac is fine. The Rammus, though, just didn't really have as much agency as they really wanted it to. He's a great ganker, but unfortunately, this Jarvan is more effective at that role and comes online a little bit earlier. And that's exactly what they really want to do. You want to try and get your jungler online as early as possible so they can affect the map nice and easy. And that's exactly what the Ducks have been doing every single game, or at least trying to. And unfortunately, so far, the Unicorns have drafted themselves or at least the weaker end of the matchup. And it involves a lot of scaling, but really when you jungle, you usually end up losing out on gold. So I think changing up the jungle pick, aiming more towards that early to mid game and helping your laners get further ahead, I think that's the way the Unicorns could try and throw a curveball and pull out the draft to win here.
I think Salt said it best, right? I think Unicorns don't pick the Rammus. I think one of the power picks that have kind of come up, I think, is the Cassiopeia. I think that's super hotly contested because we're seeing like 5, potentially 6 mid lane bans consistently coming out from both squads, right? The Vladimir, the Swain, the Vagar, the Silas, all these mid lane bans being thrown out. You really limit the amount of champions that can scale in the mid lane. I would love to see maybe some Kale being picked up into the top lane or even thrown that in the mid as an answer. I think you have to match scaling for scaling. I think if you don't, I mean, the way these games have been going, they've been going the distance, right? They've been going 26, 27 minutes, 30 minutes, so on and so forth. And that is, I would say that has been the Ducks' comfort point, right? I know they don't like being necessarily labeled as a late game team, but they have definitely thrived in those environments.
Yeah, well, we will have to see. We're going into the 4th draft in just a moment. Chat, stick around. This is going to be a good one. This has been a fantastic series, and I want to see how the Unicorns react to this threat now that the Ducks have been bringing, because we could be seeing that 3-1 as was predicted. I think, Salt, did you say 3-1?
I said 3-2.
You said 3-2. Okay, well then maybe there's some room for movement here from the Unicorns. We know Shivy's prediction is already gone.
It's gone.
Up in
Busted.
flames. See ya.
Reduced
But
atoms.
yeah, we'll jump now into the draft. Gentlemen, take it away for us.
Alrighty. We'll be rolling nice and easy. Lemon squeezy pretty soon. We already have some bans on the table. Wukong again taken off the table. Lucian also respect. And the Jin is very, very similar to what we've seen before.
Yeah, Lucian being take off pretty early. Are they going to end up banning the Vlad out on the 3rd ban here for the Unicorns? Actually not. Taking the Jarvan away. They're like, you know what? We had it 2 games in a row. We got spanked by it 2 games in a row. I'm cool off of that. Ducks
Yeah.
sticking with the bans from they did in the game.
Wow, Seraphine, that's crazy.
Whoa, Seraphine being taken.
Wow, we're running it back.
The immediate response from the Ducks. It looks like they have an answer to it. Seraphine, all right, you're not going to be able to land an encore with the Whimsy / Polymorph coming down and the Zeri move speed with the E. You're never going to land an encore onto us ever. And we saw it pretty much going into effect. Zeri pretty much had to run into it for them to really get any damage down. I do like this, though. Misfortune.
Ooh, that's a big combo.
Very, very strong composition. They could go double Comet if they want to and just be a real pain in the butt. Or Misfortune can just go Comet and still poke them out and start getting these really, really nice ultimates. I actually like this pick a lot. A lot of follow-up, straying away from the Ashe. Don't know if they're going to lock it in just yet. It is getting down to the 5-second mark. Oh, they did? Oh,
yeah, they're on the 2nd pick. Oh, that is not ideal. They are going to lock in the Galio, though, or Ornn. Okay, so they are putting their top laner on more of a tank duty, putting them on a little something different, because every time so far, it's been carry after carry after carry coming in for Bleeding Wolves, but now they brought out the Ornn, and we'll see. Oh boy, it's going to be crazy.
They've matched scaling for scaling. Good job from the Unicorns here, matching the Zeri with the Ornn here.
It's going to be the tank Darius again.
The full tank Darius coming back into play. He had a massive game in the first series with that Darius. Went full tank. I don't know if it's gonna work though into the Ornn, because when Ornn builds tank items, he still does a lot of damage. When Darius builds tank items, he's kind of just he's just a squishy dude. He lives really long, but he doesn't really do much after that. Lilia being taken out. They don't want that being flexed anywhere into the jungle pool, and immediately the Zac gets taken out as well. Unicorns banning out the Victor, the Corki. So the Vladimir is still up. The Vagar is still up. The Silas is still up. Oh, never mind. The Cassiopeia is taken away as well. Ooh, Ducks could easily draft a Diana Yasuo.
They could, and it would be perfectly fine.
Yep, this is a Diana Yasuo comp right now. It wouldn't be too bad, but it would be kind of rough playing it into Seraphine, right? Seraphine is
Wind Wall.
That distance. Yeah, Wind Wall is an ability. Do the Ducks lock in the Yasuo on this R5 here? What are the Unicorns going to take? They have to match. They have to blind their mid laner, and they have to blind their jungler. There's not too many jungle picks left up, right? Jarvan taken out. Zac taken out. Lilia taken out. Wukong is gone as well. I mean, it's just... you go Xin? Zin's not bad here. Volibear? Okay. Are they going to... They picked that in anticipation of the Kindred, but now your front line is looking a little weak here. They're going to match it potentially with the Galio. It's going to be a rough lane matchup for him. Galio into Yasuo, but if he can get out of laning phase, if he can start influencing some of these lanes, there is a lot that can happen. I think this is a well-crafted composition from Unicorns.
Yep. Great composition so far. And they have a lot of damage to back it up. They have a lot of tools to look for engages as well. We'll see what the Ducks are looking to answer with. Are they just gonna?
Oh, they
They're just
slammed it
gonna
in.
full send the Yasuo Diana combo. They're just gonna go for it. Pedal to the metal. They're looking to end this right in the mid game, nice and easy.
Yeah, I mean, Diana also super, super strong. Gonna be rough, though. You have Galio R, you've got Seraphine ultimate. I mean, if all else fails, you've got the Kindred ultimate just to keep the boys safe. You huddle in there. Doesn't matter if you get Yasuo Diana combo, you're gonna be just fine. And you could just walk it out and really re-engage that fight. You could eat that ultimate, disengage, and then just heal up with the Seraphine. I want to see a full utility build from this Seraphine. I don't want to see like a Leandries or some weird stuff like that. It's a
Mhm.
support Seraphine. Go the Redemption. Go the Moonstone Renewer. Allow yourselves to be engaged on, and then just re-engage the fight after you've healed up with the Seraphine, and then you're fine, right? You can re-engage with the Ornn. You've got Galio as well. It's going to be really hard for Galio to dive in necessarily with a diving buddy. So he's probably going to be using that defensive ultimately, or sorry,
Mhm.
that ultimate defensively. But Predator still has a lot of value here. You can get engage angles off with the Ornn. There's a lot of damage coming out from the Unicorns, but Ducks have a very one-way composition. It's straight up the gut and nothing else.
Definitely, definitely. And I mean, lane is matchup wise, bot lane should win hard for the Unicorns. Top lane should be behind. Mid lane though should also be behind because Galio, he's a decent laner, but does kind of struggle into these melee matchups once they get extended fights rolling. His burst trades are really insane though. The Ducks though, they have great scaling. Yasuo, Zarya, and Lulu scale so incredibly well, and they have good engage tools with Yasuo Diana, but their main lack of their main caveat there is low range, right? And running into a Misfortune, running into an Ornn and Galio is just so difficult to do.
Yeah, the range game is what the Unicorns have to play here. They can poke him out with the E. Don't know what build he's gonna go. If he's gonna go for the Savant build, where they go the Leandries with the E and they burn him with the Manamune and the Leandries. I mean, it could be a really devastating combo, right? A couple
Hmm.
E's onto certain key members of the Ducks here, and they'll be taken out of a fight before it even starts here. I'm hoping we see the Manamune into Leandries build. I think it has a lot of value here, right? The burn
Hmm.
is just really good. I think Galio and Ornn are pretty much primarily enough frontline you need here. And Kindred's just going to be dancing around. Hopefully, the Unicorns can play around the marks. Like you said, the priority in the lanes is going to be rough. Diana Yasuo definitely beat out Kindred Galio, in my opinion, in the mid lane. And then Ornn is not going to have much priority against this Darius unless Darius starts building full tank. In that case, Ornn
Oh, we
will
know it's
eventually.
happening.
Yeah. I hold some hope in my heart that Paul will not just build slam the full tank Darius, but given his trending item path and itemization, he'll probably slam it in. But it's just going to be how does the Unicorns play around the early marks? Can they get Kindred to that 3 to 4 mark spot where she starts ramping up? And then can they secure more for her? Can they secure the objective marks? Can they secure the kill marks, right? I mean,
Hmm.
this comp hinges a lot on Kindred doing well to provide that extra oomph, that extra damage that's lacking from the mid and top lane.
Definitely, definitely. They have, again, this whole lane's lacking in damage, so it's all reliant on the jungle matchup and on these bot laners just to kind of pop off. But the Ducks, they have more options. They have the Yasuo Diana. They have the Zarya. They have three realistic damage dealers that they can rely on to actually make things happen here. And Diana being sole AP or solo AP means that this Ornn will not be as tanky up against her specifically. And her not being able to have to worry about anyone building MR, and even if they do spec into MR as well, it does feel pretty solid because that allows her Yasuo and Zarya to start popping off here. So, I mean, we'll see. I mean, if the Unicorns get ahead, this game is pretty solid, nice and easy. They have great scaling with this Kindred. MF will always be a threat. The Ducks, though, if they can get this a mid-game ball rolling, things will be scary for the Unicorns. They may not even have time to pop their buttons.
Yeah, it is gonna be kind of a one way up the gut composition versus kind of a more we can catch the ball, we could take it, and we can maybe look to whittle the Ducks down and whittle them with our tankiness, with our
Hmm.
re-engage, right? With the potential build paths that Misfortune can go here. I mean, they definitely have a lot of counter engage. how this wind wall gets used from Sloth will be very, very key, right? Are you going to block the MF ultimate? Are you going to block the Kindred, or sorry, the Ornn ultimate? Are you going to block the Seraphine ultimate, right?
Mm-hmm.
The last thing the Unicorns want to do is layer everything so that Yasuo gets a pretty high value wind wall. You want to throw your ultimate out, force the wind wall out, and then finally re-engage potentially with the Ornn or the Seraphine, and then have Misfortune follow up. But Misfortune can never throw her ultimate as long as wind wall has not been used.
The main thing with that, though, is it's fair. Most teams are like, okay, I land this, time to use this. Keep going, keep going, keep going. So it may be the ideal play, but it feels really weird, and most teams don't have that kind of coordination. And so far, the Unicorns have not been able to show us that either.
Yeah, they haven't been able to show us that, unfortunately. But maybe, just maybe, the Unicorns won't throw at an objective fight, or they'll take a 5v5 here. The Ducks would love to fight them at these early to mid game objectives, right? They would love to just get that combo off, get the snowball rolling. While on the Unicorn side, they do have some nice scaling picks, right? The Ornn, the Kindred, the MF. Once the ornaments come in, it can be pretty rough for the Ducks, even with the Zeri Lulu, to kind of keep up with that potential damage spike, with the potential extra gold coming in at that level 13 mark for the Ornn. Both of these teams are very comfortable in the late game, but I think Ducks, regardless of the composition, they have just more experience. They're more comfortable. They've won more games into the late game. So if this drags on past the 30 minutes, we could just see a Duck 3-1 here.
Definitely. But just like the Unicorns, we'll be throwing it over to a quick break, and we'll get rolling here for game number 4 of the night. We'll be right back.
What are you willing to lose? You cover your wounds, but underneath them, a million voices in your head that whisper, stop now. Another twist of the knife, a turn of the screws, it's all in your mind, and it's fighting you on yourself. The storm is coming. Wow, kid, what you gonna do now? It's your reflection looking back to pull you down. So are you gonna die today or make it out alive? You gotta conquer the monster in your head, and then you'll fly, fly, Phoenix fly. It's time for a new empire. Go bury your demons, then tear down the ceiling, Phoenix fly. And now you're playing with matches, come out of the ashes underneath you. A million voices in the crowd, they're screaming, stop now. Well, let them swallow the pride, you're turning the tide to true believers. Got them in the palm of your hand, you're playing God now. What you gonna do now? It's your reflection looking back to pull you down. So are you gonna die today or make it out alive? You gotta conquer the monster in your head, and then you'll fly, fly, Phoenix fly. It's time for a new empire. Go bury your demons, then tear down the ceiling, Phoenix fly.
Hello, everyone. How are we doing? We have the Ducks once again on the red side this time, like last game, and the Unicorns on the blue. It is 2-1 in favor of the Ducks. Match point. This is do or die for those mythical beings in pink, and we'll see if they're able to make it happen here. But they are posturing for a little bit of an invade, at least for some vision here. Will they be able to get themselves out to safety? Is the question here. Diana is going to have to back off just a little bit here.
Yeah, then finally they've drafted some kind of, level 1 invade, right? JDK can comfortably start W if he wants to, or even E and get some CC off and follow it up with Last Dinosaurs, especially if you have Kindred as well. If she marks somebody that they can potentially engage on, that gives her a nice little early mark boost. Slock PhD, though, interestingly enough, goes the flash TP on Yasuo instead of going for the typical flash ignite that we usually see. So
Mhm.
looking to potentially match JDK here, wherever he TPs to, wherever he ults to in the late game, right? With the unleash teleport. So double TPs on both sides. Kale Paul going ghost TP though. So I expect Mass Hydra to pay him a visit.
Definitely, definitely. And it's just going to be a red buff start for both of these junglers here, probably pathing away from each other. Kindred doesn't really want to fight, or Diana doesn't really want to fight Kindred, especially since she knows she's marked. Getting into a fight scuffle early, especially when you're the melee versus the range match, I'm going to feel a little bad here. But they will notice Diana starting on the red side if she's able to cross over that ward, killing these Krugs quite quickly.
Yeah, the ward might time out, and
Ooh,
they
it
might
might.
know where she is. It's very, very small window, but I don't think they sold the fake leash just enough. Like I said, if no mana is used, you can pretty much interpret that they didn't fake leash, or they didn't leash Neurosynaptic here. But he's been having some good games. This is the first time we've seen him on a farming jungler primarily, though. So he's gonna have to farm till 6. Diana has okay-ish ganks when she hits level 3, but she's very reliant on that QE or another champion setting up a lot of that CC so that she can get her damage down. But at level 6 is when she really starts to make a splash.
Definitely. And she can pop off here, but you're right. Level 6s need to be hit. And both these teams start popping off when they hit that 6. Zeri wants that 6 power spike. Same with the Seraphine and that MF as well. Kindred also likes having that defensive opportunity to have. And we just see Sloth trading quite effectively here against this Gallia, who he has the shield. He can pop off there. He can use that to buy himself some damage while dealing damage in return. But we see this Darius has clear priority in this top lane. We'll be able to move towards this Scuttle Crab when it's spawned, but this Kindred's top side.
Does it flip? Now that's the 50-50. Is the Scuttle spawn top or the Scuttle spawn bottom here? Galio can only move to the top one, but actually Kindred's gonna mark the Darius.
Oh, the knockup's gonna go wide here. Paul has the ghost. Might be looking to just try and run away. The slow is there as well. Paul trying to run, but no flash available. He is running. He is moving at the speed of sound. The flash forward finds the slow, but is he gonna be able to make it out to safety? His HP is so low. Flash forward. Cannot find the ball play. Comes up in time, and he walks away, barely living. Oh, LS is turning in his bed right now. Bone plating coming into the rescue.
The big bone plating coming in. The mark goes down as well. Diana's gonna pick up potentially the Krugs here as well, because Kindred went to that top side. Flashes were burned. 2 flashes for a ghost. Kale, Paul, and the Ducks win that trade every single time. And now Diana.
Oh, they're going in on the bot side. Diana has the combo, looking for some decent damage. Forces the flash away as well. They're doing some damage, but they can't do anything else. They find the root, though. They're looking for the return of Spectral. Very, very low. Juanita Soul looking for some damage in return. Some decent Q coming in from Diana, but they are going to walk away. They burn some sums, but nothing else.
Flash from Spectral, and that's about it, really. Oh, Neurosynaptic also blew the flash down there for that gank. But 3 summoners were burned from the Unicorns. The Bean Wolves is just going to charge it out here. Heal was taken, flash was taken, and the exhaust. And that's a gank that the Unicorns bot lane has fallen for 4 times in a row now.
Mass Tiger's top again, but the wave is pushing in this Darius' favor, but he does shove it, and this could be a big play coming in. No flashes available. Paul trying to turn this one away, trying to run. He has no ghost, though. Finds the slow onto the Kindred. Might be able to get that heal. He gets the 5% missing HP back, but it's not enough. The wave is there, and first blood is grabbed by Masked Hydra in the top side.
Yep, the pings go down as well. I believe Kindred also is able to get a mark off of that. No, she
goes on Diana.
Did not mark the Darius here, so doesn't get a mark, still gets the kill here. Gonna have to, nope, she's not even gonna be able to pick up the mark at the Raptors here as well. Oh, she actually stopped her back. She might be going.
He wants it.
She see Diana's top. This is your only opportunity. This may be the only mark you get in the jungle. Has the smite available too, so just needs to pick up the big chicken.
Ooh, Sloth looking for the play here. Has the NATO available. The Q2, the Steel Tempest. Mass Charge is kind of low as well. Has a smite. Oh, gonna get the chicken though, and gonna be able to walk away. Some gold in the back pocket, and the camp is in a rough spot as well. Not the full spawn.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave a little bit of chicken skin for Diana here. I would clear it if I was Neurosynaptic though, looking.
Oh, spotted out there, but not going to be able to find the Crescent sweep and going to have to walk away. They love the play. The slow is there, but they are looking to turn it. Sloth PhD is going to be there first. Has the ultimate available as well, but it's a 3v2, but level 6s aren't there. JDK is popping off with some decent damage. Sloth trying to get over the wall. Trying to deal the damage. Come on, lethal tempo is there. Flash over the wall. Has the NATO. Is he going to go over to the Wolves? No, he's not. He's trying to find something here. Gonna burn away that NATO and trying to get that one back up, but it is looking like a big win for the Unicorns here. 2-0.
The Ducks taking an uneven fight. Is this opposite day? Unicorns come out on top. 2 kills for them, 1 for the Kindred, 1 for the Galio. Sitting pretty in their back pockets. Now TP comes out as well. Soft Beach, you gotta get out of there, buddy.
Oh, knockup going to be found, though, and going to be able to walk away to safety. His HP is kind of low, though, but he does have the level advantage here. Has the last breath available as well, but marked for death by the Kindred. Mark is on the Grump as well.
Mark is on the Gromp here, but Diana's going to be able to take it. Kindred just going to farm the bot lane here. JDK has now hit level 6 with the Galio as well. So he'll be able to look to get some roams off, potentially looking to counter some of these neural synaptic ganks. I don't know what else they could do. Unicorns waiting this game out, keeping it in a lull state so far. 2 kills pretty much gifted to them from both Darius and neural synaptic here. But now level 6 has been achieved from the Diana. This is where the combo starts. This is where the rumble in the jungle begins for the Ducks here.
This is what they wanted to reach, and unfortunately they took some fights beforehand, but they have it now. Better late than never. They could look for the play. Has hit level 6 before the counterpart, but Last Dinosaur is going to miss that route.
Last Dinosaurs and Juanito are just going to have constant push in this lane pretty much because it is MF Seraphine. But it's going to leave them open to these ganks, and Neosynaptic is in the top side here. Both junglers mirrored pathing so far, as Kindred is going to be able to get a little bit of a head start, like you said, as she's going to be taking both of these camps here, and now Diana hightailing it down bot lane.
Dragon's up here. It is a cloud, so they could look to grab this one up here. Vision is going to be spotted there by Camcom. Going to clean up that ward. Rift Herald's up as well, and the top side priority is definitely right now in favor of the Unicorns, but they find the knock up. They're looking for the Darius, who has the Ghost. Going to pop that one, trying to run away. The Ghost is there. The Exhaust is going to be used. The Ornhorn going to find one, and Masked Hydra is there to try and find the kill, but beautiful healing coming in from the Darius, but is not enough. Pull under the tower. Will he fall? That's the question. Has the ultimate available. Lamb's Respite is there. Not going to be forced to use it, though.
Not going to be forced to use it. Another kill goes over into the favor of Kindred. Please tell me you marked the Darius this time. No. Oh, you did. I think they did end up getting 3 marks. So now Kindred has hit that 3 mark spot right now. So she's going to be, she's going to 1 mark away. She's 1 mark away right now before she can hit that extended attack range and empowered form that she's so used to. So gonna see where she picks it up, if it's in the jungle, if it's another champion kill.
They find the play, they have the ultimate available as well. Gonna pull him back using that Moonfall, but it's not enough. Last Dinosaurs has the shield coming in from the heroic entrance, knocks up this area as well. It's gonna be a big turn. The taunt onto 2. The Winds of War are there as well. Nero trying to run for the hills, trying to get out to safety as well. Flash away from Spectral. Neosynaptic might have to fight for his life, trying to find something here. Trapped between the Alcove. Alcove Gaming does not get into safety, but Sloth PhD taking on Masked Hydra. The wind wall is there to buy the space. Lethal Tempo is procced by both of these gamers, and who's gonna find the kill? Masked Hydra is gonna be
Hydra!
Oh, ultimate! Oh, Spectral gets him out to safety. He's able to walk, but the Comet finds the kill from downtown.
Comet gets the kill. Everything's looking for the Unicorns right now. 6-0. Rift Herald gets popped in the mid lane. Masked Hydra's gonna pick up a nice chunk of gold for himself into the mid lane. Outplays the Yasuo, hits the 4-stack mark, going for the 5th stack right now. I don't know if I think
they're going for something here. And they aren't going to spot him out, but the taunt going to come from. They find the Diana, and they're looking to give over this kill to Masked Hydra. 4-0-1 in 10 minutes.
4-0-1 gets the 5th stack in her pocket. In a matter of 3 minutes, she ended up getting from 3 to 5 stacks right now, and looking for
Sloth
something.
trying to find the play here. The taunt gonna go. Oh, it's gonna be found. The slow is there, but the wind wall buying a lot of space here, trying to find something on the back line. Has the Steel Tempest trying to get that NATO. It is available, and they are in a serious situation. But there it is. There's the last breath. But the Lamb's Respite buys the space. Last Dinosaurs is killed on the back end of this fight though. 1,000 gold. He stepped out just barely, and JDK is gonna be taken out as well. Sloth gets 2 and is more than back into this game.
Sloth gets an easy 1k gold, 700 from the Kindred, another 300 from the Galio. That's a 1,000 gold injection going straight into the carry player of your team, the carry champion so far, and the gold lead now down to about 1.5k for the Unicorns here. When they were up, they were looking up, they overextended, they got greedy, and now Sloth PhD could be the deciding factor in this game.
Still slightly behind the Kindred here. Oh, they are basically even with this gold because of that beautiful play. And he's going to be able to walk away and base and get himself some more items in his back pocket.
Yeah, and the rest of that gold lead that the Unicorns have pretty much came up as you look at the graph here. Bleeding Wolves with the 3.9k gold and Slot PhD as well. Sitting on top, him and Mass Hydra. So all the gold is in the right pockets for the Ducks, right? Zeri has the lead and Slot has the lead on the Yasuo. It's really just Kindred and Ornn, and their carry potential is not enough, in my opinion. If Yasuo and Zeri get going, they start getting into these team fights, they might just end it all.
Definitely. And Shippy, hey, I noticed something here. That's not a Balmy Cinder on Paul. That's crazy.
Uh-oh, that's a Merc Treads into the Kindle Gem. He could be rushing potentially the Black Cleaver into Bammy Cinder. You know, I still don't believe it. Oh, Neurosynaptic is here though.
They could turn the play, but the Ornhorn going to be used. No go. Oh, Ghost is available on the Darius, and he's going to be able to get out to safety. He got a beautiful ultimate comes through. Both of them are knocked up. Lamb's Respite is not available. The Dunk is not enough to find the damage, but it is enough to find the kill. And Neurosynaptic trying to chase down. Paul has the Ghost. The Flash is forced, but he's still running at the speed of sound. Pullback is not available just yet, but he's dealing the damage. He has the Conqueror available. And is it going to be a 1v1? The heal is there as well. Sloth PhD is going to be joining this fight here. Neurosynaptic dealing some decent damage. The Red Smite is there, but he is going to be able to walk under the tower, and Neurosynaptic not able to find that kill.
That's a tanky boy. Ornn is really hard to kill here. Unfortunately, they only get one for their troubles. They roam Yasuo up as well. So Galio's going to get some CS for himself.
Oh, but Juanito, the ultimate is there from this area, popping off, dealing so much damage. He's getting that move speed, ramping up, but dashes right to the Aqua. Beautiful cleanse. The MFL finds absolutely nothing. The bullet time is not in time, and one is going to go down, looking for the second. Flash on the Seraphine, but a beautiful heroic entrance buys the space. But look at that move speed. Can they find the kill? The taunt, is he going to be able to walk out? No, Spectral is going to get taunted up, but the Hugify is there to keep him alive. Over the wall he goes, trying to find Last Dinosaur. Can he find the kill? One more auto will do it. Cam Cobb grabs it. Spectral trying to run for the hills. The speed, the movement is there, but one auto will do it. JDK finds the kill. Cam trying to buy the space, trying to buy the time, trying to run for the hills, and she will find one. But JDK going to be taken down as well. Stuck in the middle of two, in the middle of the Yasuo, and Sloth goes on a killing spree, 3-1.
Sloth 3-1, Zeri 2-2. The Ducks are not out of it. They may have given up the early game, but they are not giving up this mid game where they are strongest. Mass Hydra going for the 1v1 again.
Going for the 1v1, and Sloth does live it. The crit is not there, and he makes it out to safety. 1 HP to his name, single digits, gets him out to safety.
And can Neurosynaptic take this dragon by himself?
He's on a ward. Is he gonna die?
Oh, the MF.
Oh, it's going to be stopped. The Windwall's there to try and buy himself a little bit of space. Over the wall, he goes the blast go, but he lives it. He stays alive.
The Windwall, no flash coming out from Juanito. Doesn't flash to secure the kill. They end up getting the dragon, though. One apiece for the Unicorns and the Ducks. This game is neck and neck, Salt. They are going down to the wire.
Oh, they are going the distance. This is the one. This is the game for the series. This is going to determine everything right here. Whoever wins this is going to be oh, they find that zap, but it's not going to look for too much. Neurosynaptic moves over towards this top side.
Synaptic is going to move to this top side. Had a rough early game, but has been pretty good on these counter ganks so far. Been reading Mass Hydra pretty well. Did get bullied out. A little bit of revenge for the Unicorns jungler here as Mass Hydra was bullied out in games 1 through 3. But finally, I think we've gotten to a lull state. I don't think there's any more fighting that's going to happen, Salt. And I'm purely saying that so I can cast a curse. And I want to see more skirmishes. I want to see more fighting here as JDK and Sloth PhD are going to end up just trading in the bot lane. But yeah, I think we've hit until the next objective. I don't think we're going to see too much.
Yep. And hey, look at that MF build. What is that? That is a Fiendish Codex and a Manamune. Whoa. Let's go. Burn build, baby.
A burn build coming in. It's going to be a lot of damage coming out from Juanito once he gets online with this build. The 2-item spike is immaculate, especially with the MF ultimate, but it's really good from Spectral. That cleanse is so clutch, right? You get hit by the Encore, you cleanse it, you start moving and grooving. MF stays in place, and now Masked Hydra and JDK, the Unicorns are going to pick up another objective here, primarily for free, as they are going to get the Herald, the second one in Masked Hydra's name. Potentially going to be used to take the top lane or the mid lane. It looks like he's going to be used mid, though.
Definitely looking to be breaking this mid tower. It's very easy, and Masked Hydra, again, trading against Sloth PhD, does so much damage, and this Rift Herald's going to easily claim up this tower. Surely going for the big ram. Oh, wait, it's not hitting the tower, and Diana's there. Everyone is there.
guys?
Beautiful play. The knockup is there. The combo has been found, but the Lamb's Respite buys the space, buys the time. But will it buy them their lives? JDK is there, but bullet time just does no damage, and they can't even find one. But Neurosynaptic forced to use that stopwatch to buy the safety. Encore gonna hit 2. A beautiful play, but Spectral into the back line, moving, grooving, zooming around, and Medusa Soul is gonna have to run for the hills.
Yeah, Spectral, nice ultimate coming out. You saw Bleeding Wolves coming in potentially to follow up. So much damage coming out from the Yasuo Diana combo. Even the Lamb's Respite could not save everybody. This fight's not over though. Neurosynaptic looking from the wolf camp. One comes in.
Wind wall.
And Bleeding Wolves
no.
watches as his ultimate gets eaten up by the wind wall. Now he contemplates, why did I pick this champion? The Yasuo is such a good counter. That's the interaction we were talking about.
That is, it's Triforce Darius. It's not, it is, it's not full tank, but he's going in. Paul gonna use that heal and trying to buy some time, trying to buy some space. It is gonna be a 3v1. Paul going forward, but has to run for the hills, has the ghost, will be able to run with those legs. The Darius makes it out to safety.
The gang's all here, Scooby-Doo and Shaggy and everybody else into the top lane looking to find out if KL Paul is the one who did the crime. They're going to take the tower for their troubles here, but you look at that CS lead across the board. I mean, Yasuo 3-1-2, 135 CS to 110. He's been having a grand time in the mid lane ending these team fights. And finally, Neurosynaptic has finished his first item. The Nashers rush as well, looking to scrap, looking to skirmish with this build, and could potentially opt in for the very annoying and very durable Sunfire Cape Nashor's Tooth Diana build. We're gonna see what he ends up building here. Could just go for the standard Diana build that we usually see, but that is a viable option here.
Very much so here, and we see the mid lane has been, or bot lane has been rotated towards the mid lane, and they're looking to try and get some minions here, farm nice and safe. But Sloth PhD, has some minions available, has one, could look for a play, but Dragon's up in a minute.
Dragon is up in a minute. I said we wouldn't really see too much action until the next Dragon. I was wrong. That mid lane fight was all the action I needed. All key summoner spells are pretty much up for most of the members of both teams. Flashes are down for both junglers, but everything is up. Everything else is up for all of the rest of these team members. So this is going to be a full 5v5, hopefully. Keyboard, okay.
Oh, Masked Hydra finds some decent damage. Oh, no damage there. Camcom blocking all of that one. And Spectral is there in the wings as well. Dragon up in 30. Oh, some decent damage there onto Sloth, looking to go forward, looking to try and deal something here, but Neurosynaptic is there, has the ultimate as well. They have the combo. Lamb's Respite not up yet. It is a 20-second cooldown. Can they grab this one while it's still up?
Ornn has a nice flank on the right side, but what are they going to burn the wind wall for? That's the true question. Yasuo is shoving in that.
Ornn is there. They pull in the Ornn. They might be looking to try and one-shot. The knockup finds the Darius, and Darius alone onto the backline. There it goes. Ornn going to be found. They're going to look to try and use it on this area. Encore going to be blocked, and so is the bullet time. They buy so much space. The wind wall. They did exactly what they had to not do, and they're stuck in the middle of everyone, and they could just look to re-engage. They have no ultimates. They have no damage, but it's still a 5v5. It's still scary. The health bars are half.
Lamb's Respite and the Galley Ultimate is still available. They've bought themselves enough time. The HP lead is there. Are they going to go? Are they going to pull it?
Oh, they're looking for the Yasuo. Sloth gets knocked up here. Into the backline they go. Beautiful taunt. Onto the backline they'll go. Sloth. Medusa Soul is down. They find one. They find two. They're looking for three. Heroic entrance. Find something. And Sloth zooming, gliding around. He's doing so much work, but the Lamb's Respite is finally used. But Zeri is left untouched. She's popping off. She's dealing the damage. And she's trying to carry this team fight. But it's a 2v4. Cam gets caught. They're done. And Spectral running for the hills, zooming around, trying to pop off, trying to be that Zeri, but she's only dealing mosquito bites, flying around, poking them, poking the hornet's nest, but the damage is there, but the Hextech Dragon does, oh my goodness, last dinosaurs could fall right here, right now, but they're not going to die just yet, and this Dragon's going to be picked up.
That was a scary team fight. If Spectral gets a couple more items, and he is allowed to free fire like that into these fights, it could mean disaster for the Unicorns here, as Unicorns burn a lot of their summoner spells, get the HP lead, and they got a nice double knockup combo with the Ornn headbutt into the Galio E into the taunt. Sloth PhD and Neurosynaptic could not get the combo off. They could not get the Dream Team going, and unfortunately, they lose. The Ducks lose the Hextech Dragon. Hextech Soul on the menu. We're at least bare minimum gonna get this game going to 30 minutes.
Yep. 2 more dragons at the very least here. But this Yasuo, is still very strong, is a force to be reckoned with, and you have to be careful of this Ornn. Playing around this terrain is exactly what Ornn wants you to do. Find these walls so he does not have to rely on that little volcanic rupture there. Those things are very easy to play around, and especially when they're all lined up against the wall, it's a beautiful angle for this Ornn to look for.
He's doing really good right now, sitting pretty with the Thornmail and the Sunfire Cape here. But Mass Hydra,
Oh, Ghost
he's
gonna
gonna
be
bite off
popped.
a little
The
bit
way over the
more.
wall bites off a little bit more than they can chew. The teleport is gonna be used here in the bot side. They pull up the Galio as well, but it is gonna be a catch. They find the knockup onto Neurosynaptic. They're looking for a little bit more. The Ornn Horde is there. It's gonna find two. No Windwall available as well. Cam finds the Hugify, keeps them alive for a little bit longer, but no Lamb's Respite available. Sloth has joined the fight, but Darius
This
is
is a
down
big
as well.
NATO.
He's trying to find the damage, but the Windwall does not keep Cam safe. It's not there, but Masked Hydra finds the play as well. Trying to find some knockups. They cannot do anything, but at the very least, they get two, and they can turn this into a Baron. The jungler is dead.
Jungler and top laner are dead right now. Can Sloth and Spectral look to stall this? Health bars are a bit low for the Unicorns here. Are they looking to re-engage this? No, they're not. They're gonna watch as the Baron goes down. The purple worm, Madame Zeroni, gets her sacrifice. I mean, Madame Baroni, sorry. And the Unicorns pick up their 5k gold lead. They pick up the Baron, they get the recalls, they catch the gold, and we potentially could be going to a game 5 here.
This is looking like a 5er angle, my friend.
So your prediction might come true. You did say 3-2 Ducks, though, right?
I did say 3-2 Ducks.
This is an interesting take because the Unicorns will have side select if they go to game 5. Since they were the higher seed, they get side select here. And right now, being on blue side looks mighty fine to me.
Definitely here. Infinity Edge, though, has been completed by this Yasuo. He's reached that big power spike, the 2 items before the 10 death. So, you know, not too shabby.
Yeah, got the Infinity Edge, has the shield bow in hand, and now Diana as well picks up the Zhonya's, allows her to live a little bit longer, rotate her spells for a little bit. Unfortunately, though, KL Paul sitting on this Triforce, 1 and 4 on this Darius. I hate to say this, but I think this is maybe one of those angles where
The tank is better.
He probably should have gone tank. Because of him being 1 and 4, it actually makes so much more sense for them to have a beefier front line. I'm sorry, Paul. I strayed away from the Bambi's religion. I will never do it again.
Yeah, just build Frostfire Titanic every game. That's it. And they are going to grab up this tier 2 in the mid lane as well, buy themselves some more space in this lane, some more pockets of darkness to play through, and this Dragon's up in 124. They're making great use of this Baron.
They are making very good use of this Baron. Bleeding Wolves and Juanito. They won't be able to siege onto this mid lane. There's too many angles for them to watch out for. They will get engaged on. There is just too much to do here. But Camcom getting poked out. That burn damage on the Leandries. So far, it's just been finished, but it's already done 600.
Yep. And Diana is waiting in the wings. He also is making a quick rotation here as well, but Galio has the hero's entrance, can look to counter-engage this fight if it goes awry.
I love what Bleeding Wolves is doing here. Standing directly in front of the cannon minion so it cannot be engaged on, it cannot be taken out. And now, Dragon is up in 45 seconds. They take this mid lane, they crack it open, they can just walk to the Dragon, and if the Ducks opt into a fight here and they get wiped, it's game over.
Yep. This could be it. This could spell disaster if the fight goes wrong, but they are looking to try and grab this inhib. 30 seconds left on the Dragon.
30 seconds left under the Dragon. Bleeding Wolves is being the
Oh,
beefy man that he
in
is.
he goes. Sloth
Wait
looks
a
for the big
minute.
play. Into the back line it goes. Hero's entrance. Finds a few. Encore finds even more. And the bullet time is not blocked. But a huge knockup to the left. Respite buys them space, buys their lives, buys them some gold even more. And Spectral's forced to watch as his team falls. The burn from Leandries is going to spend his end, spell his end, and JDK is just walking into the base, unperturbed, walking forward. The move speed is there. The Winds of War claim the kill, and that's a clean ace inside the base, and that's going to be the game as well.
25 minutes, a nice, quick, short victory coming out from the Unicorns off the back of Masked Hydra and Bleeding Wolves here. This Kindred, beautiful play from them. I don't know if the Yasuo Diana was the pick. They're playing with their food. So we are going to a game 5!
Game 5, baby. That's exactly what we've been looking for here. Roll the silver grapes. We're going to game 5, baby. This is it. And well, let's get right into a break. Let's get this rolling fast. We'll see you in just a bit.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're back again. I didn't think I was going to be seeing a Game 5 tonight, but here we are. We've got 2 wins apiece for the Ducks and the Unicorns. This is insane. This is what we want to see in the semifinals. Salt, that game was Pretty wild. It was over very quickly. Unicorns got up to
Ooh.
like 7 kills in the first couple minutes. They had the scaling comp, so we knew that they were probably going to have the advantage late game, but they had the advantage early game as well. There's probably not tons to talk about in this game, but yeah, take us through that.
I mean, getting these picks early and playing to what seen the Ducks do every single game is exactly what the Unicorns needed to throw that curveball. And a curveball, in fact, was thrown, and that led to their victory. They had, again, I think every time the Ducks won, they had a late game comp with an early game jungler, and they smashed it. This time, it's the other way around, I believe, if we take a look at the draft here, right? It's yeah, Kindred's okay early, but they have weaker solo lanes, and they were able to make some roams happen by using the CC that they had and base numbers, exactly what Ornn and Galio are good for, getting those Kindred some kills.
Yeah, I mean, the roams were perfectly timed from the Galio, right? Multiple times he countered Synaptic's Diana, and this was the first time that we saw Synaptic on a farming jungler, right? Jarvan 2 games, Zinzao 1 game, played phenomenal in all 3 of them, to be honest. And this was kind of his first bad game. He looks very, very different, right? He understands his role, and he definitely understands what to do, right? Farm till 6, get some ganks off, had some solid ganks off, burned summoners, but wasn't able to get any kills, and unfortunately got bullied out. This Kindred got to scale, got some stacks, got the kills onto KL Paul, who brought the ghost teleport into the top lane. So that was some pretty free gank setup for the Kindred. And then Galio on top of that. Anytime those two get together, they'll be able to join a fight pretty easily. So very solid draft from Unicorns. I said I liked it when I saw it, and it was the Lamb's Respites are very good. Pretty much blocked out almost any sort of execute damage that was going to come out from Yasuo Diana, except for that one fight in the mid lane. But other than that, they scaled well. I mean, MF had a massive ultimate in that last team fight. They just kind of shredded through the HP bars of the Ducks here. So, like I said, when Ducks are taking off their comforts, when they don't have the Seraphine, when they don't have the Lucian available, or they don't pick it, what do they respond with? How do they respond with the draft? And right now, Unicorns is showing their game 5, their long series prowess here.
Mm-hmm. It's scary. It really is. Game 5. It's a best of 1. This is
It's
do
a
or
best of
die.
one.
It's
It's
a
a
best
best
of
of
1.
one now. We're back into the weekly playoffs. Well, I mean, speaking of a best of 1, right? It definitely felt to me watching that was like a 1v1 between Sloth and Hydra. They were both just incredibly on form, right? We saw the Yasuo, the
Mm-hmm.
wind walls blocking off these Ornolds, blocking off these MF just sprays. But then as well, Hydra on Kindred was just getting some great ult off as well, keeping the team alive, keeping the Unicorns going. There was just some really good action between those two players. What do you guys have to say about that?
I mean, we saw it, right? Mass Hydra, when he's on a champion that has the carry potential, when he can get to those mid to late game team fights, the man's got hands, right? He's got the
Got
mechanics.
fingers.
He's got fingers. He knows what's to do. He knows how to play when he's being played to. So I think maybe take him off the Zac, take him off the Rammus, put this man, get this man some carry pants and let him carry. I mean, this is the most dominant that Unicorns have looked this whole series. And honestly, I think if you go back into some of the games in the weeklies, it was Mass Hydra on some of these carry champions that was leading the Unicorns to victory. So now Ducks have a new playstyle to contend with. Utility roam mid, try to bully out the jungler. Like, what happens if your jungle pool gets pinched? What does Neurosynaptic do if there are no early game junglers available?
That
Big
is
question.
a very good question. Yeah, I mean, we'll have to wait and see in the draft. I know that the players are going to be ready, but Soul, should be anything that you guys wanted to cover going over that last game? Anything you want to look forward to in this next game? Because everything's on the line now, right? Like you say, Soul, this is a best of 1 now. Whoever wins goes on to the final. There are no more chances. This is it. But anything you guys wanted to cover before we go into the draft?
Oh boy. I mean, make the Silver Scrapes count. I think this like one of the first series we've had for VRD on stream. This is the first series on stream that is going to 5 games. So make it count. Make Mark Merrill proud.
Leave it on the Rift. Leave it on the Rift, baby. Leave it on the Rift.
Leave it on the Rift. Somebody's getting left on the Rift. Somebody's gonna be packing their bags. They're gonna be heading out. They're gonna be dipping out. But we are now gonna jump over to the draft of this game 5 of the Victoris rival draft. Chat. We can see that you're excited. This has been an incredible series.
Ooh.
Let's see who's gonna be making it through to the finals.
Alrighty, here we go. We're rolling fast. We're rolling furious. And very similar, Wukong Jarvan banning away those early game junglers. The Casio also taken off the table. On the reverse side, it's going to be that Jhin Gangplank. Respect bans taken away as well.
Do Ducks ban Seraphine here? Oh, they banned the Udyr, so the Seraphine's going to get locked
Seraphine's
in once
first pick.
again. Yup, for the Unicorns. 4 times in a row now they have... Well, okay, they lock it in. They're playing with my heart. And Ducks,
Zeri,
and they run it back!
Lulu,
They
run it back, baby!
Zeri, Lulu! So now, what is the next couple of answers for the Unicorns? Take DMF. I like
No
that.
shot.
I like that. And they
No
there is no
shot.
way they run this draft once again against each other. There's no way all 5
The salty run back.
Yep, the saltiest of run backs. We're at the salty sweet
Oh
right
my
now.
goodness.
Salt better.
Yes, sir.
And now, what
Oh.
do the Ducks take on their R3? They take an early game jungler. You don't want to get your champion full pinch here, right? Like,
Please.
guaranteed you take the Xin Zhao, you take potentially, you could take the Fiddlesticks, you could take a, they take the Gnar for Paul. They take the Gnar for Paul, but now you just pinch junglers. Unicorns, just take junglers out. You saw how Neurosynaptic is on non-early game junglers. Ban the Xin Zhao, ban the Lee Sin if he plays it, ban anything else. They're opting in to ban the Victor here, though, and Ducks are actually end up pinching the Unicorns champion.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a pinch here, and it's very interesting what's left on the table. Early game junglers, what do you have left? You got Lee Sin, you got Trundle. Viego got nerfed to the ground. Don't play that in champion anymore.
I hate Trundle. That champion sucks. I'm sorry, that champion just sucks. As the Swain gets banned out, and Unicorn, will they able to sneak in a Lucian ban here? So they will. They'll take the Lucian out as well. So no shenanigans there. No Lucian mid lane. Now, Ducks, answer
There
with
it is.
the Xin Zhao.
Xin Zhao, baby. Gonna grab that one up.
Yeah, he's coming in. Did a pretty good job, even in the game that they lost in, right, with the Xin Zhao. Neurosynaptic had some good ganks, had some solid plays coming out. So, I mean, really good pickup from him. I think he's more active. Please don't. It is not a counter. It is, no. Trundle is not a counter to Xin Zhao. I will die on
They're
this
gonna do
hill.
it. They're gonna do it.
Please don't. Oh. Okay.
Hear me out. Orange jungle, Trundle top.
Not Trundle top. It's not gonna be Orange jungle. Orange mid Trundle top. I'm just kidding. They're gonna opt in for the Trundle Xin Zhao matchup. The classic sort of matchup that we used to see all throughout last season. And Trundle was seen as a typical kind of soft counter to Xin Zhao, which I still don't believe, right? The idea is that you can steal his AD away. You could skirmish him in those early Scuttle Crab fights or those early invades, right? If he takes press to the attack versus not taking, something else. I mean, yeah, that's kind of true, but when it comes to mid to late game, like I said, Trundle ultimate can simply be walked away from. There's not that many good ultimate targets here, but Xin Zhao's much more impactful. He has the invulnerability on the ultimate. He has really good follow-up damage, especially when paired with an enchanter like the Lulu. Vlad gonna be taken
The Vlad for Sloth.
The Vlad Sloth. The man said, give me my carry pants. I'm gonna make it to late game. I'm gonna drag this corpse of a body, this corpse of an animal to the finish line into the finals on my signature pick. And Silas being picked up as well for the Unicorns, a pick that was banned out consistently from the Ducks. All these teams are getting everything they want. They locked in these picks. They slammed it down and said, give me the 5v5. Now it's all up to execution, Salt.
It is all up to execution here. I think both these teams are very scary, Ornhorn is always a big threat here, but Zeri Lulu, one of the strongest bot lanes, Galing bot lanes you can pick up here. Seraphine MF, though, big combo, a lot of kill pressure at 6. Same time, Gnar is going to win that early matchup against the Ornn, and knowing my good pal Paul, going to definitely build that tank build, so will be a lot tankier. I won't be killing this Ornn in side lane. The Xin Zhao, though, is going to just try and look for some early game ganks as fast as possible. Just annoy these laners, blow their flashes, and return once more. And we'll see if they're able to make it work here.
How ironic would it be if Paul just goes like full Hull Breaker, Divine Sunderer, like just
side lane.
The thing is, in this situation, Gnar shouldn't go full tank. because then you're just giving free stats over to Trundle. You actually should be going, in my opinion, Divine Sunderer, Hullbreaker, and just be a only split push threat. I think team fighting against the Unicorns is spelling disaster, right? Vladimir, very good team fighter, don't get me wrong. But there is just so much upfront damage, so much engage coming up from Misfortune. Ornn, the Silas can steal a bevy of ultimates, right? The Overgrowth, the Zeri ultimate, which scales fantastic with his AP, by the way. Also the Zinzao, right? He can use that to block potentially a lot of this Vlad damage coming out. Gnar ultimate. I mean, there's so, like, every single ultimate on the Duck side is really good for Silas. There isn't a single bad one, per se. And on top of that, I mean, you don't want a 5v5 into this Unicorns team comp, right? You don't have a way to block the Seraphine ultimate, the Ornn Horn, the Misfortune ultimate. So if you side lane as Gnar, force the Ornn to you, then the Ducks have a chance to potentially win the 4v4.
Definitely. And that 4v4 is going to be very important here, trying to pull away that Ornn, who is their main form of engage apart from the Seraphine, right? And this time, there's no wind wall to destroy the Ornn engage. There's no wind wall to destroy the MF Seraphine combo. So, you know, the Unicorns here have a massive Wombo combo. But if things go awry and the fight gets split, skirmishes end up in favor of the Ducks, while the Unicorns want these big Wombos.
Yeah, it's both of these teams. I mean, you saw how fast they were picking these champions, right? They didn't let really the timer go down on any of them. They went Seraphine, slam the Zeri Lulu. Okay, we're gonna just answer with Misfortune Ornn again. Take the Gnar for Paul. The only pick that was kind of hovered on was the Trundle. They think they were thinking about locking it in, and they were like, you know what, we're just gonna slam that in. But Silas and Vlad were just taking it immediately, right? And both of these guys, big carry threats. I don't agree on putting, after Masked Hydra's performance on the Kindred, I don't know if I believe in putting him on something like the Trundle, which is a lot more reactive, a lot more like, I'm gonna play team fights, I'm gonna ult this target, we shred him, that kind of gameplay. I would rather see him on something more carry based. And I don't know. If the Unicorns lose this series, I'm gonna be looking to like why they didn't draft a carry champion for Hydra after that game 4 performance for me.
Definitely. And Hydra's been carrying quite well, especially considering that last game. He popped off. He was a monster. But we'll be carrying ourselves over to a quick break as we get things rolling here for game number 5. The Silver Scrapes will be rolling, and we'll be right back. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to game number 5. I hope you enjoyed the Silver Scrapes. We have the Unicorns on the blue side and the Ducks on the red. And we are rolling here, and we see a stack coming up towards this top side by both teams. So who's going to win it here? They're expecting something. It's a 5v5. They're down a man, and they're looking for Neurosynaptic. Yes, Flash is going to try and get out to safety, but it's going to be first blood over to JDK. At the same time, they're going for the fight on the backside. Juanito very low, trying to run out for the hills as well. Cam flashing forward, trying to do something. The slow is not going to land. The exhaust is down onto Sloth PhD. Juanito makes it out to safety. Cam forced to flash away as well. They are going to get taken down by JDK. It's a double kill for the Silas. Level 1, 1 minute in the game, 2 kills. This game is going off.
The D in JDK stands for double kill, baby! JDK picks up 2 kills for himself, and I got the visual bug. There we go, 2 kills for himself, pops himself in with the Dark Seal and the boots. No flash on Sloth PhD, no flash on Synaptic, no flash on Spectral or Camcom. Summoners down everywhere across the map. Now is Neurosynaptic gonna have a field day? Is this man gonna go on a mad ganking spree, or is Mass Hydra gonna take advantage?
And, I mean, this lane phase is going to feel pretty bad for the Ornn, though. Started that E, but got himself at least 1 assist. But Spectral, no flash. Cam, no flash. The only flash remaining in this entire game is Seraphine's.
Yup, and Seraphine could look to set up a nice flash Q or double Q into the stun if Mass Hydra is here. So you gotta watch out for that. How they use this flash is gonna be really important. 2-0 for Silas, the only one that got to back, unfortunately, didn't really get to use any more gold as both Misfortune and Seraphine here. Actually, Misfortune picked up an extra pot, so actually they get to use the gold here. But I don't think Ornn got to use the gold, which is fine. He's the one champion that you're fine not backing with gold because he can literally just build the item in lane. So overall, solid start. A 1K gold lead already for the Unicorns here.
And what is Sloth going to do here? A Dark Seal and boots compared to just a Dark Seal. Yeah, that's rough.
The punishment.
That's rough, buddy.
Here. And thank you, Aegis Esports GG, for the raid here. A party of 34. You guys have just came into Game 5 of the Unicorns versus the Ducks
doesn't
series.
get rooted up. They are running for something. Juanito has no E, but the pillar finds his space. No flash on Cam. Can they find the kill? They're trying for it, but the shields are there in time. Spectral goes over the wall, a little too far. Trying to find Juanito. One more auto will do it, but Neurosynaptic has arrived, trying to buy space, using that Wind Becomes Lightning, and Cam grabs that kill. Going forward, they're looking to try and grab the 2, but make it rain, doing a lot of work to buy some space, and they are just going to walk away.
They are going to walk out 2 for 1, so that gank actually goes into the favor of the Ducks here. A nice little kill, but it is picked up onto Camcom.
Oh no, Neurosynaptic is dead to rights. JDK gets another kill. 3-0 in 3 minutes.
The monster is here, the big bad wolf, and his name is JDK. 3 kills to his name in 3 minutes. Is he gonna go for a kill a minute? Is that what's gonna happen here as he aggresses onto Sloth PhD with the double buffs in hand? This man is swinging for the fences.
Leave it all on the Rift. That's exactly what you said, and that's exactly what these teams are doing. But it's a 900 gold lead in favor of the Unicorns right now. And Sloth might just be dead. He's a solo kill under his tower. JDK grabs another. He's going for the 4. He's going for kill a minute. Oh my goodness.
Kill a minute. JDK is the nightmare in your dreams, the man under the bed, the boogeyman. They say his name and children cry out in fear right now. This man is terrorizing the mid lane.
Oh, they're not going in. That's a level 3 Xin Zhao, and under the tower he goes. One more will do it, and he gets the kill and gets out alive.
Gets out alive. This is the JDK show. Nobody else can tell me otherwise. Oh my, 5-0 on the Silas. There's no possible way that the Unicorns throw this lead, right, Salt?
Surely not. You know what JDK stands for? You know what J stands for in JDK? John Wick. This guy is hunting for names. He's the boogeyman himself, like you said. And oh my goodness, this Silas is just too strong.
Yeah, the Silas is massive, right? Picks up the... Actually, the Ionian Boots of Lucidity doesn't opt in for the Lost Chapter rush here. Wants to get that cooldown off. Wants to have more move speed to roam potentially, right? Is going to have access to his level 6 very, very soon. Going to take the Vladimir ultimate and take it to a different lane.
Oh my goodness. This game went from 0 to 100 from minute 1. All right, you're on a timer now, Jay. 40 seconds left. Can you get another
40
kill?
seconds left. Is he going to go for the 6 kills at the 6-minute mark? This will be a phenomenal game carry performance from JDK, who really has had a fairly quiet series, right? I mean, been super stable, has done his job in the mid lane, didn't get stomped, but didn't really stomp, right? Was all okay on the Cassiopeia, was pretty solid on his other picks, but this is the first time that we've seen JDK properly enabled, and that was just off of a fantastic invade from the Unicorns here.
But we see the trading prowess of Sloth playing the range perfectly, able to trade quite effectively considering how far he is down in gold.
Yeah, Trundle picking up the Ocean Dragon here. So the earliest of earliest dragons, but pretty much possibly taken here. The dragons start stacking. You have JDK super far ahead. I guarantee that they'll be able to
Oh, Sloth might be caught out here. The stun lands as well. The pillar is there. The Hemoplague is going to be put down. The pool is going to be used to try and get himself some space, buy himself some time. The Mass Hydra going under the tower, trying to deal that damage. Flash forward. JDK finds the kill. But can it be traded back? Over goes Xin Zhao, but he cannot find the trade back. The Crescent Guard is finding so much space, but JDK finds the kill. It's a double kill. DK stands for double kill. He's popping off. 7 and 1. He's done it again. More than 1 kill a minute.
The fantastic stolen Xin Zhao ultimate coming out from JDK. Who needs a team when you got this guy in the mid lane? Unicorns taking the right step forward. 3K gold into the pockets of the Unicorns right now. 7-0 Silas. Can the rest of the team rally back? Can the Ducks do it? They have the late game pieces. They have the Vlad. They have the Zeri. They just need to weather the storm that is the JDK Thunder.
That's a godlike Silas, though. God Slayer already pulling those chains, showing Demacia who is boss, who should be the real king. And it's looking quite scary. It's an uphill battle for sure.
It's an uphill battle. They do have the champions to do it. I'm not going to say it's over until it's over. I've seen the Ducks pull out wins from anywhere onto the book. They have the Vlad. Like I said, they have the Zeri. Lulu is also there with the Enchanter powers. If they can get through this mid game, if they can get through the late game, Silas begins to fall off, and then you can look.
And he's going in, but the rotation has been made by Neural Synaptic. Has the red buff available as well, but the Ignite is down, and it's just an instantly kill. The Hemoplague goes down as well, and Neural Synaptic is next on the menu. That auto did so much damage, and it's another DK for JDK himself.
Send the army. Send the military, send the Navy, send every Air Force you got. JDK is an unstoppable force. They send 2, send 3, send 3, send 4. Send the entire roster of the Ducks to take this man down. Bleeding Wolves in the top lane train against KL Paul. All the Unicorns have to do is sit pretty and wait for the JDK train to come in, and all aboard to the finals, baby.
Definitely all aboard the JDK train here. J-Train in the house. Looking to try and carry this game on his back. And look, the rotational technology has been used, and looking for Paul. JDK going to use that brush. Here's the Ornhorn going to be found. The hop is already used. The knockup is there. And under the tower, are they going to go? They are not. But they do at least, show that Jay is there. Jay is present. He is everywhere. He is the knight.
He's omniscient, omnipotent. He's got himself right now playing with the Summoner's Rift, setting, as we say. 9-0. He's going to take the Gnar.
And Bonito, they're going under the tower. Paul is trying to do something, trying to run away for the hills. At least he is able to walk away as well. Bleeding Wolf's going to walk back into the tower. Aggro has been dropped. Will be able to move out to safety. Holy crap, this game is insane.
What? We're allowed to cuss? Oh, I'm just kidding. I'm joking as Mass Hydra is going to take Neural Synaptic here.
Oh, they're
JDK,
going
though,
for the
they're
dive.
re-diving
Mini
this
Gnar.
guy.
They find the Gnar into the wall. The knockup is there. Everyone is here, and it's a party in the top lane. Jay is wishing himself happy birthday, taking a kill on this Gnar.
And 10 kills at 9.5 minutes. I was joking, Salt, when I said, can he go for the kill a minute milestone? But this guy has been producing.
Oh,
He
the
hurt
root,
me.
the Encore is there. The cleanse is early, and he's forced to flash out of the bullet time. Spectral is not taken down, but does have to burn both Suns.
Both sums are taken down. Zinzao is here, though.
Neural Synaptic is there. Look at the play onto Manita's soul. They find the knockup. Win behind the lightning is there. Knockup. They're trying to find something, but they just can't find the kill. And they have the rotation from Sloth PhD, but this PhD is in absolutely nothing. It's how to lose mid lane in this game. And things are not looking good.
Unfortunately, you see that the Ducks are desperate, right? They're desperate to get something done on the other side of the map. They don't want to match JDK. They want to get either their bot lane going. They want to get Vlad onto something. They want to get some kills onto their carry so they have a fighting chance. They do not want to go down like this. The Ducks definitely want to go down swinging. And this game, although JDK is 10-0, although he has the the 10 stack Magi's with the Everfrost, it's not over yet, right? Throws can happen. I've seen it happen before in Ducks games where they come back after, 40, 50-minute banger games right now, and Unicorns have everything to lose right now. They have so much gold. They have so much of a lead that if they throw it here, it could be devastating. They could go down the slippery slope of feeling themselves being overzealous on this Silas pick. Play it smart, play it clean, and the game is theirs.
And they are looking to just play this one by the textbook here. They have power in the bot lane. They're looking to grab some vision. They're looking to start this dragon. They are doing things exactly as they should. They're summoning up the Herald to buy space and get some more gold into JDK as well. They are playing this game so smart, and they're putting the pedal to the metal. In goes the Gnar. Finds the Gnar into the wall as well. Wallop is down as well, trying to find some more damage, but the cooldowns are not there. Boulder Toss does do some decent damage, but it's not enough to find the kill. Dragon's taken down as well.
Dragon gets taken down, 11.5 minute mark. That means we're going to get a 22-minute Dragon Soul. Even after that, can they hold out? The luck has been on the Duck side. It is a Cloud Soul coming out in the
That's
in the
a
final
Silas,
game.
though.
That is a Silas. I do agree, but at least it's not an Infernal, right?
At least it's not an Infernal. Yeah, that's
true. Stall it out till Elder. That's another 5 minutes, so they can at least stall it out to the 26-minute mark, and maybe, just maybe, Sloth and Spectral can try to carry this game. They need to get as much farm under their pockets as they possibly can, though, and Sloth.
Oh, the Sloth getting chunked out there by Mass Hydra, forced to flash away. And that's the power of the Trundle Pillar. And the Blue Spite is there. They're looking for the play as well. He will play, gonna find two. But the Ghost is there, but he's gonna get caught out anyways. Kingslayer takes him down, and Hydra trying to find something here in under the tower for the flash away. It's not enough, and Neural Synaptic takes him down, but the Silence still lives. It's another DK. 12 kills in 12 minutes. He's still going.
He's going for the record. He's going for a champ. He's gonna get potentially 13 here. Camcom, don't walk that way. Get out of there. All right. 12-0, 18 stacks onto the Magi's. This guy knows what to do when he's being played around. The resources are given to him. Picks up the Phoenix Codex and the Seeker's Arm Guard, so opting in for the Zanyas. He doesn't want to give his stacks away, not at all. Loses his flash, though, during that dive. Could be a key cooldown later on, but right now it is looking very, very bleak for the Ducks here. 24K to 17.7. It is nearly a 7K gold lead for the Unicorns at the 14-minute mark, or 13-minute mark, sorry.
Oh my goodness, and we're at 12 kills, looking for number 13. Unlucky number 13. Will this be the minute where JDK falters? We'll find out. We got 40 more seconds.
Vlad is in the bot lane. Vlad is in the bot lane trying to match this guy. It is very scary right now.
Look at the item disparity.
Item disparity. It's a chasm, bro. There's nothing there.
It's as deep as Mariana's Trench, and Sloth PhD also down 2 levels. And, 20 seconds. Masked Hydra may be caught out here, going forward, trying to find some decent damage. The Encore is available. They could look to find it onto a beautiful root. Finds 2 bullet time, and the Encore finds the Crescent Sweep, though. Buys himself some space, buys himself some time, but is that really enough to buy themselves some more time in this game? It's the real question, and we caress the fort.
Boom!
Oh, no, Paul. Ornhorn going to be used. Finds one knock-up onto Paul, who did whip that ultimate over the wall. Goes there. He's trying to jump over. The Hugify is there as well, but they're going into the backline. Zeri might be able to pop some damage over the wall. She's doing as much as she can, but it's just not enough. She tickles them at this point. She's like a little mosquito, and JDK has arrived to the city. He's there, and he's hungry for more. It's a double kill over to Juanito Soul.
Double kill to Juanito Soul. Now that man is getting some kills into his pocket. Bleeding Wolf just literally face tanking this turret right now. Does not give a damn. He's gonna take the final turret shot before he would die here. Bleeding Wolves, JDK, Juanito Soul. The Unicorns are backing with a nice little 9K gold lead for themselves at the 15-minute mark. So we have not hit the kill-a-minute mark, but JDK can potentially win the all-time kill record in a game, I believe, for VRD. I do not know what the last record is. If someone in chat could help me out, I would love to know.
At this point, it may just be over. They may be able to get that record ASAP. I mean, this Silas is nigh unkillable. Zonia's, 20-stack Medjai's, Everfrost, and Lucidity Boots. Those cooldowns are up so fast.
Too fast, right? Too fast, too furious right now. This is I can see why this was banned out from JDK 4 games in a row, right? The Ducks respected it, and the one time they tried to challenge it with the Vlad, the absolute disrespect that JDK felt, he said, I gotta do it to him. I gotta teach him a lesson. He said, sit down, you're my son now.
Oh,
Duck.
they're going in, trying to
Wolf.
find something onto Bleeding Wolves. They have the damage, they have the Narwhal there as well. Your Synaptic is there, has the knockup available. Halo Blades is going to be used. The flash forward is there. The Wallop finds the second stun. They're trying to deal the damage, but this Ornn is too tanky, and he's going to deal some trade back damage as well, and it's basically even, but under the tower they go. They're trying to find him, but the Crescent Sweep is going to buy him some space, but Paul taking the tower as well, and the Ornhorde is going to be used, and they have Cam up in the top side as well. Juanito is trying to run there, trying to get something done, but can he do it? It's going to be a legendary. There's a solo kill on the bot side. It's a double kill for the Ornn as well. Two solo kills all on the just all around the map, and it's just too much to even talk about this game.
Yeah, it is way too much.
Oh,
happening
Cam,
right
no!
now.
Oh, the huge
Cam is
cancels the
dead!
knockup, but under the tower goes Seraphine, and Last Dinosaurs claims the kill onto the Lulu, but the shutdown goes over. Spectral has the ultimate available, trying to deal something. Bonito Soul does so much. Flashes into the clutch there as well. Bullet time is down. They're trying to do something here, and Spectral has the shield bow. Oh, no shield bow available, only the lifesteal. That's all he's got in the tank, and he's trying to find one kill. Can he get one at the very least? No, he cannot, and the Dragon even goes down, and it's just a travesty for the Ducks as they are falling out of the sky at breakneck speeds.
20 kills, 17 minutes into the game for the Unicorns, 33 to 23K. I don't know if you're allowed to surrender in VRD, but if I was the Ducks, I would right now. It is looking rough for...
Okay, Paul. Oh, you. Okay.
Paul.
The flash is available. Oh.
Ah!
And the TP gonna be used as well. Bleeding Wolf's gonna get stunned up. The pillar is there, as well as the Trundle ultimate subjugation is there, and they're gonna give over the kill to JDK. 14-0-1. Oh my goodness, that is 2/3 of his team's kills.
2/3, and I just got confirmation that the record is 28 kills held by Ravens Man 2. 28 kills on stream for a casted or for a game that's been on stream for Victoris. So JDK is halfway there right now, but I don't think he wants to reach it. I think he wants to end this game. I think he wants you guys to go to sleep that are in the Eastern time zone right now. He's gonna put everybody back to sleep right now. JDK, a force to be reckoned with. 14-0-1.
They're trying flash over the wall.
kills.
Hydra gets out to safety. There goes the Orhorn, finds two. Riftshield's gonna be summoned as well. JDK finds a beautiful Nor onto three into the wall, and it's not even close. They're trying to buy the space. They're trying to buy everything they can.
They
But
win
the
with the
goal is
hell?
too much. It's a wallet gap as well, and Paul is dead to rights.
They win
the
with the
Absalon
hell?
is there. They're gonna win with Shelly, but JDK makes it under the tower, out to safety as well. There's Synaptic taken down. 18 HP on Shelly. Keep her alive, please. It's not over. And Shelly, 6 HP. No!
Shelly! They're gonna end it before the 20-minute mark!
Shelly! But it's fine. 18 minutes into the game. They're going to end the game right here, right now. Oh, the Encore hits everything. All the damage is there. Black cannot pull in time. It's finally there. Hugify buys the space, but the Nexus is being hit. But
they gonna
Zeri
end the
may be able to
game?
find the damage. Is she there? Can she pop off? She's trying to auto as much as she can, but she's getting taken down. JDK finds the kill.
JDK
Camco
with
rooted up
another
by the
one!
Everfrost, and it's not even
Another one!
JDK gets another double kill, looking for 3. Maybe he'll get 4. Last Dinosaur steals that triple, but this should just be the game. They're trying to get Paul, but
Paul
Narbar
dead?
is almost built. Conqueror is there. He's trying to find the Boulder Toss under the Nexus. He
JDK,
goes
no!
into the tower, into the Nexus. Finds the kill. Lady Wolves goes under there as well, and the Nexus is barely alive on its last legs, and they are playing with their food. But Soul is not done. He wants to end this game right here, right now, and he does so with just a sliver of HP, and the Unicorns take the series 3-2.
3-2 in dominating fashion on the backs of JDK. The trade is here. The carry trade is here. He wants to go to sleep. He put the Ducks to bed, puts them to the pond, and says, "Get your ass back out of here."
Oh, the Ducks have fallen back to the ground. The Unicorns are still the mythical beings that we've known them to be. 3-2. I got the score right. You got the team right. And together, we get the score.
Together, our predictions come true. I predicted the Unicorns to win. You predicted the score of 3-2 for the Ducks. So I think we both share at least one brain cell, Salt.
Yes,
We both share
yes.
at least one.
And just like that, it's going to be a big old W for the Ducks. Or it's not for the Ducks. I'm so sorry, for the Unicorns. But at the very least, Ducks come home winners. They get home some money, 3rd place. And we should have the MVP poll available in just a second here. And while we get that set up and rolling for us, we'll head over to a quick break before we head over to a last desk segment and say goodbye to the lovely Ducks. We'll be right back.
As a child, you would wait and watch from far away. But you always knew that you'd be the one that would while they all play. And you'd lay awake at night and scheme of all the things that you would change, but it was just a dream.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. Welcome in after an incredible 5 games tonight. We went the distance. Last week we had the 3-0. Tonight we were all hoping for that big 5-0. Well, not 5-0, sorry. Full 5 games, and we got them. Imagine a 5-0. That would be incredible in a best of 5. Now that was just the J show there, right? You guys had a lot of different names with the double kill DK. Shibby, things are getting wild here now. Talk us through that one. It felt like Jay just went, all right, let's end this thing. Let's close this thing out. Let's not run over schedule. Let's make sure chat's in bed at a reasonable hour, and that was it.
He knew it was Cam's bedtime. Pretty much that was it, right? He knew it was Cam's
Come
bedtime.
on, man.
Put him to sleep. I have no mercy. I have no mercy. I'm sorry. He knew. I mean, and the worst part is that I don't even blame Sloth necessarily. When the early game battle mage champion gets 2 kills, comes back with a with a dark seal boots. How do you lane as Vladimir into that? Like you can't, right? Like it's super hard unless you concede like all the waves, unless you let it crash into you, but then you lose all prio mid. So then now he has free reign to go top with that lead, into the jungle with that lead. Like those early kills, that stack set up by Ducks. I mean, that's where they went wrong, because they didn't have the firepower to even deal with that, right? Like if they had a Zinzao, a Vladimir, a Zeri, a Lulu, and a Gnar, right? Like 3 of those champions don't do too much. The Vlad is gated by his cooldowns. The Zeri is gated by her own like auto attack cooldowns plus her movement abilities. And then Cam unfortunately went Glitter Lance, which is the Q, and that's on like a 6-second cooldown. So they didn't really have too much to follow up with. While on the flip side, you have Silas, who gets so much value from the E, right? If he can E onto you with the chain, the stun, and then the double passive right hit. You have also the the Ornn in play who can start stun. You also have Seraphine that can follow up with a double Q. Like there's so much more upfront burst damage, and don't even get me started on Misfortune hitting a unique champion every single time and getting her double tap passive off. Like there is so much more front loaded damage on the side of the Guardians that I get the idea around the stack, but even then,
hold on, that's next week.
That
The
is next
Guardians,
week.
that's next week, buddy.
oh,
The
sorry,
unicorns.
the unicorns. There's so much damage front loaded onto the unicorns that I understand what the Ducks were doing, but it didn't make sense regardless.
Yeah. I think the Ducks definitely felt like they were like, right, we gotta shut this Silas down before it gets out of control, and they kind of just gave away some double kills. But we are gonna take a look at the MVP of the game. Chat, no prizes for guessing who that may be. I don't know if this is for the game or the series, but Salt, why don't you talk us through this one? I mean, look at these stats.
I mean, look at those assists and kills combined, right? It's just so insane how well JDK played this entire series, you know. Was laning up against one of the best mid laners in VRD. Sloth was popping off every single game, trying to do as much as they could. But this time, JDK got the signature champ, got the Silas, and was able to carry them over the edge. And think about it this way. JDK never really had a bad game. Everything was about even in lane. It was more so the roams from Sloth that got him those advantages. For the most part, other than the Galio game, the lead was definitely in favor, or it was just generally even from a pure laning standpoint, right? So silent but deadly killer JDK finally brings out the big guns, becomes the boogeyman, brings up the mantle, slays everything in his path in game number 5, bringing it to a close.
Oh, is she muted? Did he mute? He muted. Go ahead, Shibby.
Sorry, I was just miming. I was practicing my Salt
Mhm.
impression.
Yeah.
If you take a look at that stat page though, I know it just got off, but that was 38 kills. Most of those kills, a majority of them were picked up in game 5. So you're right. Yeah, he was pretty quiet. He kept it even, maybe slightly behind at best, right? I mean, definitely Sloth had the more flashier performances, right? On the Lucian, on the Yasuo, picked up the Cassiopeia one game, right? Was pretty solid all around. It's just unfortunately in this last game on his champion, his enemy laner just picked up 2 kills for free, and that pretty much can spell GG if you're a competent player like JDK on a champion that he's very comfortable on. It was banned the past 4 games, I believe, right? Like it wasn't Ducks respected it, but they wanted to match essentially comfort for comfort, right? They didn't ban the Vlad wasn't banned out, so they don't need to ban the Silas, and they matched it. And unfortunately, it just went to hell in a handbasket for them in the early game, and just Silas unfortunately picked up a bunch of kills, and then he picked up more kills in the double kill, right? I mean, the 2v2 mid was atrocious. Probably couldn't win, but it's just not the way you want to see a game 5 go for sure on either side necessarily, right? For the viewers, you want to see it go to the distance. You want to see a really clutch performance and everything like that. But I mean, Guardians, I don't know. They gotta be quaking in their boots just a little bit.
Yeah, I think we just had so many great games in that series, though, that I'm personally not that like. I thought it was cool to get one of those games at least in the series. It obviously it's nice to like slowly ramp and build up over time, but we had a lot of good variants throughout the series and a lot of back and forth. But Salt, as Shibi was alluding to, we've got the Guardians next week, so it's going to be the Unicorns versus the Guardians. That is going to be our final. The Guardians have had all night. They've had a whole extra week to just watch how this played out. I know that the Guardians in the banter chat, they were definitely using a lot of their energy. So they're definitely involved in what happened this evening. What do you think about what we can look forward to next week?
I mean, gonna be crazy once again. The Guardians did 3-0 the Unicorns last week, though, right? So on their off week, they were just able to take them down, and now they're able to watch how the Unicorns played these games out, how they won, and that should give them a little bit of an edge. And because this win wasn't a stomp either, the Unicorns are going to be tired. It's going to be, it was a mental battle. They were able to stand up tall and just have the mental fortitude to actually deal with everything the Ducks were able to throw at them. But now they're up against the Guardians, the team that kind of push them aside to move over to grand finals here. So they're on the back foot. They're not coming off of a huge momentum swing like the Ducks were for the last 2 weeks, right? So it's going to be a fight, but I think the Guardians are still sitting pretty strong considering what happened last week.
You have to also note that the Guardians played with 3 subs, right? I believe it was 3 or 2 subs, and they washed them 3-0. So I mean, there is a term called ring rust, and if Guardians have been sitting at the top for a while, they might be out of practice. I wouldn't be surprised if they drop game 1 potentially to the Unicorns, but I mean, Guardians are a tough mountain to climb. I kind of had a feeling they were, I wouldn't say sandbagging, but they definitely were off their game, especially for a team that dominant in the beginning of the split. Something has to happen, whether internally or externally, for them to collapse so hard. Good that they were able to pick it back up into the semifinals, into the playoffs, and I think we're actually going to be in for a fairly competitive series. I think it'll be a very competitive 3-1 Guardians.
Whoa, predictions. Hey, don't take my job from me. We will do predictions next week.
Sorry.
Hold on that, Shibi. Getting ahead of yourself there. No, 3-1. Yeah, I mean we can see. Obviously, I know next week we'll be able to break that down in more detail, but good to hear what you're already kind of scoping out at this point. I think it's going to be a really good match, a really good final. Guardians versus Unicorns. We saw throughout the whole playoff, the weeks of playoffs, that the Guardians and the Unicorns were neck and neck, back and forth with one another. So I think this is shaping up for a really good final, and definitely something to be excited about next week. Chat, make sure if you're not already that you're following the channel here on Twitch. Make sure you're in our Discord as well, and there's a bunch of other Victoris content that's happening all throughout the week. So make sure you're tuning into this channel and just checking out all the content that's available. But I want to take a moment as well to talk about the Ducks, because they've gone the distance here. They've gone all the way through this competition. They got almost to the finals and they just fell short. I know that they lost that last game, but I can definitely hear Camcom with that cheeky little laugh. Even in that game 5, they must have been having a good time, even in that game 5, because we know that the types of players that the Ducks are. Any kind of just commendations that you want to give to the Ducks for this whole competition, just to kind of beef them up a little bit? I'll come over to you, Salt.
I mean, you guys played your game very well. When you got your picks, it looked incredible. And, I mean, if you guys stick together, keep it up, because you guys are definitely a big threat here up in these leagues.
Yeah, I think the Ducks definitely exceeded a lot of people's expectations, right? I mean, I think at one point in in the regular season, right? I think they were like almost they were out of contention for playoffs at one point, right? Like there was a very serious chance that they couldn't even make playoffs. And from that, they sprung up essentially all the way to third. They take down the Tigers, they go the distance with the Unicorns, right? The number one team in the normal season or regular season, right? I mean, a couple things go different in one of those games in the series. In one of the games that they lose, a couple things go different, and definitely Ducks can easily would have taken it's like a 3-0 or 3-1, right? You harken back to the Baron throw that game, right? I think it was game
Mhm.
2 where they lose. I mean, that's if they don't lose that, if they don't throw at the Baron, that's a 2-0 lead. They may pick up another win within the next 3 games. So it's Ducks were one game away from the finals, and that's nothing to scoff at, especially for a team
Mhm.
that replaced their AD carry, put a new one in 2 weeks in, got a different top laner, right? And on top of that, Cam is managing their own league, probably casting another league, and also having time to compete. I mean, it's pretty crazy how much that person does is still able to hang with people that just play league and go to school all day. No offense, there's nothing wrong with that. I'm just, it's pretty amazing.
There's a little bit wrong with that. No, just kidding. uh, yeah, no, I absolutely agree with what you both said. I think Ducks were great to watch. They had a lot of good content, and it's great having them a part of just the scene here in the VRD. But that's gonna be where we're looking to wrap it up now for the day. We are gonna be back next week, chat, with the finals. Make sure you tune in. Guardians vs Unicorns. It's gonna be a big one. Hopefully, we get another 5 games out of it. Again, make sure you follow in the channel. And I want to take a second just to thank production. We got Big here pulling all the strings in behind the scenes, doing a fantastic job. Thank you as well for just being in chat and hanging out. It was really fun to see all of your comments in chat today. Salt, Shibby, anything you guys want to kind of say before we head off? I'll start with you, Salt, and then jump over to you, Shibby.
Thanks for joining us, and we're in for a banger. It's gonna be a fun series next week.
Absolutely. What about you, Shibby?
I mean, same thing as always, right? Follow everybody on the Twitter, on the Twitch. Follow Victoris. Show some love to everybody. Side, man, this guy's up at like 3, 4 in the morning in a completely different country, just grinding out Victorious League for us. Probably an elite host, in my opinion. It really, really solid and salt. I mean, honestly, you guys putting up with everything about me and being late to cast and everything. Also, shout outs to Becky. I don't know if you're still in the chat. I appreciate you covering game 1 for me. I really do. And obviously, Gurf and Sai, and obviously the big man in the back, the guy behind everything, the Wizard of Oz himself, Big Tank, for producing. I know it's late for all of them. So go follow everybody. Go follow Victoris. Follow me. Follow Sai. Follow Salt. Everybody. Show some love. And I better see y'all next week for Guardians and Unicorns. I want to see 100+ viewers right now.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, ready for next week. Yes,
Yes.
I'm down for that. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Shibby. Of course, all your wise words of wisdom. Thanks, guys, for being on, and we'll see you next week. That's it from us here at the Victorious Rival Draft. See you next week for the finals.